think I'm live. If anybody can confirm that, I would certainly appreciate it. Let's do that awkward start phase where we don't really know if things are working or not. I think I am. Well, let's get some confirmation here, everybody. Can you hear me? Can you see me? Dave says we are live. Love the Bob Ross shirt. All right, so you guys can hear me. Everything's okay. We can see and hear you. All right, great. Do you guys like the new setup? Thanks to, he's in there, Jesse Perez built me a new PC earlier this year. And so it should be a lot more stable than it used to be. I'm using a E-Meet 4K camera, which I very much doubt is actually running in 4K, but hopefully it's at least stable enough, because I told it to run in 720p for stability reasons, but it should be a nicer setup. You can see a slightly wider frame. I can see and hear you in 144p. Whatever. There's not much of a visual component to this. It's more about just hear my voice, I suppose. It will definitely go in and out of focus. I've noticed that about this camera. It's very finicky with that, but that's all right. And knock on wood, Dave. Don't worry, I just did. There you go. So basically, a little preamble phase. You guys are telling me everything's okay. You guys are telling me that sound is all right and video is at least tolerable, right? Yes? Good? Okay. Oh, I should probably promote the fact that this is actually happening, right? I should be able to do my job, right? All right, so I've plugged that on the various... Facebook, don't ask me stupid questions while I'm trying to hit post. All right. You want 4x3 with 4K. I'll see what I can do, Gene. All right. So everything seems to be going well. So far, no complaints. Thank you for all the happy birthday wishes. Yes, today is, in fact, my 37th birthday. There was an opportunity there for a Clerks reference, some sort of joke. 37 birthdays in a row. I guess that's true. But but no, didn't take the opportunity. But yeah, basically, if you guys are brand new to this, if you've never seen one of these before, all this really is just a live Q&A. I used to love doing Q&As on YouTube, just sitting here, and every month I usually would do them, where we would just sit down, chat, talk about things that are going on in entertainment, or just, you know, how everybody's life is doing or whatever. But YouTube changed a lot of their policies regarding live streams. They would do things like, okay, well, we want you to live stream, but at the same time, we discourage long videos with poor retention, because a live stream, most people will pop in for like a minute or two and then they'll jump out. So if the video, my streams always ended up being really long. So if they ended up being like 8 hours and your average person only watched for 30 seconds, YouTube spam terminates the video. And then they start terminating the other videos, your upcoming videos in the future. So in other words, they kind of punished you for doing the thing they asked you to do. So I only do them now once a year. Supposedly that policy might be changing. We will have to see. But all the same, we are here today on my birthday, and we'll be talking. But yes, I am 37 years old currently. And all we're going to do, as I said, there's not really much of a show component to this. You guys just kind of ask me questions in the chat. We hang out, we talk, and we'll just kind of go until we go. And that'll be that. Before we get on with that, I do want to give a couple of special shout outs here, because we already had some donations before the show even started. If at any time you want to donate to me for my birthday, for this, or just any appreciation for the channel and the work and all that, you can do so. There's multiple ways. There is PayPal link in the description. There is Venmo. There is also super chats. I accept all that, and in compensation, I will do my best to answer your questions immediately, or your comments immediately. Perfect example, Bat Conquer just super chatted $2 and says, "Happy birthday, Adam." Thank you very much. Unfortunately, this year I don't have any gross garlic cookies to go ahead and eat in exchange for torture, so we're just gonna have to forego that one. Thank you, Bat Conquer, for that. But yes, we will answer. There weren't questions, but we got a donation yesterday from the wealthiest individual in the known universe, Laudmont, who is in my Discord, who canonically within the server lore is the richest person who has ever existed. I believe a couple of years ago he was offering to buy every single member a mode at the for the Dreamcast and the Saturn, because that's where that all kind of came from. And all but Laudmont always writes things that don't make any sense. So his message was 6789 LOL. See what I did there. You wrote numbers in a sequence, I guess. I guess that's what Lodmont did. Anyway, thank you very much to Lodmont for that. And then just before we went live, one of my moderators on my Discord also had a donation on PayPal where he said, "Have a great birthday," and that's from Drud. Thank you very much, Drud. But yeah, so let's do some questions. And as I said, if anytime you donate or whatever, I'll just jump you to the front of the line. So let's see here. What's one game you wish was good, but unfortunately it sucked? My stock answer for that is always Twisted Metal 3. When I was a kid, Twisted Metal was like my go-to franchise on the PlayStation 1. I absolutely adored it. Twisted Metal 2 still is one of my favorite games of all time. And I remember, like, when I was a kid, just absolutely looking forward to this notion of a third Twisted Metal, because I had learned so much from Twisted Metal 2, and I no joke, I bothered my mom when I was a kid, like, to take us to Paris and take us to Paris specifically because of Twisted Metal 2 and how the Eiffel Tower is in that game, and I, like, it meant that much to me. And I mean, that's not why she ultimately took us, but like, it was part of my motivation to push her, but we went. And I was trying to match the game to it. Like, it was such an awesome game to me, teaching me just a lot about the world and all that. And then, you're in that formative couple of years there where you're naive and you're innocent as a kid. And I remember like thinking, my buddies, we all had Twisted Metal 2. We all loved it. We kept like speculating, what is Twisted Metal 3 gonna be? And I don't think the release date between the two games was more than like 2 or 3 years at most. But when you're that age, like, that amount of time is almost infinite, and so you're just sitting there speculating about it forever. And then Twisted Metal 3 comes out and just ripped the heart out of the franchise. And that was one of those I totally grew up moments where I realized a game I was looking forward to could suck. I had never experienced that before, not in that way, and I was just like, oh, it broke my heart. Absolutely broke my heart as a game. I just absolutely hated it. But yeah, that would be my answer to that question. From I Like Turtles, we got a super chat. Happy birthday, Adam. Also, I still like turtles. Thank you. He really does like turtles. I got to give I Like Turtles some serious credit here, because he is committed to this joke in a way that I've never seen. I don't know how long you've been doing this on the channel, I Like Turtles. It's been years. Like, a video will go up. He will find the video. He will go on and just usually either write I like turtles, or he'll write something very generic about it and then say I also like turtles. Like, not that you did this one specifically, but like, I just did a video on the RetroTink 4K, so knowing him, he would be like, that looks really cool, I hope it shows turtles in 4K, I like turtles, something like that. And he's in the Discord. He only speaks when tagged about turtle related matters. This dude is super committed to that. I respect it. Thank you for the super chat. I like turtles. Neil Von Holtum super chats. He says, are you going to sell the DC when it's added to the Mister? No, I'm not going to. First, thank you for the super chat. No, I'm not going to sell my Dreamcast. I have like 25 Dreamcasts. I have no reason to sell like one particular one. Also, I don't currently use a Mister. I currently use, if I had access to it right around me, I'd show you. I have a Dreamcast that's HDMI modded that also has the mode installed. I have a 2 terabyte SSD in there, so I have the full game set like in original physical form. So then I archived the games myself and I put them all on there. So I have like the entire library, and then I also have things like fan translations, the VGA patched games, the Atomus Wave conversions, which I think I'm going to do a video on the Atomus Wave stuff. If anybody's curious what that is, you feel free to ask, but I'd be happy to do that. I think that would be pretty cool. So in order to the specific answer to your question is no, I'm not going to do that, but it's a possibility that I might get some sort of ultimate Dreamcast using the Mister down the road. I've never had a whole lot of interest in emulation, but there are definitely use cases where it's beneficial, particularly with systems where there's problems, like the NES, for example. Like my go-to NES is an FPGA NES, just because the original hardware kind of sucks, to be honest. You have 25 Dreamcasts. I thought having 3 to 4 PS3s and Xboxes was a lot. Yeah, but you got to remember, dude, like, I was collecting this stuff because of my age. I'm 37 now. I was collecting a lot of this stuff when truly nobody cared, especially 6th gen stuff. So, like, it's not like all my Dreamcasts are just like the standard white one. I have like the Divers 2000. I've got development kits. I've got some of the Japanese special edition ones, etc. But like, I haven't, like, there was a phase there where I was like actually just rescuing some of them from Goodwill, because you used to get them for like $3 and it was like no big deal. Times have changed. Do you have a video showing all of your Dreamcasts? Sort of. Years ago, I did a video on my Dreamcast collection as it was at the time. There hasn't been a ton of change to it. There has been some new titles added, mostly the independent stuff, some Japanese demo discs, maybe a few consoles, some new controllers, that kind of thing. But for the most part, it's there. You can find that. Do you have an HDMI modded Wii? No, I don't. Although I was asked to do a review, like a video on a review unit, and I was like, I mean, I can review the mod, but it's all in service of like the worst system ever. So I don't know if I'd really care about that. So we'll see. Maybe that'll happen down the road. Will I make a game tour soon? If I ever do have a video that comes out that says game tour, or like, here it is, the game tour complete collection of all my stuff, whatever. Well, I hope you're not too big of a fan, because that's probably my last video. That's what I've always said is going to be my retirement video. Retirement, as in I just quit, YouTube effectively. So if you ever do see that video, enjoy it, because it's probably the last one I do. People are asking about coffees. Yes, I have a thermos of coffee here in my Japanese Starbucks mug. Actually, there's a little sappy story to that one, and I'll tell in a minute. But before we do that, I also have a backup. This is the Blockbuster thermos from Bend, Oregon. So there's going to be warm coffee later. I also have a bottle of cold water from Warner Brothers thing. And possibly I'll have more later. We'll see what happens. If anybody cares, I'll tell you a little story. I can't believe I have a story about this thermos, but I do. So my late mother and I'd always been trying to talk her into going to Japan for years, but she never had any great interest in it, because she had been there in like the 1970s and just kind of took it as like, this is not a place I want to go back to. But it had been like 50 years. So I only got to go with her one time to Japan. It was because we were going to Guam, and we were just kind of changing planes in Japan. So we had one day there. And in that time, she got to meet my friend Brett. And, she's like, wow, Japan's really changed. It's like, yeah, of course it has. It's been 50 years. But I remember that even though she did not drink coffee, she drank tea all the time and always went to Starbucks. So I remember getting her this Japanese Starbucks thermos, and then brought it back to her and gave it to her as a gift. And then, what was it? It must have been only it actually was only a few months later. She was hospitalized before she would pass away. And I went in there with a coffee thermos that I had, that she had given me. And I was kind of distraught, so I forgot it and left it there. And then after she passed away and I had to clear out her residence, I had found this one, which I had given to her. So I just kind of took it back, and I thought, okay, well, there you go. That's kind of fitting in a way. So cheers, Mom. There you go. And no gross birthday cookies this year. Unfortunately, the birthday cookies thing. So there's a local pizza place that usually on my birthday, they'll be like, here's your free birthday thing. It's like a piece of cake or something. But this year they didn't do it. So don't have that. And I did get that free Starbucks coupon thing. I just didn't use it. And I'm sorry, I think I just kicked the mic. But yeah, so we'll see. Now they email me and ask if I want a free pizza. You guys suck. Oh, let's just buy one, get one free. I'm not going to use this. I don't want this. Anyway. So, let's get back to some questions, shall we? Yeah, no more cookies. We got a super chat. From Nathan K. The Crazy Taxi reboot will be all game or just one? What? I'm not sure. Well, first, thank you for the super chat. I'm not entirely certain I understand your question. You want to rephrase that, Nathan? Are you asking if all those games are just like one big game? I don't know. I can't imagine they would be. I assume it's just, it's 5 separate games. Thank you for the super chat. If I didn't get the RetroTink 4K for free, would you have bought it or just continue to use your 5X? So that's from Default Dude. So here's the thing with that. Like I said in the video and the review I did, I'm a little spoiled because I already have things like the 5X, and I've got a bunch of these modded consoles and things along the way. So to me, the value prospect of the RetroTink 4K is largely for the people who don't have any of those types of things, and they're kind of just looking to upgrade everything all at once. Personally, as a super enthusiast, I also think it's valuable, but for totally different reasons. If you're in the camp of I have the 5X or something like that, it might be hard as a pill to swallow to get the 4K unless you just really are that much of an enthusiast. Basically, it depends on your starting point and your passion level, if that answers your question. Super chat from Caleb Melendez. When are you inviting Lodmot to the podcast? I mean, Lodmot is very, very rich. He can easily afford to get on the podcast, no problem. I don't know. I mean, I guess we could simulate just a bottle of liquor just spilling around, the floor, and that could be that sound effect is usually what I imagine is most of the sounds in Lodmot's house because he drinks a lot. So we could do that, I suppose. Adam needs more coffee. Don't worry, I got coffee, guys. I got coffee. Let's see here. Nathan says, I mean the maps from all the Crazy Taxi games are just the first game only. Oh, you're asking if it's like a remake? That I don't know. I have as much information as you guys do on that one. I just saw the trailer all the same as you guys. I guess I would assume it's a fan reimagining of the first game, but I don't. That's purely speculative on my part. We got a super chat from someone named Jessica. Thank you. Don't have a question or anything. Just want to say happy birthday, Adam. I've been subbed for a long time and I love your content. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate the support. But if you do come with a question, feel free to let me know. Thank you very much. Would you ever give up gaming if it goes to a completely digital? So here's the thing on that. Yes and no. I would simply stop getting new things. Like, you guys have seen my videos over the years. You've seen the collections I've got. I've got more than enough stuff to last me for the rest of my life. I'm already 37. I'm basically dead at this point. So I got more than enough video games and experiences and adventures that I can play for the rest of my life. Like, yeah, it would suck if I never got to play a Shenmue 4 or something, which may not happen anyway. So it's kind of like whatever. But, like I've said for years, I'm nearly 40, now even closer. And, certain things change in your life where this is not as important to you anymore. So we'll see. But, yeah, if you're asking would I sit down and be like, oh, you know what, the PS6 is all digital and I really just need to have a PS6. Nah, I don't really need it. An all digital system is not something I want to get behind. Maybe you get something like a PS6, 10 years after it comes out when it's all pre-hacked with everything, but at best, that's a totally different scenario. We got another super chat from a Cradley1654. Happy birthday, Gramps. I expect the Prague story at some point during the stream. It's a birthday tradition. # go away. Oof. We'll see about that one. That story is interesting because the first time I told that, the audience was all on board. And then the second time I told that story, people really just got mad about it. So it's like, I don't know what the difference is, but whatever. Quote, Shenmue 3 sold like crap. No, it didn't. It was misunderstood because a lot of people were basing it on the Japanese numbers when the series was never successful in Japan to begin with. The American numbers were actually pretty decent. Like, no, I'm not going to sit here and say it was gangbusters or anything, but it did fine. We got a super chat from Sir Dude. Super chats have really changed. I have not done this in a year, so they've got a bunch of stickers and things all over them. I have no idea what's going on anymore. Anyway, it says, when I track down my earliest memories of Figure It Out, it goes back to 2010 or 2011. Thank you for being constant in my entertainment life. All the best greetings from Germany. Well, thank you very much, Sir Dude. I appreciate you watching and sticking around. It means a lot to me. And what is this? Under the thing you said, Sir Dude, it says, let's celebrate their first super on a live stream. Oh, is this the first time you've ever super chatted? Well, thank you very much. I am happy to pop that cherry. I don't know if that expression stands in Germany, but either way, thank you very much. We got another one from Canadian Maker, and then your name is cut off. I can see there's a PR, so I apologize. Happy birthday. What game are you looking forward to from Sega? Well, did you see the video I did yesterday? Sega announced a bunch of new games at the Game Awards, which was pretty cool. There's a new Shinobi, new Crazy Taxi, new Streets of Rage. What were the other two? Why am I spacing on? I can't even remember off the top of my head. What were they? I'm gonna find it. It's really hard to find it. My Twitter is a little busy at the moment. Okay, Legacy. Oh, Jet Grind Radio, duh, and Golden Axe. Those are the other two. Of those 5, so I did a poll asking people what they thought, like which one did they want the most. Most people said that they wanted Jet Grind Radio above all else. And I sat there and I thought, either that or Crazy Taxi. Streets of Rage being also pretty significant. Now, the only reason Streets of Rage, I think, didn't test higher is because we got Streets of Rage 4 a couple of years ago. And so that probably satisfied a few people. Crazy Taxi, on the other hand, hasn't had a game in years, although we did have Taxi Chaos, which was a totally different thing. But, yeah, I think that's why Jet Grind Radio kind of won out. But I have to be, in all fairness to that, I loved Jet Grind Radio on the Dreamcast. I'm going to say something that's probably sacrilegious here. Jet Set Radio Future on the Xbox, I wasn't a huge fan. So I would, I think personally, I want Jet Grind Radio just because it's been so long of those 5, if that answers your question. We got a super chat from, well, I know it's Gene. Gene, thank you very much. He says, is this enough to fund some pizzas and a yur? I don't know what a yur. What is a yur? Well, thank you. I'm sure it's enough to get a pizza, but the missus would probably prefer I didn't eat pizza tonight. So I will maybe put it to that purpose later. But thank you very much, Gene. By the way, that was really very nice of you, Gene. Seriously, thank you. What year would you travel back in time? I realize you want the kind of fantasy answer. But I personally am all of the, I don't want to screw with time travel because I don't want it to, unravel and unmake existence. But if we're just going to kind of get, let's go with time travel that's, let's say, paradox free, where you can time travel and it's consequence free, whatever. I apologize for bringing the tone down a little bit here. I would probably travel to 1963, just before the Kennedy assassination in November of 22nd, and just find out, like, let's put a high definition camera on the 6th floor of the book depository and see if it really was Lee Harvey Oswald or not. That would be, I think that's what I would do. That's like the most history nerd answer you can possibly get. We got a super chat from Point Press. Thank you. Are you able to dump a rare jam game that is nowhere online? It needs to be dumped online. I personally am not, to the point where I'm not even totally sure what you're talking about. Jams, those are like an arcade style. I mean, I'm sure that's a thing. That's not my universe. I'm not, I believe those are cartridge based. I am not really good with cartridge dumping. Disc dumping I can talk to you about, but cartridges, not so much. So in other words, unfortunately, no, but thank you for the super chat all the same. We got another one from Lodmot, who says, if you were forced to pick between an all-digital console and a gaming PC, what would you choose? You must pick one or the other. Well, I'm always the kind of jerk who says that if you force me into a situation, there has to be a consequence for me not to pick those two things. And I'm guessing your answer would be death. But so I'll just ignore it. But no, the real answer, that I guess in that scenario where I, for some reason, like, Lodmot's very wealthy and he's going to crash the global economy if I don't do this. So I'm trying to take one for the team here. I would probably pick the gaming PC over an all digital console, because at least the gaming PC I could use as an actual PC for other purposes. So there you go. Joseph Tamburino, super chats. By the way, thank you, dude, because Joseph's on my podcast, my very sorely under listened to podcast. You guys should really check that out. It is a very fun thing. Joseph, I'm sorry to deviate from your super chat. I promise I'll get back to it. I've been doing a couple of videos lately. You guys might have noticed where I was talking about stuff that's a little bit more relevant, the digital content stuff. I know I just did that Sega video yesterday. I actually shot them like right here. And you guys seem to, at least based on the comments, seem to be pretty on board with, what's going on in the videos, and you seem to enjoy them. If you like that discussion, like where we're actually talking about things that are going on, you should really be listening to the podcast. Like Joseph and I will talk about a lot of stuff over there all the time. I think, it's just the length of the podcast definitely can be intimidating to people, but all the same, if you should check it out. It's a fun time. But yes, all the same, thank you, Joseph. He says, happy birthday. Other than the Sega games, what games announced during the Game Awards would you say you're most looking forward to the most? Okay, the one that threw me off completely, and I even tweeted about it, and this is gonna be a shocker answer because it's not even a console game. Pony Lasers 2. Pony Lasers is a very strange PC game. If you guys haven't ever heard of it, look it up. When I was still with Game Society Pimps, we actually did a video on it. And the reason we did a video on it is I had gone to an event in California, around San Francisco, with 2K. the 2K, like the company they were making. I think at the time they were working on Mafia 3 or something like that. So I went to an event for that, and of all people, I was hanging out with Tobuscus. And Tobuscus was telling me about this game. He's like, "You gotta check out this game, Pony Lasers. It's like one of the weirdest things I've ever played." So I looked at some footage and I'm like, "This is bananas." So then I came back and I was like to the rest of my GSP guys, I'm like, "We got to play this game." So we did these couple of videos on Pony Lasers. I'd never expected to hear anything about it ever again. And then last night they announced Pony Lasers 2, and I was like, "All right." I mean, I'll never really probably actually play it just because I don't think it'll ever get a console version. But hey, who knows? Like that, just the idea of that game, I have to give props. That's cool. So Joseph, huge shout out to you there, dude. Thank you very much. I also might be doing a live stream with Midnight's Edge soon. I think they're live right now. They invited me in there today, but then I'm doing this, so I might show up on a different stream over there. Well, we'll see what happens. But if you guys are fans of them at all. Is it a good idea to sell your physical copies of games after you download the ROMs to save space? Just so I correct me on this, Robinson. Basically what you're saying is, hypothetically, you're like, I bought 10 Sega Genesis games, just hypothetically, and now I want to get rid of them. I downloaded all 10 of those games as ROMs, and now I want to sell the physical editions. If that's what you're saying, I mean, that's your choice. Technically, that's illegal, but I don't think that matters in what you're suggesting. So up to you. I personally, would say only sell the stuff when you truly are like, yeah, I'm done with it, and I don't think I'm going to revisit it. Dave, for example, who's in here, I know he's commenting. I just saw him say something about the Kennedy assassination. Dave's all about the Kennedy assassination. Oh yeah, he said that if you got the footage of Oswald filming, they would still have conspiracy theories. That's absolutely true, by the way, Dave. But yeah, like Dave, I'm sorry to put you on blast here, but he's kind of a perfect example of this. So like lately he's choosing to kind of downsize his collection, digitize more of it, but like DRM free digitize it, aka, he's got a GameCube with the, I don't know, Dave, which particular ODE you're using, but the point is he uses the exploit, so he's getting rid of the discs. That argument I get. I mean, that's a personal choice for everybody to make. I'm hanging on to my physicals, but like, that's me. It's also possible at some point down the road I might be like, this takes up a lot of space and it's worth a lot of money and I never get around to playing it. Maybe I'll get rid of it. But I'm currently not in that mindset at all. So yeah, you certainly don't need my permission. That's obviously your own choice. A couple other super chats from Down Phoenix. He says, clip some podcast segments. Happy birthday. I mean, any one of you can do that. Every single one of those podcasts has time code in it. So if there's like a specific subject you're more or less interested in, you can click around on those. So basically they are kind of pre-segmented in that sense. Hugo Martinez, super chats. Happy birthday, Adam. Thoughts on Shinobi PS2? I have it over there somewhere. I haven't played it like since it came out though. I remember thinking like, wow, I would have probably preferred to play this on the Dreamcast because I think it was at some point planned for that, if I recall correctly. But I think if I'm honest with myself, around the time that, I think that was like 2002-ish, when Sega was like making third-party content now, I think there was this bitter part of me that was just like, I don't want to play Sega stuff on a PS2 or an Xbox or a GameCube. I'm sorry the camera's going in and out of focus, guys. There's only so much I can do about that. The camera loves to piss me off. But by the way, Hugo, I appreciate all your comments as of late, especially when you make me, you inform me that I make you feel old. I always find that kind of amusing. Yeah, thank you very much for that, Hugo. We got another super chat here from Martin Keaton, who says, happy birthday, Adam. Have a great day, my man. Well, I will. Thank you very much for the super chat and the support. As for Dave, he says he's not getting rid of everything. He's keeping on the stuff that he really wants. He's using a Xeno GameCube. Isn't that just the mod chip to the disk drive? I thought, I don't know. I use the GC loader personally. And yes, Candace will kill you if you ever get rid of your Virtual Boy and Jack Bros. But don't worry, I know he won't. He actually uses it as a nice display piece. It's pretty cool. I give Dave mad props for that. Have I played Sonic Origins? Not yet. Best Saturn game? Well, obviously that's a matter of personal opinion. I don't know. It's such a hard one because like the Saturn is such an underutilized, misunderstood library, like with just a bunch of weird exclusive stuff on it that's never been anywhere else. I I want to say something like Burning Rangers or Panzer Dragoon Saga, partially because of just their uniqueness and the fact that they are wholly exclusive to that system. But then I sit there and I think, like, how much time have I really sunk into those two games? And the answer is not nearly enough. So I don't know. The problem with the Saturn really is that the best games are usually ludicrously expensive to pursue, which is an interesting situation where you're talking about getting into these digital situations. Best Nuon game, well, that's easily Tempest 3000. I know you're trying to be funny, Loudmouth, but funny enough, there's 8 games for the Nuon, just 8, and it's such. Estall's a great choice. Good call back, Conquer. But for the Nuon, there's 8 games. One of them was exclusive to Korea, and it only got dumped like a couple months ago for the first time ever. It's been like 20 years since the game came out, and nobody ever had a copy of it. Did the connection just fail? Did something happen? Are we all right? Oh, we're back. Okay. I don't know. On my end, it just kind of stalled out for a second. You guys have to let me know if the connection fails for any reason. I'm going to pause the stream. Okay. Super chat from Rent Optional, who says, "Are you a fan of Sega Lord X?" I think he does good work. I haven't seen his videos in a very long time. I want to say I met him once, I think, but I could definitely be wrong about that. I guess I would say that we're not, even though we're both Sega guys, we're not really in the same circles. So I don't really know the guy. I've seen a couple of his videos, and I think he did a good job. I think he knows what he's doing. It's starting to freeze here and there. All right. Is it still doing that? I'm good. Everything's okay. It's good now. All right. One of those temporary fluctuations, I suppose. All right. Well, thank you everybody for continuing to stick around. We're not even close to done, so we'll be here for a while. But yes, if you are just joining us, this is a live Q&A in which you can ask me questions. I'll do my best to answer anybody's questions. Priority goes to those who do super chats or do Venmo or do PayPal. Let me double check, make sure there's no Venmo stuff. The only Venmo notifications I get are through my phone, so it's hard to tell. Ooh, the missus just told me I can have pizza. I'm not going to do it, though. I'm going to be nice. The missus is in the other room. She's a little camera shy, but that's all right. She might possibly make a cameo later. I kind of doubt it, but that's a possibility. Anyway, yes. So we're talking about this. So if you guys super chat or do PayPal or Venmo or any of that sort of thing, you get priority. But other than that, it's not a requirement. It's just a thank you if you guys want to. But other than that, we're just going to answer questions. So Sega Lord X was on the podcast. That guy's voice is amazing. Okay. What was the last game you played? So I had to play a lot of games for the arcade. I did a video that was sadly underviewed. I just put out on the Octopus arcade stick for the Dreamcast, and I sat there playing a lot of different games for it. The one I ended up kind of playing the most was Metal Slug 6, the Atomic Wave conversion for the Dreamcast. I went like halfway through that game. I think that was the last thing I actually sat down and played in any sort of meaningful amount of time. I'm trying to think. Like, literally the last game I played was probably again, it was for that video. It was for the Retro Tank video. I was playing Resident Evil Code Veronica. I ended up playing that for a while. Have I watched the Disney cartoon show Kim Possible, or have you seen the Incredibles movie? I've never seen Kim Possible. I have definitely watched those movies, though. I remember the first one pretty well. I saw it in theaters. Here's the thing about me. Up until Onward in 2020, I had seen every single Disney Pixar film in theaters, going all the way back to 1995's Toy Story. But I missed Onward because it was, in theaters for like a week or two, and then the pandemic, they were like, everything shut down. And so I missed that. And then after that, the streak was broken. I feel like it was almost a little bit of like OCD that was making me want to see every one of those in theaters. Because like, if I don't go see the new Disney Pixar movie, something will happen. So I was kind of glad when that streak was broken. But technically, I didn't see that movie. And then the pandemic happened. My bad. Do you still ever think about the trip that you took to the Czech Republic where they were super... I think about that. I don't think... All right, so just so people know, I don't think about Mrs. Claus anymore. She and I have since broken up. I'm with someone new now, someone named Amy. She's wonderful. She's currently in the other room, just kind of soaking in the bathtub and having a nice day to herself to relax, to be away from me so that she can just relax and have fun. But no, she's wonderful. I love the girl. She's amazing. And hopefully, maybe I can get her to do a little cameo on here later. She shows up on my travel channel from time to time if you want to check that out, which there's a link in the description there as well. Do I like Uncharted 4? I have not played it. So I don't have much of a comment on that. I played the one I played the most was the first one, but it's been years. I didn't know there was a PS2 game of Kim Possible. I remember there being like GBA games and stuff. Do you think that gaming has reached the point of endless sequels, remakes, etc.? Yes and no. Yes, in the sense that that's the ones everyone pays attention to. No, in the sense that's obviously not all the content that's actually produced. But the thing is, this is a self-fulfilling prophecy. You know, no offense to MZN who keeps asking about Uncharted 4, but the reason you keep getting sequels and remakes is because that's what everybody's asking about. Everything about if you're going to make a new IP, you have no base to begin with. So it's very, very difficult. So basically, people go back to the well constantly for established IP. I mean, I'm guilty of this too. Like literally last night, the video I made was all about established Sega IP that I was all excited about. That's just basic economics. And so we can all complain about there not being enough original content, but it's also our fault because when original content comes out, we don't support it or get nearly as excited about it. There's going to be exceptions in there, but usually it has to be attached to something else that also is legacy. Like, I forget that was it OD, the game that Kojima was talking about last night. The only reason that game's going to get a ton of traction is because it's Hideo Kojima, not because of the game itself. Do you know what I mean? It's like we usually only attach to previously exposed IP, and then certainly new IP can grow, but it's very difficult for that to happen these days. But when we do get a lot of indie stuff, it just, you know, I mean, for example, Alistair, I know you're in here, so you know what I'm talking about. Alistair, if you can comment for a second for me, does Dreamcast indie games. He also does NES indie games. He has that really cool pop-up book indie game that's coming out. And I'm sure Alistair would love a ton of exposure for his games because they are completely wholly original IP. But no offense, Alistair, people don't just blow up about his games, and they should, because that's original IP. It's, you know, it's unfortunate. It's kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. So no, I don't think it's dead, but I think it's a lot harder than it ever used to be. We got a super chat from D Street. He says, "Happy birthday, Adam. What games do you look forward to the most? For me, ones with the unique, subtle narratives. Example, Silent Hill 2, Undertale, Spec Ops: The Line." Well, okay, I was just talking about this a little bit. First of all, thank you for the super chat. I look forward to, it's ironic because of what I was just saying, I do look forward to a lot of my legacy IPs coming back, and I can check them out. When it comes to new IPs, I like stuff that's kind of a little off the wall. I like some survival horror things, action adventure games. I like stuff that kind of, how do I put this? Stuff that feels like it's unique beyond just, here's the main character has a gun and you're running around and shooting at stuff. Like, I know we're all excited about GTA 6. I'm going to be honest. GTA as a franchise has never been my favorite thing. I enjoyed GTA 3 just like everybody did when it came out. I thought Vice City was a little too much, but I kind of got through it. And then San Andreas, I was just kind of like, okay, I don't even care anymore. 4 and 5, I was kind of like, yeah, I respect they're incredibly well crafted. I'm sure GTA 6 will be very well crafted. It doesn't feel special to me. It just feels like sandbox, go play, which is fine. I got nothing against that. But I kind of like when a game kind of gives me some sort of interesting narrative. I care more about the story of a game, as odd as that might sound to a lot of people, because a lot of people obviously care about the gameplay. And I'm not saying you can't have good gameplay. Duh, you need good gameplay. But a story that kind of projects the gameplay forward as opposed to absence of a story that is just background for your gameplay. I prefer the former. So Silent Hill 2 is an interesting, exciting example because I love Silent Hill 1 for that very reason. I think Silent Hill's atmosphere and the story that it's got really, really aids the gameplay, and I love it. Silent Hill 2 I liked a lot more when I was younger. When I got older and I replayed it, like, I don't know if it was a year ago maybe, I ended up thinking, like, I didn't like it as much, and I don't know what to attribute that to. I just remember thinking Silent Hill 1 was a lot better. But that's just me. I like atmospheric games where the story is really integral to the gameplay. And I do like my open worlds, but I don't like it when it's so open world there doesn't seem to be any point to anything, if that makes any sense. Thank you, D Street, for the super chat. I think we got a couple more here. From Lodmot. What does your girlfriend think of your 8-track collection? LOL. What does she think of Shenmue? If I asked her what an 8-track is, I'm not sure she would know. And that's fair enough, because I didn't. And I'm older. She also says with Shenmue, she just doesn't get it. Yeah. Oh, Alistair commented. He said, yeah, it's a struggle. So I hope I didn't put you on blast there, Alistair. I hope you appreciate that. Got another super chat from Arthur Everest. Oh, by the way, thank you, Lodmont. Sorry, it just jumped. Happy birthday, Adam. If you could choose only one game series to play for the rest of your life, what would it be? Nice Bob Ross t-shirt, by the way. One game series to play for the rest of my life. Now, okay, I realize I'm modifying the question, but like, as it currently is with every entry, or like, do I get to complete it? Do I get a certain number of entries? You know what I'm saying? Like, obviously my go-to answer would probably be Shenmue, duh. But I would kind of be heartbroken if it always just ends at 3 and then it never continues. So then it would be hard, because then I might have to expand that answer to something like the Mario franchise, because truly that would just never end. Do you know what I mean? Arthur, if you can get back to me on that, I'd be very curious. And thank you. Bob Ross is the GOAT. Batconquer super chats. I missed the backwards compatibility program. I am still bummed that Condemned 2 Bloodshot did not make it in. Hopefully the Activision games come. I thought Condemned 2 was made compatible, or was that Condemned 1? You might be in some luck there, actually. I forget her name. Sarah Bond. I think it was her name, Sarah Bond. She's one of the heads of Xbox right now, and she kind of put out this cryptic tweet about, and just kind of put out an Xbox 360 logo, which a lot of people just interpreted to mean backwards compatibility, which it actually could. But because of the Activision deal, you're not wrong. It is possible mostly 360, but a bunch of original Xbox games could also be suddenly added to that now that they will have complete control of that IP. Which ones, I'm not entirely certain, but that's not impossible. However, I wouldn't expect it to be anything other than the Activision titles, unless they just went out of their way to add like Halo 1 and 2, which surprisingly they never did, but that's because they were on the Master Chief Collection. I don't know. It's not impossible. I mean, you never know what other deals might come along, so it's a possibility. So thank you, Batconquer. Oh, hey, Midnight's Edge. We were just talking about you, dude. Andre, what's up? Happy birthday, old man, and well done on your weight loss journey. Thank you. You can thank you. Actually, the real person to thank on that is the missus. She was in the other room, and she has been very good at controlling my diet. Hence, you're not seeing a bunch of cookies and pizza in front of me. Although, to be fair to her, she was like, you should get some pizza. And I was like, no, it's all right. So it's a team effort. But anyway, Andre, thank you. He says, happy birthday, old man. Well done on your weight loss journeys. Finger crossed that the new Sega games will actually be good. I completely agree, dude. By the way, yes, at some point when you're available, when our schedules sync up, I want to come back on your show if that's still an option, and we can talk about digital streaming and digital content and the Sega stuff. If you still want to, just let me know. But either way, if you guys aren't familiar with Midnight's Edge, you really should be watching Midnight's Edge. That is a unbelievable channel for all things like news related to movies and television shows and Hollywood industry stuff and like what's going on over there. Fascinating channel, unbelievable. And you know, I remember last year when Andre just showed up in here and I was like starstruck a little bit, because I was like, dude, I've been watching that dude for years. I had no idea he would have known my existence, much less actually watched me from time to time. So thank you, Andre. Let's see here. We got a lot of happy birthday. Oh, Arthur says, as it is now. Yeah, Arthur, if that's the case, then I'm going to go with Mario. Because I think Mario games, there's like enough of there that I could always find my way back around to being entertained. It would kill me not to be able to play my Sonic or Shenmue ever again, but I probably would go with the Mario franchise just because there's so many games there that are wonderful. I haven't had a chance to play the new one either. Wonderland, I want to play that. I just haven't had the time. I don't own it. Well, that's also a big factor too, but you know what I mean. But yeah, hopefully that answers your question. Are you going to get a RetroGem HDMI mod installed in the PS2? The answer to that is probably Eric. Spoilers, I have a video coming out on the RetroGem HDMI N64. That's right around the corner. That I might even be next week when that comes out. But at some point, probably on the PS2. I would love it. It's not always my choice, though. Why is the PS5 so picky with external storage and game save data unlike the PS4? You'll have to give me a little bit more of a specific user case there, Poo Panda. I know that when I don't know if this has changed. I know that it had an 8 terabyte external storage limit, which was extraordinarily frustrating when I was setting up the console, because I was like, I have a 16 terabyte drive and it just wouldn't let me do anything with it. Where I was like, dude, the Xbox 360 will take a will take a 16 terabyte hard drive attached. Thank you very much, Parker, for wishing me a happy birthday. Well, thank you everybody for wishing me a happy birthday so far. We've been live for what? Not even an hour? Yeah, it's only been like 45 minutes. So thank you so much, everybody. We're not going anywhere anytime soon. Having fun. Hopefully you guys are liking hanging out here. Suddenly I'm getting a bunch of spam emails. So let me take care of some of this junk. Starbucks did offer me my free birthday drink today, guys, but I did not end up using it. I might do later. That is a possibility. Who knows? It is a possibility. It is a possibility. Okay. By the way, if you guys aren't in my Discord, you should definitely join over there, because then you know how this chat's going and people are just hanging out. It's kind of like that all the time over there. All the links to that kind of stuff are in the description. All right, let's take some more questions. How do you feel about the new refresh Jet Set Radio announcement? Well, Daniel, you're in luck. I actually did a video about this last night. But the short answer to your question is, I think it's really cool. Like, I'm going to be honest with you guys. When Sega kept teasing that they were going to have like this, you know, special new era, new energy, like announcement, I know them well enough in their history where I was like, all right, I know this. Like, I could cite not one, but 2 examples of them doing this in the past where they go, oh, we have this big announcement, and then it's like a Japanese exclusive soccer game. And then another time we're like, we have a very special announcement, and you hold on to the entire show to wait for it. No idea what it's going to be. And they're like, we will have new t-shirts on sale. You're like, okay. So I was kind of not expecting much. So when they announced that they were like, oh yeah, we're going to bring back 5 legacy content franchises, you're like, wow. I didn't see that one coming. So again, in case you missed that news, they're bringing back, there's going to be a new Crazy Taxi game, new Jet Set Radio game, new Shinobi, new Streets of Rage, and new, what was the other one? I'm spacing out. And Golden Axe. There's going to be a new Golden Axe game out of nowhere. And they showed little samples of each one. And I mean, based on just what we saw, it looked pretty cool to me. And people keep asking like which one I'm most excited about. And I did say Jet Set Radio, and I'm probably going to stick to that. But then there's this part of me that goes, I don't know, man. I would really love a new solid Crazy Taxi. I didn't really get behind the Game Boy Advance ones or the PSP ones. I certainly didn't care about that Taxi Chaos clone thing. But to be fair, Crazy Taxi 1, I love. Crazy Taxi 2, I thought was like good. And Crazy Taxi 3, I remember not ever really getting into the way I wanted to. And that's kind of where the franchise stopped. So we'll see if it's any good. But then I also say the same thing, you know, that I might have been slightly biased at the time because I just didn't like the idea that Sega was making games for non-Sega hardware. So I don't know, you know, we'll see. Obviously that era is never coming back. To depress everybody, Sega's never making another console. But yeah, they like El Orso, I'm sorry if I pronounced your name wrong. Sega kind of stole the show with that announcement. I agree, they really did. Like, I'm going to be honest, watching that was very, very difficult. It was a very boring award show. And that's, to be fair, award shows aren't really that entertaining. But I got nothing. I mean, congratulations to all the winners. Happy for all of them. Not taking anything away from them. It was just kind of a dull thing to sit through. But that one, hey, that was a shocker commercial. Even Jeff Neely, I forget how to pronounce his name. Even he was like, you don't usually get a commercial. You don't usually get a drop for 5 sudden games all of a sudden. That was pretty cool, which he was right. So, hey, man, and to be fair, that's not even all that Sega said they're doing. They're going to do more stuff. We just don't know what it is yet. So the question is, Godzilla -1. For those who haven't seen it, what were my thoughts on it? All right, so I really want to talk about Godzilla -1, but I don't want to ruin it for people. I really don't want to ruin it for people. So here's the thing. Godzilla -1 might be a legitimate contender for Best Picture this year. And I know that's a shocking statement. And if anybody who just kind of scoffs at that, keep in mind that Shin Godzilla, the previous Japanese Godzilla film, did actually win Best Picture in Japan. I don't want to ruin it for anybody. all I'm gonna say is I know the perception of Godzilla a lot of time is like guy in a monster suit fights another thing and it's just dumb, funny dubbed thing. There are a handful of good Godzilla movies that really show what the character is supposed to be. He's meant to be an allegory for other things. Godzilla 1954 Gojira was an allegory for war-torn Japan and the concept of the atomic bomb. Shin Godzilla was an allegory for political bureaucracy and red tape in Japan's government in conjunction with the Fukushima disaster. And all I'll say about this movie without ruining anything is that Godzilla Minus One is an allegory for PTSD and war veterans. And in that sense, it's beautiful, like absolutely beautiful. I didn't like the ending that much, but that's all I'm going to say on it because I don't want to ruin it for anybody. But I do think, don't think of it as like some dumb monster movie. And also, I mean, I know it's movies and not video games, but go support it because that's the kind of thing where everybody's like, oh, you know, like we don't get into these smaller budget movies or well competent movies. Why don't we do that? Godzilla Minus One is just having a small theatrical release outside of Japan. Go support it. It apparently has done well enough that more people are going to stick around for it, and they're doing more screenings. Go check it out. It's a very good movie. You don't have to know anything about Godzilla. All you need to know is some basic stuff about post-war Japan, aka they lost and they were depressed. That's all you need to know. We got a huge super chat from Lodmont. Wow, $100. Thank you, Lodmont. He says, "Happy birthday, boss. Also, happy Kimball with Merry New Year." Okay, I told you, Lod's drunk and rich. Best wishes to you and your girlfriend. Have a day of birth. Have a day of birth. Day happy smile. Oh, I'm drunk. He just goes off the rails. Thank you, Lodmont. Well, that was very nice of you, dude. You didn't have to do that, but I appreciate it all the same. Yeah, thank you. That was very nice of you. And yes, Alistair, the Godzilla Minus One is subtitled. Lodmont, yeah, seriously, dude, thank you very much. Maybe drink a little less, or drink more. The amount where you donate is that amount. You stay there. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, thank you. If you have a question, Lodmont, by all means, let me know. Do you reckon we'll get Shenmue 0? Flannel Flats, thank you. Yeah, I'll get back to you in 1 second. I remember, Justin. I'll get back to your super chat. Thank you. But let me just answer that question about Shenmue 0. So where this kind of came from is that Yu Suzuki was just doing an interview and people were talking about like what other projects or whatever I have in mind. He just kind of, you know, colloquially, socially, jovially talking about the idea of doing a Shenmue prequel. And then of course the internet's like, oh, why would you do that? Instead of just continuing, it's like, just let the man create. I doubt he's just trying to go backwards for the sake of it. It's more like, yeah, that would be fun. I wouldn't expect that unless it's a very low budget, very small game that just has, you know, some sort of simple point. I don't pretend to know the inner workings of YSNet and exactly what they're doing, but they are an active studio, still trying to produce content, still trying to produce games outside of the Shenmue franchise. That's what Air Twister was all about, which was effectively a spiritual successor to Space Harrier, both of which were made by Yu Suzuki. The goal of which generate, you know, make a small game, keep his team working, generate some income, and usually, hopefully, bring some of that in to further the advancement of a Shenmue 4 becoming a reality. If he can make something called Shenmue 0 that's just like a very short little game that doesn't cost his team a whole lot, and that brings in money, that's great. I would expect whatever that is to be a very, very small thing if it gets made. And that would be one of those things where I would only expect it to get made because they could do it relatively cheap. And it would probably only be like a couple hours of gameplay. It's just kind of a prelude to Shenmue 1, which is in of itself a prelude to the game. So that might be a little weird. But then I also see the Shenmue community being like, why wouldn't he just finish it? Oh, drama, internet. But whatever. I don't know if that'll ever actually happen. I would personally prefer to see him go forward, but I don't pretend to understand their business model exactly. I don't have access to their numbers. That would be my guess on how he's doing it, though, or the way he wants to do it. Okay, so yeah, we got the super chat again, Justin. Thank you. Happy birthday, brother. Thanks for all the awesome videos over the years. Anyway, did you watch the Ahsoka show? If so, what did you think of Hayden? No, I'm gonna be honest, guys. First of all, thank you for that. I kind of have checked out of Star Wars. I liked Andor. I did. But at the end of it, after I sat on it for a while, even though I enjoyed it, I was like, I just don't even really care where this goes anymore. You know, there's too many things. I think I did watch Obi-Wan. and I remember being really disappointed by it, because the thing is, Star Wars, man, there's so much stuff that's apparently canon now that's just kind of like universe breaking, to the point where I'm just like, I just don't care anymore. Like, where I have to watch this stuff and be told, like, yeah, this is what happened after all these characters that you loved, like, they all became like losers and failures and they died for no reason. And you know, it's hard to care anymore. Like, maybe last year I did like a rewatch marathon of Star Wars stuff, and then I actually started just cutting out things. Like, I was like, I'm not watching the Disney trilogy. It's not worth my time, because it's just like, you know where this goes, and it's just a waste of your energy. And I don't know, man. Like, it's made it really hard for me to care. And it's kind of like what happened with Marvel. Like, they've overdone it with so many different projects that aren't good, where you're just like, all you've done is take the success of the competent era of storytelling and destroy it by saying, oh, and then this happened, and then this, and then this, and you're like, shut up. That's kind of how I feel. Yeah, the Patterson cut. I've seen the Patterson cut of Obi-Wan. It is definitely better, but it's not canon, so it's kind of like, whatever. It's more entertaining to see, but that's about it. Yeah, I don't know, man. I want to go back to loving Star Wars and Marvel, but I can't do it. Like, I just can't. Star Wars Force Awakens. Oh, the one exception. Yeah, Rogue One was good. I liked Rogue One. I agree with that. But dude, Disney has had Star Wars for 11 years. Think about that. 11 years. They've had it since 2012. They've made one good movie in that time, and even that movie in of itself is very divisive. I don't know, man. Adam, are digital purchases for retro consoles property? I'm going to say yes, because it's just ROMs that you can run on emulators, flashcards, ODs, and Mr. FPGA. You'd have to kind of reframe that question. I assume what you're talking about is, like, if we're just honest, illegally downloaded ROMs through websites and that you stick onto flash media. If that's the case, well, you have control of it, but it's certainly not your property, as you illegally obtained it. It's got no DRM. No one's arguing that. See, the misconception. All right, so I've been doing a bunch of videos on all this stuff lately about digital content and all that, and a lot of people kind of misunderstand and say, like, well, if I download it through piracy, then it's mine too. It's like, or you download it through legitimate means and it's not yours because they have the right to take it away. It's ironic. The legitimate method of downloading stuff, they have the right to take it from you, where you paid them money. But if you stole it through illegitimate means, like piracy, you can possess it, not necessarily legally. But there is currently no solution to legally buy it and possess it in perpetuity. And that's essentially the point I'm trying to make with all these videos, is like, I don't believe in digital content as property as a general matter, but that's a me position. I don't expect everybody to feel that way. What I do expect out of everyone is to have some respect for consumer rights, so that if you're going to pay money for something, they don't have the right to revoke it from you. I'm not trying to make the entire world switch over to physical media. That's not ever been my goal. It's just been, look, man, if you're going to trade away physical media for digital content, that's a choice. But understand, you're also trading away your rights in that process too. You aren't just downloading it in the middle of a snowstorm and thinking you're, amazing for doing that. Do you know what I mean? So with ROMs, yes, it's DRM free, but it's also definitely not legally yours. Unless you ripped it yourself, such as like I did. I was talking earlier about my like Ultimate Dreamcast. Every single game on there is there, like, oh, it's a complete set, but I actually own them and I ripped them personally. You know what I mean? So that's my own collection digitized. I am the original disc holder. Within US law, you have the right to archive and backup property of your own. Now, if I were to sell one of those discs, legally speaking, I have to delete the ISO. Now, I'm personally not selling that stuff, but you know what I mean? Like, this is the gray area that everybody's kind of been operating in, and you guys got to be a little worried about that, because as that gray area is more and more ignored, that's also the time the corporations are basically saying, like, hey, it's cool for us to just chip away at these rights because nothing has been settled yet. And once things are kind of hard locked in, it's really hard to undo that. Unless it's new indie homebrews. Alistair, I do archive your games as well, but for my own personal use. I do not distribute them. I make sure that they can work on ODE, such as the mode or the GDMU, etc. But I did get your discs. as you know. Notice you've been pumping out more YouTube content. More on your mind, or are you trying to appease the algorithm? Kind of a combination of both. As you like, I feel very passionately about the whole digital content distribution thing, as we've discussed just a moment ago. And then things happened, and I was like, I want to talk about this. This means a lot to me. But also the Sega thing was just a random drop where that happened. You guys obviously know I love my Sega content. But then with random videos like reviews, I think tomorrow actually, I want to say it's tomorrow, I'm putting out a video on, yes, Project Stellar, the original Xbox mod chip, which is pretty cool, by the way. So, like, it's just that time of the year, but also some of it's just coincidental. It's just, oh, wow, that happened. Oh, wow, that happened. Let's talk about it. You'll notice that everybody does more content in December. For me, it's also because it's, I live in Chicago and it's cold here, so I'm going to stay inside and probably just work. Could you imagine a subscription-only console? Wasn't that kind of what Stadia was trying to be? But to Google's credit, and everybody told me this, they apparently did a lot of refunding of stuff after the service failed, which you got to give them some props for that. 1 second here. When the phone... Okay. Do you think there'll eventually be a Shenmue 5 and 6? I can't imagine there would ever be a Shenmue 6. It really depends on what happens with 4, if it gets made. I personally believe Shenmue 4 will happen. Shenmue 5 is the one I'm very concerned about. I don't think that Yu Suzuki would press his luck and try to get a 6th one at all. The game either ends in 4 or 5. According to Yu Suzuki, he could do it in 4, but he'd really prefer a 5th. I can tell you that Shenmue 3 ends kind of abruptly, partially due to external pressures, and we'll leave it at that. He didn't want it to end where it ended. So the problem is Shenmue 3 ends with the story only being 40% completed, which means a Shenmue 4 would have to cover more content by a lot than the other 3 previous games had covered collectively. Wrap your mind around that. That's a lot of game, which is why he would prefer to do at least a 5th game so you can kind of balance that out a little bit better. Because if he has to water it down to a 4th game, that means whole big chunks are going to be ripped out. But maybe that's the reality we have to live with. I don't want it that way, but only he can make that decision. Batconquer Super Chats, thank you again. Thoughts on the Turok series? Dude, I haven't played Turok since like N64. I remember liking it as a game. I did not really like the control style. And I think the thing I remember the best about it, as dumb as this might sound, is I don't know if anybody out there remembers Toy Fair magazine. I kind of doubt any of you do. Toy Fair magazine was a magazine in the mid-90s that basically talked about upcoming toy news, but they always had this section in the middle called, I think it was called Twisted Mego Theater, M-E-G-O. And it was just like they took a bunch of action figures and then just kind of like had a comic book comedy storyline out of them. And I remember a few times that Turok ended up in there. He's like, I used to be popular, now I suck. Like, I just remember that being a thing. By the way, after that magazine went under, those guys all got hired to make Robot Chicken, if anybody watches that. But yeah, there's my tangential answer to your question. Thank you, Batconquer. Pick one. Shenmue 4 and 5, but exclusive to the Wii, or no new Shenmue ever again. Well, obviously I would take that, but I'd be very confused how they made that happen in 2023. Tell us about the Orky Borkies. Orky Borky of Canada is an individual in my Discord who, let's just say, is weird. He fits a very odd persona type that I've noticed a handful of other gamers have. And when they show up, we basically just give them that same title. So Orky Borky is essentially a title to aspire to within the lore of my server. Is there a movie you watch that has nothing to do with the holidays you watch every year around the holidays? Not that I can think of. I'm never that consistent about that kind of thing. The only ones where you kind of just randomly throw them around the holidays are usually holidays movies, I guess. I would like a Home Alone or something. Which, by the way, the lady and I went to that house very recently. The Home Alone house is only like 20 minutes from here. Have I got an FM Towns Marty yet? I have not. Has the golden age of gaming passed? Is there much differentiation between hardware players? The thing is, every generation asks that question. And usually for different reasons. Like I'm going to say this on the behalf of millennials, because that's what I am. We look back on, the fourth gen usually as like this golden age, the Sega Genesis and the Super Nintendo. And I've said my reasoning for that is that it was two dedicated video game companies that were just duking it out. They had no additional features beyond games. So the games had to be different. They had to be good. They had to be interesting. And we look back on that as like this amazing thing. But in the era in which it was actually happening, I'm sure there's a lot of people who were looking back on it, probably Gen Xers, who were like, man, I hate how complicated these games are now. It was so much better when it was simple. It had one controller stick. Gaming has just gone down the drain. Or, we now are kind of looking back at the 6th gen, of course, and be like, wow, that was the last generation where, games didn't have all this digital infrastructure and you could just play them offline and you could have your experience. And then I guarantee you, 10, 20 years from now, a whole bunch of these digital dependent consoles, even things like the Xbox One and PS4, when a bunch of that stuff doesn't work, the generation that grew up on those are going to look back on it and be like, man, wasn't it great when all these games actually like worked and stuff? And yeah, it was like games simpler back then, like every generation goes through this. We got a super chat from Lodmont, again, because he's very, very rich. He says, since you're into single player games with in-depth storytelling, have you played Guilt? It was a Google Stadia only exclusive, but I think it has a physical release on PS5 now. Just beat it last night. No, I have not. First, thank you for the super chat. Second, I heard you mention it last night, but I didn't know anything beyond that. I would have to look into it. To be honest, until last night, I hadn't even heard of it. So thank you. I'm going to put this question out there for everybody. Chira says, I'm curious, he's asking if Secret of Mana is any good. I haven't played it personally, but I'm sure a bunch of people would tell you it is. I believe Secret of Mana was basically like the JRPG for beginners. That was kind of how it was trying to introduce itself into the West, because American players in particular didn't really know how JRPGs were supposed to work. And that was kind of the hold your hand JRPG game. Dave says, people complaining about new things is funny enough as old as a time. Yeah, exactly. Like, back in my day. Bleh. Yeah, we all do that. And the older you get, the more intense you get about it. Do you think the Sega games announced at the Game Awards last night are being developed internally or by licensed third parties? That is a very good question, and I wish I had some insight into that. I legitimately don't know. Sega was very good at keeping a lid on that. Even when they invited me out to their London office a couple of months ago. I actually brought the Sega Pluto home so they could take photos of it and all that stuff and have it internally. But they never mentioned anything like this, so they were pretty good about keeping stuff like that a secret. I'm going to guess that they're probably farmed out to other development studios that consist of fans of those franchises, but I don't know that. That's flip a coin, it could be right or wrong. I think if you grew up without the internet as a non-Gen Z, single player games were great. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I was. Like the internet really was not a thing that I could actively participate in until I was already in like middle school. So I would have been like 13-ish by the time I was first having access to the internet at all. So that first 13 years or so, it was just there's no connection to anything. You can't do anything. So you'd come home and you'd play your games offline, and there was no expectation of anything else. To be fair, there were kids that had things like the Sega Channel, which, by the way, people brought that up in one of the videos. They're like, Sega Channel is the prime example that Gen Z in particular is not going to understand, where when the service stops, the thing is junk. So I don't know how many Gen Zers are watching right now, but Sega Channel was a little attachment for the Sega Genesis that would allow you to connect to Sega servers back in like 1991. Like, it was a while back. And you would effectively be able to pay for the subscription service, and you could download like one game at a time. It was effectively like Xbox Game Pass with much more primitive technology, but very similar concept. And I believe Sega stopped supporting it in like 95. I could definitely be wrong on those specific numbers. I never actually had it. But as soon as it ended, the service was dead. The block of hardware you bought was still there, but it didn't do anything anymore. Obviously, you stopped paying the subscription fee, but all the content you were downloading wasn't actually yours. Now, to be fair to Sega Channel, they never claimed it was. It was just kind of like Game Pass, where they make it kind of clear it was just you're just renting stuff effectively. But those services don't last forever, and I feel like a lot of Gen Z in particular don't know that simply because they grew up with the internet their entire lifetime. Do we have a name yet for the generation below them, the like millennials kids? Do they have a name yet? I honestly don't know. X-Band I remember, but that's not what I was talking about. X-Band was like a third-party thing that just kind of allowed online compatibility with like fighting games and stuff usually. Do you think 6th generation of consoles is the first Gen Z console generation? I'd have to look at when Gen Z is considered to be born. Wasn't it 2003 onward? If so, technically yes, but I would have to argue that's probably not correct. Because if it's 2003, and I'm operating that off of memory, so if somebody correct me if it's a different year that Gen Z is considered to have started. But if that's the case, I would probably argue it's mostly 7th gen stuff. It's like I was technically born in the 3rd gen, like the NES Master System era, but I have really no experiences of it when it was relevant because it was just too young. 97 is when you're saying Zoomers were born? If it's 97, then there is a legitimate case that the 6th gen would be the first consoles that those kids would have had. But more so the tail end of them, just because like 2000 is when the PlayStation 2 really came out, and I don't know, your oldest Gen Z at that point would have been like 3, so I don't really know if they would have been getting much out of that. But you know, a couple of years later, sure. Every time I see someone say the Wii was their first console, I die a little inside. Yeah, try making videos about it, dude. I get it all the time. We are all just changing the definition of generations now. Oh, now all Gen Z was born in 1995? I don't know about that. Maybe that's true. I don't know. Have I ever done karate and tried to copy all the moves from Shenmue? Do I look like I do karate? Okay. Oh, so people are talking. All right. So when people say, "Oh, the PS2 was their first console," and how old you feel, I'll do you one better. I posted about this. I think it was like last year. The amount of time between the launch of the Atari 2600 and the PlayStation 2, that gap is less time than the PlayStation 2 launch and now. You're old. I mean, I am 37. I know. I get it. How come there are ads in the live stream? It's YouTube. The Wii was your first console. See, this happens all the time. I'd like to believe that the Wii was the first console for a lot of people that never played video games, and then the Wii was like that popular thing they just kind of tried out, and that someone like American Loner was just that statistically unlikely situation where you played the Wii and it actually turned you into a gamer rather than reminding you that you're friends with your grandmother or whatever. Hey, Julian, what's up? Why do I still feel 25 when I'm actually 40? Time starts to just fly a lot faster. Like, you know, part of me is like, oh yeah, I got out of college last year. Oh no, wait, that was like a lot. That was a long time ago. Are we ever going to break the PS2 sales record? Dark Master, I don't think you and I are making a game console currently, so I doubt you and I will do it, but it's possible the Nintendo Switch will. You're hitting the big 30 next year? Man, you're a lot younger than I thought. The dares vary based on your source. I wonder how many generations back Gen Z goes when playing retro stuff. I have my limits regarding what I find playable as I go back. See, that's an interesting point. So it's hard for me to really aggregate that because I do get Gen Zs who watch this channel. I'm sure there's some in the chat right now. But the Gen Zs that watch me will usually admit that they're kind of oddballs in their group because they're usually more interested in the tech of yesteryear as opposed to what's currently going on. So the pool we have to pull here might be a little skewed in, let's say, our favor. But yeah, it's really hard to say because I look back at my own history, and the only reason I'm cool with playing something like the Atari 2600 is because I had it as a kid, even though it was very much out of date when I had it. It's just there's some nostalgia there for that reason. But if you were to try and set me back to go play like the original Magnavox Odyssey, I can't imagine I would get more than like 5 minutes of entertainment out of that. Like, it's so I get it. And it's, if I were to relate it to something like movies, like, I can watch a movie made in pretty much any era, even if it's, black and white, that doesn't bother me. But I have to admit, when you get into the silent film era, I tend to tune out. Just because, like, and they made us do that in film school, and I was like, yeah, this just teaches me how much better technology got. I mean, I admit there's a certain creativity to it, where it's like you can make a film that theoretically anybody can watch with regardless of language, but at the same time, it can't be that engaging because, like, sound is such a significant portion of what immerses you into something, and when it's just not there, it's awkward more than anything else. Yeah, so Alexander's Workshop is a good example. He says he's 23 and he's interested in both the new and old stuff. So you'd be an example of a Gen Z that's probably more aligned with a lot of us millennials in that regard. But I would bet a lot of your friends are probably like, dude, whatever. Like, I'm just guessing. Happy birthday, Adam. Do you think the bots will be high tomorrow for the 4K 60 release? Sorry, what? You'll have to elaborate on that one. I'll come back and see if you're still doing another marathon. I don't think I'm going anywhere anytime soon. Sound films are great for a history lesson. Yeah, but that's where they're kind of relegated to. At least in my opinion. Obviously, if anybody enjoys them, by all means, enjoy them. Why do you love the Wii so much? I don't. Thank you for the happy birthday wishes, by the way, everybody. Do you like the Godzilla Atomic Breath from Shin or -1 better? Ooh. I think the Shin one is probably better as far as an actual combat tactic because he was able to, like, use it more readily. But then again, in neither film does he actually really need it for much of combat. I think its presentation in -1 is much better, but at the same time, it actually was, it can be detrimental how long it takes. Let's leave it at that. 10-hour stream? Who knows? Pick up any 4K discs recently? I have not. For Adam, the Hyperscan is better than the Wii. In some ways, because at least the Hyperscan you can laugh at because everybody knows it sucks. When you talk about how bad the Wii is, you have to get past a whole bunch of rose-tinted glasses of people that are just like, no, it was great. It was great when you were 4. It's not great now. Favorite Dreamcast game of all time? Come on, man. Shenmue, obviously. Adam, subscribe to your content. Thank you. So let me reintroduce here in case anybody's unfamiliar. Yes, so it's my birthday today, so I like to do a birthday stream, obviously once every year. This kind of just goes until it goes. Basically, it's a Q&A, so you guys can kind of just ask me whatever. We chat, we hang out, we talk. Anybody who donates either via PayPal, Venmo, or Super Chat gets instant priority to their question, such as Hugo Martinez, who just Super Chat, says, are we peak U.S. Saturn prices or will it go down? So, first of all, Hugo, thank you. Second of all, that's really hard to predict. The Saturn is really kind of an anomaly. Normal cycles of marketing as far as like the retro game like wave system would typically indicate that the Saturn should be getting cheaper just because what ends up happening is the generation that grew up with it as kids, they end up selling it off when they don't need it anymore, usually about the time the next generation of stuff comes in. And then eventually they kind of want their childhood back and they buy it, and that's what brings up the prices. The problem is the Saturn was never that popular to begin with. So it was always kind of uncommon. So there aren't that many people buying it back for that reason. What ended up happening with the Saturn specifically is that a lot of people went back to it because they were just like, huh, Sega made a system that's kind of like the PS1 that has a ton of amazing content on it, and nobody's ever played any of it. And there's not a lot of it out there. So a ton of people just went after it like crazy, and that's kind of where we're at. So I can't imagine Saturn is actually going down anytime soon, at least not super soon. What likely will happen, but again, purely speculative, is that at some point, I think the people buying Saturn is mostly Gen X and millennials, like older millennials like me. And I have to assume more and more of them will cash out at some point, but that could be a really long time. Like there aren't that many people in Gen X, so I would assume most of them have already cashed out. The ones who decided to keep it, they've kept it. I mean, you're kind of arguing demographics versus collection versus the very uniqueness of the Saturn. So I guess the short answer is I would not expect Saturn prices to get cheaper anytime soon. Maybe it will in like 20 years, but then you also get to a point where it's even rarer. You know what I mean? So it's really hard to say. Thank you for the donation, Hugo. We got another one from CritCon who says, do you have a server for your game/movie backups? Do you use Plex? Also, do you archive anything that isn't games or movies, YouTube vids, magazines, etc.? Great question. Thank you for the super chat. I don't have a server for that purpose. I have a bunch of hard drives and redundant hard drives that archive all of my games, at least the disc-based ones, with the only exception of that being PS5, which I don't have a way to archive currently. Xbox One and Xbox Series X, I don't have a way to archive those particular discs. Any other discs, one other exception would be laser active games, I guess. But with the exception of those, I'm able to archive all my discs. So that's what I do. It is in my list of things to do that I want to archive my Blu-rays. I just haven't done it because it's an undertaking, man. DVDs, I don't feel as strongly about needing to do that. I will admit, with movies, if you truly lose it, it's kind of hard or it's relatively easy to regain it. It's only out of print stuff that really tends to be a problem with that. But at least that's kind of under the old model. As we go forward, it might be a case where physical media, movies and TV shows get less common as they do. I mean, as streaming and everything takes over, I think they will maintain a market for physical media editions, but who knows? We might see the rise of like a limited run games, but specifically for movies and TV shows. I know that Shout Factory is pretty good at this, but we might get to a point where it's like, okay, a physical edition Blu-ray through Shout Factory might be like $50 for like a single movie, just because we're only doing like 1,000 copies of this movie and that's it. We might get to that point, and if that's the case, that's when you have to start archiving a lot of that stuff. But that's purely speculative. But to answer your question, no, I don't have a Plex server, and I don't participate in that. Not anything against it. It's just not how I do it personally. Though I do think Plex is fascinating because it's effectively your own homegrown controlled streaming service where you yourself archive your own content, which I think is cool, which also makes it get around certain legalities. But at the same time, actually maintaining one would be a little irritating, especially when I wouldn't be sharing it. I'd only be using it myself, and I already own all the content. You know what I mean? Thank you for the super chat. Chat just jumped. Where are we at? Still waiting for the KFC console to come out. Yeah, good luck with that. Adam, is that true? Is what true? Have I ever heard of Pogs? Dude, I was collecting Pogs in the mid-90s. Yeah, I fell for that one too. But it was fun, actually. I remember when Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, the movie, so it was like 95, was like exactly the time of Pogs being at their height. McDonald's had a tie-in with Pogs and Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. And I remember a bunch of my friends, we all just went to McDonald's and we just kept going up and being like, let's get more Pogs. And we just kept annoying the clerks because they were willing to give them to you, but they're like, oh my God, just take the stupid little cards. We don't care. And then you don't end up doing anything with them because they're just stupid little pieces of paper. But yeah, that was fun. That was about the most fun I ever got out of Pogs. Yeah, as an actual game, I don't know if I ever even played it. The Saturn, Dave says, the Saturn, in my opinion, is the console you need to throw an ODE in to get the most out of it at this point. For financial purposes, yes. The only argument to that might be like the Neo Geo AES, but that wouldn't be an ODE technically. It'd be like a flash cart. But I get your point, Dave. Of all of the disc-based consoles, Saturn, yeah, probably. Saturn's such a weird one, man, because like there are rarer game consoles, like, you know, the Pippin or whatever, but they're not usually in demand as far as like the hardware or the software. Like, it's cool to have a Pippin, I guess, amongst like 3 people that think it's cool, but there's nothing really on there that most people would ever really want to play, other than like Marathon, which is like the precursor to Halo. Oddly enough, is on console anyway, is exclusive to the Apple Pippin. Who knew? So if you're a big Halo fan, technically you're missing a game in the franchise, sort of. But you know, actually trying to facilitate and get that is a big deal. Whereas the Saturn was like, dude, it was Sega, and it was like a real system. It wasn't like the 32X where it had like 40 games and it was just kind of a spin-off thing. Like, they put a lot of effort in that, and there's a lot of great games on it. You just can't get them. They're just too financially impossible to track down. And yes, unless you're LOD Mod, obviously. Alien vs. Predator Jaguar remaster. Interesting choice. I really tried to play that game. I really did. And I just couldn't get behind it. I was like, everybody says like this is the game you need a Jaguar for, which is actually a sentence I've heard. And I was just like, man, like I just couldn't get behind that game. I think it's just from a different era of first person shooter. And that said, I love GoldenEye, you know what I mean? So I get it. You can play Marathon on PC. Oh, I know. I'm saying, as far as consoles, I think that's the only distribution method it ever got. Somebody's saying there's an Xbox 360 digital version of Marathon. I have never heard of that. Is that true? Can anybody confirm that? Hey, Ronald, Tech Therapies here. How you doing, dude? You're confused. What's a Plex server? So I'm no expert on this, but Plex is basically like a website, and you can subscribe to a service they have that basically allows you to build your own, effectively your own streaming service, and then you can throw on whatever videos you want into your own private Plex server. And then if you give out distribution keys to your friends, your family, whatever, as long as you keep your server up, meaning your PC is booted up and it's constantly like willing to be connected to the internet, people can come check out the videos that you have. Now, I assume the intended purpose of this from a legal matter was like, oh, here's all my home movies that I just want my family to see or whatever. But in reality, of course, people put on things they don't own, like entire seasons of shows and stuff like that. Xbox 360 Marathon is true. Okay, I didn't know that. That's pretty cool. Well, then, okay, the only physical edition of it would be on the Apple Pippin, as impossible as that would be to get. Some are saying Marathon 2 was on 360. I don't pretend to know. Uranus would have been a terrible name for a console. That's why Sega skipped it. I thought Jaguar, Doom, and Tempest were the games to get. Either way, they are much better. There are much better ways to play them. Tempest, yes. Doom, probably. But yeah, whenever I was growing up, and anybody talked about the Jaguar for the 4 times that happened, and even after, mostly after it was out of service, most people said that Alien vs. Predator was like the game. And when I got it and I tried it, I was like, I don't know if it was just because of the wrong time to play it, different era, whatever. But yeah. What game was missing from the Sega announcement? I don't know if anything was missing so much as like you're saying like what would you have wanted to see added as a number 6? Everybody kept thinking I was going to say Shenmue, but I'm like, no, if Shenmue was going to have a new game, it would be announced by YSNet, not Sega. My answer to that was like, what was one IP from Sega I wanted resurrected that wasn't in there? I would have probably gone with Rystar. Did Bungie do the Marathon port on Xbox? That I'm not sure about. Happy birthday. Thank you. Very much appreciate it. For those just joining us, this is my birthday marathon stream. This just kind of goes until it goes. You just kind of ask me questions. I'll do my best to answer your questions, depending on the chat frequency and all that. If anybody donates money through either PayPal, Venmo, or Super Chats, all of which links in the description, you get priority in your questions, and I appreciate the support for helping to keep the channel going. Let me just check my phone real quick, see, or make sure there's nothing special going on. Okay, everything seems to be functional enough. Okay. All right. Favorite Sega Saturn game? Yeah, we kind of talked about that before. I say the ones that I respect the most because they're just unique would be Panzer Dragoon Saga and Burning Rangers. But the interesting thing about those is, like, as much as I'd love to credit them, I haven't played that much of them, just because they're very unique to that system. Like, they live and die on that system, and they'll probably never get re-released. People kept speculating about Virtua Fighter. That's definitely true. I don't know if that'll happen anytime soon. It'd be nice. Sega did say more to come, so we'll see. Yeah, that's definitely true. I mean, we'll see where this goes. This last night was kind of a huge night for them. I don't know if they're going to do all this stuff internally, or they're going to farm it out to third parties, or what they're going to do exactly, but it's a huge step in the right direction. As long as we don't eventually find out if it's some like dumb mobile only stuff, that's like play to win or something stupid, then we all just get mad at them. But I don't think they would do that. I think they would know better than that. Like, why go to the extreme effort to resurrect all these long dormant IPs that fans have been, pushing on you forever, only to turn around and be like, by the way, Loot Crate. I don't think any of that's gonna happen. Have I watched the Gamera movies? I have not. I'm a Godzilla guy. Going to GameStop, etc., is not the same as when you were a kid. I got bad news for you, man. Like, it never is. One of the weird things about human behavior, especially those of us who are nerds like this, we are constantly in pursuit of our childhood after it's over. And those little feelings of innocence and adventure and excitement that you remember, where time was much slower and you just didn't have much to worry about except what new game was out or what movie was out or whatever you were having fun with, etc. Sad to say that never comes back. Never. That's actually the quarter life crisis concept. It's usually what happens is people right out of college will go back and they'll try to relive that, because you finished up everything you were expected to do your whole life at that point. When you were a kid, you were always told, like, you're going to get through school and, like, you're going to finish college and you're going to go on with your life. And so that's the goal you've had most of that time. And then once you're out of that, usually what ends up happening is people are like, all right, well, now I'm on my own. What the hell do I do? And people go through a quarter life crisis. So one of the most common things is people go and they rebuy their childhood in some capacity so they can feel a sense of that innocence back. And in the case of gamers, that a lot of the time is going back and buying, like, a lot of the games and consoles we had as children, and then you try to, like, go back to your little pod of being like, oh, no, this is the game I played, so I feel safe, blah blah blah, and it never quite works the same. It never quite works the same. So if you're younger out there and you're watching this, enjoy that time, as every old fogey will tell you, because it doesn't come back. But that's okay. Life moves forward, and you just got to come up with new things in your life that'll make it exciting, and new adventures and experiences you want to have, new relationships and new everything that make your life worth being, new goals and objectives. You only live once, so live it up. Did you ever watch the Godzilla cartoon from back in the day, the one with Gadzuki? Oh, the terrible Hanna-Barbera one? I remember seeing reruns of it on, like, Cartoon Network and just being like, this is terrible. Ironically enough, I like the Godzilla 98 animated series, the one that was actually better than the movie. That was fun, but, like, the Gadzuki one, no thank you. I know there was some Godzilla anime, but I definitely don't want to watch that. We got a super chat from Richard. Adam, would you be interested in a Shenmue film that either contains a story or maybe is a retelling of the game? So first of all, thank you for the super chat. Second, there sort of was that in the Shenmue anime, which I did not watch because anime and me aren't really friends. But as far as, like, narrative film, like, if you're going to try and tell that entire story, I'll tell you right now, I've actually put a lot of thought into that. Shenmue 1, like, it's an entirety, would probably only be at best 10 minutes, maybe 20 of that movie. You'd have to cut out most of it, because one of the advantages I've got of having gone to film school and also being a gamer is you understand why most video game movies don't work. Because you might play something like a Metal Gear Solid and think like, man, it took me like, 8 hours or whatever to get through this whole game. This could be such a good movie and blah, 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 blah. But then you realize most things in video games are basically fetch quest, where you have to like go from point A to point B, back to point A, etc. And that doesn't work in a film. And when that's the case, you have to change up the narrative. So in Shenmue 1's case, I don't think you could do a movie out of Shenmue 1 that wasn't more like 10 minutes of content, because really all that happens in there is the initiating scene where Londi kills Wow. And then Rio effectively just needs to get information on where to go, which is eventually to Hong Kong. That's effectively all the information you need out of that first game. It's effectively the prelude to the whole game. Most RPGs, when they start, they have like a little bit of text explaining where your character came from. That little bit of text is Shenmue 1. So you don't really need that much. But hopefully that answers your question. Thank you very much for the super chat there. What's wrong with anime? This is a personal opinion. Obviously, you like anime, love anime. It's fine. I just never liked the actual animation style. I've always just found it like mentally just insulting to my brain. Like I no joke, I get headaches watching it. It has its perks, by the way, because I've been to Japan a bunch of times and no amount of anime being thrown in my face has ever tempted me to do anything other than get away from it. So it's got its wins. So you like anime, like anime. I don't. I just don't. I can't get behind the actual like animation of it. That look to me it's just aesthetically insulting. And this from the guy who has this webcam going on. To each their own. Just enjoy what you enjoy. Anyone remember the really bad Max Payne film? No, I don't. I do remember a time when... Do you guys remember when the Assassin's Creed movie came out? I was actually at a Ubisoft event at the time, and they were making a big deal like, oh, we're really excited. This is the first ever Ubisoft film. And I was like, what about the Far Cry movie? And the entire PR team just looked at me like, what are you talking about? And I was like, you guys don't remember? Ubisoft did a Far Cry movie with Uwe Boll. And they had no idea what I was talking about. Like, no, we didn't. And I was like, look it up. And they did. And they're like, oh, man, we did. Like, them as individuals didn't know that. It was just kind of funny. But, yeah, they did. Obviously, the Far Cry movie, they put less focus on. We got a super chat from Cac. Says, shout out to my man, Adam Koralik, from further pushing me to be active in the Discord to furthering my passion for travel. Happy birthday. I'll get that loopy. All right. Well, thank you, Cax, for the super chat. Yes, good luck on your loopy quest. Cax has made it his mission, because he's cheese. He's from Wisconsin, so he's sentient cheese. He has made it his mission that when he gets to Japan, he has to find a Casio loopy, and I wish him well on his endeavor. Uwe Boll films suck in general. Yeah, I love House of the Dead 1. I admit it. I think that movie is amazing because it's like legendarily bad, kind of in the Room type of way. Like you're like, wow, you did everything wrong, and it's hilarious. By the way, and it's funny too because I made the same joke in my Sonic the Hedgehog movie review. Like a couple years ago, I did a review of the Sonic movie. And I had actually talked about Sega's movie history. They had actually done, funny enough, a Sonic anime once as a movie, but it was only in theaters in Japan, I think. But their first theatrical film was actually House of the Dead, Uwe Boll's House of the Dead. And the only reference to them, other than the fact that it's House of the Dead as an IP, and they had random footage of the first arcade game for no reason, is there's that party where they're on the island, which is clearly like Pacific Northwestern Canada. And they just have this giant banner that says Sega, and you're just like, oh, this is so embarrassing. But yeah, that was Uwe Boll, man. He took it away from Sega and Ubisoft, making their first movies without them even noticing. But yeah, that makes me think about that Sega expanded film universe, and if there's really going to do anything with that. My favorite Godzilla movie, that's a tough one. Either I usually would say Gojira 1954 or Shin Godzilla, but there's a distinct possibility that Godzilla -1 would be in there. I might put Godzilla -1 at number 3 only because of its ending. The rest of it, I was like, this is like the best Godzilla movie ever made. And the ending of it, I was like, and I would love to elaborate on it, but I don't want to ruin it for everybody. It's still good. Don't get me wrong. I just thought the ending kind of not as good as it should have been. We got a super chat from APDN in Australian currency. Thank you for that. There's no text with that, so thank you for that. If you please to APDN, can you write something else just so I can either answer a question? Oh, there it is. It says, mess that up, have a coffee or something on me. Adam, thank you to APDN. I appreciate it very much. I will, absolutely. In fact, I have coffee right here, although I might need a reload. I have finished coffee number 1. Up comes coffee number 2. Ugh. You guys mind my leg being here? Is that all right? Jet Set Radio or Jet Set Radio Future? Jet Set Radio. Easily. Done. No problem. Actually, I got a new office chair. You guys see this? This is a cool one. It's funny too because the missus saw my old office chair. She's like, "You need a new office chair, man. That one sucks." And I was just like, "Yeah, you know, I'll get around to it." Being a guy, just kind of procrastinating whenever. And then somebody in my building, like I live in an apartment complex, so there's like this group system. When anybody's getting rid of anything, you just, if they want to, they can submit and say like, "Hey, I'm getting rid of a thing. Does anybody want this?" Or "I'm selling a thing," or whatever. And somebody put out this message like, "Getting rid of office chair. First person to come get it, it's theirs." They had a photo of him, like, "That looks amazing." So I just like went out and got it, and they were like, "Yeah, here you go." Came back with a sweet, nice new chair. And she's like, See, dumbass, it's nice to have a nice new chair. No, she was much nicer about that. But she was like, "Yeah, you should get a new office chair." Yeah, I know what I'm talking about. My lady is smart. Very smart. What happened to the Derrick Rose jersey? It's right over there. I just take it down for filming because it's too reflective. Why is this not a hot tub stream? Well, I would think that was obvious. I'm not in a hot tub. Thank you. That's Portugal Man, by the way. What kind of coffee are you having? This is it's Dunkin' Donuts brand, but it's not from Dunkin' Donuts. Like I just got it at a grocery store, and I think it's called Chocolate Pancake. Joshua Finzi, dude, it's been a while. I haven't seen you. What's up? He super chats and just says happy birthday. Thank you very much, Joshua. Appreciate it. We're getting a bunch of spam emails. Everything seems okay over there. Sorry, just checking emails real quick to make sure everything's okay. All right, everything seems fine. Cool. What's your opinion of Audio Quest cables? I've moved from Monster to... I'm not familiar with those, so I can't say. Am I ready for the next Nintendo system? I don't think we're getting that anytime soon, so I'm not focusing too much on it. How long have I been with my missus? We've been together now 9 months. Yeah, it's been pretty cool. Is it 9 months? No, 7 months. I'm stupid. Well, we've known each other for like 10 years. She's amazing. And yeah, she's great. What does -1 mean in Godzilla's title? See, I thought I knew that before I saw it. Then I saw it and I was like, I'm not sure I get it. Although I would basically limit it to like, it's a prequel of sorts, but it's a prequel to a story that doesn't exist. Let me leave it at that, because I'm trying not to spoil anything. Super chat from Cax, who says, I have yet to hang with Dave before. Any concerns? He might Dave you, but other than that, not much. No, Dave's cool. He'll probably beat you up and show dominance, so be aware of that. Thanks for the super chat. Happy birthday, bro. No jacked up cookies. No cookies. The first 2 reasons for that. The pizza place where I usually get the free cookies, like last year, they didn't do any free stuff this year, so I didn't have that. And the only reason I had that in the first place is like I got them for my birthday, just freebies, but they ended up being these horrible, horrible garlic cookies, which was just like, what? Why are they garlic? And then people were just paying me to eat them to torture me, which I guess is nice. But no, it's no cookies for that, and because weight loss journey, trying to do better. Batconquer super chat and says, thoughts on the Oddworld game. So the last one I actually played with any significant amount of time was actually the original, like on PS1. And I remember thinking that was a fun game. I didn't really understand it at first because I was a lot younger, but then I kind of figured out it's a lot of like, you have to solve a lot of puzzles effectively. And I was like, oh, once I kind of got into it, I realized like how cool that game really was. But I really have wanted to go back and revisit those, and I just never did. Dave rolled his eyes, but don't worry, Dave. You're going to have fun in Japan with CAX. Joshua Finzi super chats. He says, I'll always be here for the birthday streams, breaking any records today, 15 hours plus. I doubt it sincerely. As I have gotten older, this gets harder and harder. And now I'm 37, man. It's pretty much the end of the line for me. I don't have much time left in this universe. So appreciate me while you got me, because I'm old and it's almost over for me. Any Tim Hortons coffee in reserve? Of course not. I had forgotten about those cookies. Dude, they were the worst. There was even a little like emoji of that put into my Discord server. Yeah, so people are like, how do they taste like garlic? And all I can assume is that the pizza place makes them and somebody screwed up somewhere. That's the only thing I could think of. Like they're clearly not supposed to taste like that. And one even had paper inside of it. Like they really screwed that up. I think they just had somebody on their D game that day. You guys got to benefit from it. It suffered for me, but you know. What did you think of the GTA 6 trailer? Oh yes, of course. GTA 6 trailer was fascinating. So I watched it actually with the missus, and she's big into GTA, so I knew that meant a lot to her. So so we watched that, and it was cool to see. And then but I had read some of the articles and stuff before I had actually seen the trailer. And one of the cool things was one of the devs was being like, yeah, this isn't just like cutscene footage. This is actually what the game looks like in game, which makes sense because you have to imagine that GTA 6, if there's any game that was not limited by any sort of budget, it would be GTA 6, where they were basically like, look, the last game made is literally the most successful game ever produced. I don't think there's any game that's even close to that. I mean, didn't it generate $1 billion back in 2012? Like when it first dropped, I think it was on the 360 and the PS3. Was that 2012 or 2013? Either way, when it first dropped, I think it made $1 billion like that year. And the fact that they've continued to be able to generate revenue off of it for a decade, nothing's even close to that. So there's no chance they haven't just put a metric ton of money into that game. And just, yeah, I could believe it. I'll be here for Adam when he does streams from the nursing home. I appreciate that. That might be next year at this rate. We should have made garlic cookies a tradition. No, Dave. No. What do you think about D-makes like PS1, Bloodborne, and N64 Portal, and Happy Birthday? First of all, I like the concept. I can't say I've actually sat down and played any, though. At least not extensively. I like the notion of it. But at the same time, I think it would be more interesting to me if it was like something that could actually be released. Yeah, obviously it's fan work. So the best you can get is ROM hack carts for I think Portal 64 you can actually get a physical cartridge of, which is just neat. But then I'm like, would I really want to play it that way? You know, I don't know. I would be more interested in a game that I was already passionate about that happening to. I just don't know, if I could try, so I can avoid talking Shenmue for a second. Let's say I wanted to play like Twisted Metal 2, but like on the Genesis. I'd be very curious to see what that game could play like. Maybe Sega CD or 32X even. I like the concept, but basically to boil it down, I don't have any great examples of anything where I was like, yeah, I definitely liked that version. I don't understand why, except for money, they'd want to do another Willy Wonka movie. Well, that's exclusively the reason. I really doubt anybody at Warner Brothers said, you know, by golly, I'm just passionate about Willy Wonka, and we just need to know what he was doing right before that movie. We just need to know. It's been bothering me for years. I really doubt that conversation happened. I guarantee they sat down and looked at a bunch of the IPs they own, and were like, what have we not destroyed yet? Oh, there we go. Does anybody want to see that Wonka movie? It looked like one of the dumbest things I'd ever seen. I remember you. 4570 Shooter says, happy birthday, Adam. We met at a taco place in Austin once. Do you get recognized often? Dude, I do remember you. We were at, was it not Flacco's Tacos? What is that one? Torchy's Tacos, Austin, Texas. So I was with my buddy Chip, who might show up in here. It's a possibility. And we literally just went to Torchy's Tacos just to have tacos. And this is the first time that Chip had ever met me. We were just hanging out, and he was like, because we were doing the podcast and stuff there for a little bit. And then he was just like, it's funny that you're here, 4570 shooter. I'm sorry, I don't know your actual name. Because he asked me at dinner, he's like, do you ever get recognized just like randomly? I'm like, it's rare. And then we're leaving the restaurant, and this dude, 4570 shooter's like, Adam Koralik, what are you doing here? I love your videos. I think we took a selfie and everything. It was, the comedic timing of it was unreal, to the point where it almost looked like I had planted him there to impress Chip, but obviously that's not what happened. Dude, it is cool to see you. I do remember you. I do. Have I seen Mad Men? No, not all the way through. I've seen like the first episode. It's one of those things where I meant to go back and I just never did. Resident Evil D-Makes seem cool. But I've yet to play any other cool ideas. Resident Evil D-Makes would be interesting depending on the platform and which game in particular. Like, but then again, we've also been spoiled by the remakes. Now I'll give duck boats don't exist. See, people still remember Chip. But Resident Evil remakes, we've gotten kind of spoiled by it. You got to give Capcom credit. They have done a very good job in those remakes. I loved the Resident Evil 2 and 3 remake. I haven't played the 4 one yet because I didn't like 4 as a game as much. I like 4, don't get me wrong. To me, that one was the original sin that took Resident Evil down. Like, it was good on its own, but it introduced a bunch of mechanics and changed a bunch of elements of Resident Evil where it kind of gave them liberty to start screwing with stuff, and that's how you ended up with 5 and especially 6. So to have a remake of that game wasn't super enticing to me, but Resident Evil 2 and 3 remake, amazing. Now, where is the Code Veronica remake? Hello? Or even another remake of Resident Evil 1. Just saying. Maybe 0. I'm glad, 4570 shooter, I'm glad you remember me too. That's really cool. How is Chip doing last time you visited him? I haven't seen him in a couple of years. I think the last time I saw him was pre-pandemic, actually. We still talk from time to time. He's a cool guy. He works a lot. He's kind of not doing anything with retro gaming anymore, so it's like it's not really his interest. But he might actually show up in here. He has a tendency to just randomly pop in. Do I have any upcoming cross promotion with Sega in the pipeline? Not really. It doesn't really work like that. Like, usually it's just kind of a random thing. The last one I did with them at all was only a few months ago, where they had me out in London, and I brought the Pluto into their office, and we just did like this family reunion type of thing with the Pluto coming back home. But that's just a small thing. And then they gave me a whole bunch of stuff. It was pretty cool. Swag. I showed it in an episode of Playload. Code Veronica is reserved for the Sega Dreamcast 6. That seems legitimate. He just skipped me. Skipped what? Thing is, I don't catch all the questions, man. I talk a lot, and then when I'm talking, I don't usually look at the chat. We got a super chat from, you'll have to forgive my pronunciation here because I can see that it's a French name, French-Canadian. So everybody, especially the individual who just super chatted, I apologize for my terrible French pronunciation, but to all the people who speak French, I'm sure this will be very funny. Guillaume Cleroux? Sorry in advance. Joyeux anniversaire, which I'm pretty sure means happy birthday, in my terrible, terrible accent, from French Canada. If we can't have the rest of the Shenmue story in video games form, what would be the best media for the story? I don't know, because I don't really know if I would really want it in any other form. My guess is the answer would be they would most likely do it in some sort of anime form, anime specifically. That would not make me want to watch it, but my guess is that's how they would do it. If it was up to me outside of a video game, I guess, if for some reason I have the capacity to magically fund this perfect scenario, but for some reason it can't be a game, I would probably make it into a theatrical film, but that's unrealistic. So most realistic one would be an anime. Second most realistic would be like a comic book or something, or a manga more accurately, I would assume. But that would not personally satisfy me. Thank you for the super chat. Super chat from Cax, who says, burn cycle on the CDI sucks. Please confirm. I cannot. I believe I possess it, but I have not played it. Thank you for the super chat. Although I will admit, with the CDI, you just kind of know where you're at. Like, there's a couple of decent games, unless you like a very specific genre, which is mostly FMV stuff, which is not really my thing. We got a super chat from CritCon again. Thank you very much. What is the best destination you've traveled to that some may overlook that you feel is totally worth it? Also, any recent travel stories to share? I got two answers to this. All time, my answer is always Guam, which I consider America's paradise of the Pacific. If you've never been to Hawaii, and you have this idea in your head of what Hawaii is, I'll bet you it's like tropical beaches, warm temperatures, palm trees, peaceful beaches of water, you know, all that, and coconuts and pineapples. You probably think all that, but you probably always forget people, which is what Hawaii is. Guam is all that minus people. It's wonderful. It's part of the United States. It's 3 hours south of Japan. You really have to go out there to get it. But thanks to the missus, I now have a second answer to that, actually, which would be Gibraltar. Gibraltar, for those who don't know, I did videos on this on my travel channel. She's actually in them. In Gibraltar is a little peninsula, basically, that is attached to Spain. It's very small, and it's actually British soil. It's been British for like 300 years, since the British Empire days, and it is still British. It is not part of the EU. It is not part of the Schengen zone. It's effectively part of the United Kingdom, but attached to the southern point of Spain. And the reason for that is old British Empire logic of, like, you know, controlling the nodes. Because if you ever look on a map at the southern part of Spain and the tip of Africa, the northern point, there's actually a very small gap of water that actually allows the entirety of the Mediterranean and therefore the Black Sea and all that to get out into the wider Atlantic. So the British Empire wanted to have some control over that area, because if you can blockade that, you can blockade traffic throughout the entire world. That's why they got it in the first place. Nowadays, it's just like a beach resort and stuff. It's very cool. Obviously, the British still use it for military purposes, but we went there earlier this year, and it was awesome. It was really cool to go to a British territory. It was one of the few parts of Europe that's like, you know, sunny and warm, where the sun is legal there. Most of Europe, the sun's illegal, so it was nice to see it there. But yeah, that was really cool. I have a thing for, as you probably noticed with my video game stuff, I like the obscure. I'm realizing about myself that also seems to apply to a lot of geography. But to be fair to the question, the point was, what place have other people overlooked? So if you're in mainland Europe and you want a beach vacation, don't, you know, no offense to Portugal, man, don't necessarily go to Portugal, don't necessarily go to Greece or Spain. Try Gibraltar. Gibraltar's pretty cool. And actually from there, you can, we went from Gibraltar to Spain very easily. You can like literally walk across the border. They just check your passport real quick and then you're in Spain. And then you can actually take a boat down to Morocco, Tangier specifically, and then all of a sudden you're in Africa. So it was the first time I was ever in Africa in my entire life. So that was really cool. Super chat from Hugo again. Thank you very much. He says, Dreamcast co-op games you recommend. Oh, Power Stone. Power Stone 2 might be the best co-op Dreamcast game. Or, well, when I say co-op, I mean multiplayer, I guess, because you're not actually working together most of the time in that. So co-op, like true co-op. Maybe something like Gauntlet Legends, if you actually like form teams. Can anybody think of any better examples than that? Like, there were, unfortunately, since the Dreamcast wasn't around nearly as long as it needed to be, there was only so many games that were actually utilized all four controls. So that was kind of rare. I'm assuming a lot of the Midway stuff would probably be your best example, since they were kind of porting stuff to both the N64 and the Dreamcast at the same time. Like Gauntlet Legends actually is one of them. So yeah, Outrigger, that's a good answer. That's a good answer. Yeah, if anybody else has any other suggestions, by all means. Yeah. You sound like you're live. I am live. Big Blue, aka Vanessa, says happy birthday, Weirdo. Thank you very much. Also, again, Hugo, thank you very much for the super chat. Any Dreamcast games with Kieran Culkin lately? This is a story that I don't think most people know. So I'm going to go ahead and tell you this. Kieran Culkin, aka Macaulay Culkin's brother, believe it or not, is in the Dreamcast scene. Alistair, I hope your ears kind of perked up when you heard that. So there are live events where the Dreamcast indie scene still plays stuff online, like PSO and stuff, and it's usually no more than like 20 people. Believe it or not, Kieran Culkin is actually like one of them. I had almost the opportunity to like work with him on that. So Video Games New York was trying to create something, because I guess Kieran Culkin lives in New York, and it was like, we're going to do a whole thing. It just kind of never materialized, because I think that's when the pandemic hit. But yeah, if you ever are actually in those Dreamcast indie servers and you actually try to play PSO, there is a decent enough chance that you might run into Macaulay Culkin's brother. Just putting that out there. Portugal is really nice, though, especially in the areas without extreme tourism. Oh, I got nothing against Portugal. It's perfectly fine. I'm just saying Gibraltar to me was far more interesting, mostly because nobody goes there and because it's just bizarre because it's this weird fusion of Spanish and English, kind of the way you might expect in, say, Southern California, but for totally different reasons because it's British English and Spanish. It's just a fascinating thing to watch. Is he the younger brother in Home Alone? I believe that's him. Fuller? Yeah, I think that's him. Macaulay Culkin has like 18 brothers, so it's kind of hard to keep track of. I'm exaggerating, but yeah. Captain Potato shows a potato emoji. Thank you. Appreciate it. Is Star Wars... What about Star Wars Jedi Power Battles? I don't remember if that game has multiplayer. I'd assume it does. I don't remember, dude. To be completely honest. Sounds like you were saying jabroni at first. Jabroni? I mean, I remember The Rock saying that all the time, but I don't know his live name now. Give me 1 second to just check on things here. My missus is a sweetheart. She just said, "You're doing very well, very proud of you," and she asked me if I want dinner soon. I love my missus. But at the moment, I'm still good to go. She might come in at some point, make a cameo. I kind of doubt it, but she might also just come in. You might hear her for a second if she makes me some coffee or something like that. But at the moment, we still got this. So for those just joining us, this is my birthday live stream. How are you guys doing? I am 37. I'm a very, very old man now. And so if you want to watch, hang out, ask questions, I do my best to chat. We all just hang out, chit chat. You can, if you wish to, you don't have to, obviously, you can donate to the channel. You can do super chats, PayPal, Venmo, all the information is in the description. I appreciate the support, keeps the channel running. And I just appreciate it in general. Thank you so much, you guys, for your kindness, and let us continue onward. So who's got questions? Any spoilers for upcoming travel destinations? So the next one is Toronto, because I went to a game convention up there. That'll come out on Sunday. And then the next one I'm working on is not the Chicago episode exactly. It's going to be kind of special. I'm still trying to track down some footage for it. It's going to be a weird one. Then the Travel Channel might actually take a break for a while, just because if I'm honest with you guys, I haven't gone anywhere since Toronto, because I'm just going to be sappy. My girlfriend's in town, and I love spending time with her, and we're just having a blast being here. So can't make content out of places you don't go to, you know what I mean? But yeah, you know, that we'll see how that goes. I'm just glad that the JFK video's, you know, getting some justice over there. If you guys missed it, I did this really robust John F. Kennedy assassination video on the Travel Channel. Man, was that a pain. I went to so many places, all over Dallas, all over Washington, D.C. Funny enough, I was able to film some footage in Chicago for that, because it turns out one part of Chicago is actually tangentially connected to the assassination. And then even out to the UK, because I had to film some stuff there for it. It was really cool. Grease Monkey saw the JFK episode. Thank you. I appreciate it. That video, dude, that was one of the most ambitious things I ever made. One of the, if not maybe the most ambitious. It was like that and maybe like the Back to the Future edit. Like those two are my most like dominant videos ever, like as far as amount of work that went into them, but for totally different reasons. So, yeah. Do you have a map with the pins of the places you've been to? No. However, Google does keep track of where I go. It has since, I want to say 2016. So yeah, the end of the year, Google sends me a thing that says like, here's everywhere you went. And so yeah, that's been fun. But there's a bunch of places I've been to before 2016 that are not part of that. For those who don't know, like, I grew up in a very weird situation. So my mother, my late mother, had to travel a lot for work, but she was important enough in her company, and she was a single parent there, where she was like, if you want me to go, my kids have to go too. And so they would pay to bring us out. And my mom taught me a lot about, frequent flyer miles and the value of that. So she would have her company pay to fly us to places, and then she would go to work, and then she, you know, raised us well enough that she's like, you can go handle yourselves. You're going to wander around New York City. You're going to wander around Honolulu, whatever it is, and taught us, you know, responsibility. And she was like, you're going to do that on your own while I have to go to work. But then she was also teaching us not only how to travel and be, acclimated to different areas, but also just the value of being able to have these frequent flyer miles, which I'm still using as an adult. Like, I learned some seriously great policies from her. So, yeah, appreciate, well, Mom, you're not here anymore, but love you all the same. Super chat from Cac says the JFK video is great, but so is the comment section. Okay, yeah, the comment section of the JFK video is amazing because the amount of conspiracy theory like lunatics in that video is unbelievable. I have never in my life had a video where I checked the analytics on that video. The demographic that it primarily appealed to was 65 and older, because logically so, they remember the Kennedy assassination when it actually happened. But a lot of them are just like, the government did it. I'm just like, that's cool, man. Enjoy the next season of Ancient Aliens. Like, most of them are completely baseless, crazy claims. I have a sister. Yes, I have one sibling. Has Sony sent hit squads after you yet? No. Is this because of the whole digital debacle thing? I was just reporting on something that happened. I had nothing to do with it, obviously. By the way, Cax, thank you for the super chat there. Is Toy Rat still open? Yes. Somebody in my Discord, I want to say Megalink. I doubt he's watching at the moment. I believe he actually went there a couple months ago and said, I get why you think this is the best video game store in North America. Toy Rat he has this kind of big industrial, like warehouse-like facility in Milton, Ontario, Canada. And he's just got so much stuff in there. And it's actually oddly really well organized. The dude, Ivano, is, the guy Toy Rat, super nice guy. Like, I don't know if there's a better video game store anywhere in North America. Super friendly, always willing to negotiate. Usually will give you a discount if you're paying in cash. Good guy. Would it be great for Vector Man and Burning Rangers to come back? Yeah, of course. Why wouldn't it? A lot of people were asking about Guardian Heroes. People were like, where's the Guardian Heroes sequels? And I'm like, there are actually 2 sequels to that game like nobody's ever played, right? There was a Guardian Heroes for Game Boy Advance that was made by Ubisoft, I think, or at least published by them. And then there was Gunner's Heaven on the PS1 in Japan and in Europe, although a European version, I'm pretty sure, has a different name. Both sequels effectively to that game that nobody's ever really heard of. I've never heard you mention your father. I don't have one. I was adopted. I was adopted at birth by my mother. And then a year later, she adopted my sister from a different biological family. So, yeah, that's how our family came together. My sister's very much not in the gaming community. She actually gets annoyed because, all right, you guys want to hear a story? I'll tell you a story. So a few years ago, my mom had like a family party before she passed away at our house. And we were just kind of hanging out, like cooking stuff, right? So my sister had just got a new boyfriend and she brought him home to like introduce to my mother, introduce to me, etc. And then he comes in, he's super nice. He's just, they're still together. They just had a kid. So I'm an uncle now, by the way. Woo! Anyway, so they were hanging out and he looks at me and he just does this like double take. And then he kind of looks away and he doesn't say anything. And then later he's like, I didn't connect the dots. I didn't know you were like Adam Koralik, like the YouTuber. I was like, yeah. He's like, dude, I watch your videos. I'm dating your sister now. I'm like, enjoy. But he's like, I messaged my friend who's a big fan of you too. This is just kind of weird. I'm like, no, it's cool. So that it does happen. That was probably the funniest incident of that. And my sister got really annoyed because she was just like, can you please not talk to my brother like he's famous? It really pisses me off. That actually, I hate to bring that up in like a negative tone, but like a year ago or 2 years ago, I think it was a year ago, one of my cousins, my oldest cousin, died. And I went to his funeral. I actually did the eulogy for it. And as I was setting up to do that, one of his kids, which would be my cousin's youngest son, basically came up to me and he's like, hey man, I haven't seen you in a while. This is going to sound weird. My friend really wants to talk to you. I'm like, okay. He's like, yeah, my friend just noticed you and realized he watches your videos. He didn't know we were actually related. Can he talk to you? I was like, yeah, that's fine. So it happens. It's can be awkward at times, but it's nice. Have I seen the JFK Back to the Future conspiracy video? I can't say I have. Have I played Cosmic Smash? I played it a little bit years ago. I have not played it in a long time. I think that was one of the ones that there was a fan translation of, though, or that got re-released in the West recently. I don't know if I'm misremembering something. Um, you remember my Toy Rat video? Yeah, I've got a bunch. I haven't done one in a long time just because I haven't been to that area. Ironically, I was in Toronto a couple of weeks ago, but our plans got really screwed up, so we just ended up coming back early. Um, the Princess Crown to come back, even though it's Atlas. Well, if it's Atlas, it's now Sega. We got a super chat from Vodka Martini. I don't know why I was struggling to read that. Maybe because it feels like I had a bunch of vodka martinis. Have you ever been to any other countries in Asia aside from Japan and North Korea? I've never been to North Korea. I don't know where you got that. I have obviously been to Japan. I've never been to any other part of Asia with debatably one exception, but I really would consider more of Oceania. Obviously, I've been to Guam, but I have been to the Federated States of Micronesia. That's not really Asia, but that's the closest I get to that. But Japan would be the only part of Asia I've ever been to. The only other parts of Asia I would be interested in going to, if I'm totally honest, would be South Korea and Vietnam. Maybe the Philippines. But that would be kind of low on my list. Maybe Malaysia. Singapore I would like to go to. I don't know. It's just Japan. Like, if I'm going over there, usually Japan's my priority. You know what I mean? But, yeah. And no, I've never been to North Korea, guys. I don't think I would. The most I would do to go to North Korea would be, like, sitting in that little room, you know, the one that's on the border between North and South Korea, where you can just... I don't know if you guys are familiar with this. There is a room that both sides built. They established this little just box room that sits right on the border of the DMZ. And from the South Korean side, unless they're actually using it for negotiations, the South Koreans allow you to go in there for tourist purposes. And the North Koreans actually are okay with it, as long as you don't attempt to leave the room. But when you go beyond the halfway point of the room, you are actually in North Korea. And you just, as long as you don't try to leave the room or do anything stupid while you're in there, you'll be fine. And then you can leave that room and you've technically been to North Korea. Now, I'd love to go and do that. And part of me was like, wouldn't it be cool to bring the Sega Pluto into that room and everything and be like, oh yeah, the Sega Pluto went to North Korea. But they make you, I've never done it, but apparently they make you sign a thing when you're in the South Korean side that's like, if you go there, keep in mind North Korea is completely insane. And if they just grab you and pull you into the North Korean side, you're on your own. So like, there's zero incidents of that ever happening. There's never been anybody who went into that little room and then the North Koreans just grabbed him and took him. Like, that's never happened. But they also are like, it's North Korea, dude. We're not going to pretend we know at any time what they may or may not do. But there you go. Anyway, thank you, Vodka Martini, for the super chat. No, I don't know why you thought I've been to North Korea. Maybe it's because I told that story, but no, I've never been there. I should do a travel video to Turkmenistan. No, Turkmenistan is the North Korea of Central Asia. It's a country most Americans have never heard of. It borders like Kazakhstan and almost by Russia. And it's just as insane. The only thing I really remember about that country is that, I don't know if this is still true, if it's the current leader or the previous one or whatever. He was obsessed with Guinness World Records, but he would get Guinness World Records that didn't make sense. So like, he has a weird obsession with horses. So he wanted to have like the biggest Ferris wheel, something like that, but he couldn't do it. So he put horses on every cart of the Ferris wheel and said, I'm the biggest Ferris wheel that's full of horses, which is a really specific type of thing to get a Guinness record for, but he did it. There's a whole story. I think it was Last Week Tonight, John Oliver did a whole video on why Turkmenistan's really weird. PS5 or Dreamcast? Oh, come on, Dreamcast easily. Like, as far as like, what do I prefer? Definitely gonna be the Dreamcast. Come on. Dropping in to wish you a happy birthday. Thank you very much. I've learned more about geography from you than I ever did in school. I try, you know. That's actually part of the travel channel. Like, you know, I want people to learn about the world. What I've learned over, you know, I told you guys earlier, my mom kind of encouraged us to go to a lot of places and just kind of, you know, get over it, become an adult, get outside, go do stuff, and go check out the world, because you only live once and it's time to go see it. So when she had the benefit of being able to drag us to somewhere, she was like, you're just going to go see stuff because you're going to appreciate this when you're older. It'll make you more of a well-balanced person, because you don't want to end up being a person who's afraid of the whole world. You don't want to be this person that's stuck in your small town or your city or wherever it is you grew up in, where you're just like, man, one day I'm going to make it. One day I'm going to get out there and see all these things. And you get to a certain age where you're like too comfortable where you are. and you're just too afraid of what life would entail in those places. So she always kind of pushed us to do that, and in that process she was able to teach us a lot of geography and all that. So since she's no longer with us and can't teach people that anymore, which she used to do because she used to teach people in other countries, she would fly to Vietnam and do stuff like that. But one of the ways I kind of connect to my late mother is doing that travel channel almost for her, because I can still do that. I'm still around, so I can show people like, hey, the world isn't that scary. It's open. It's available to you. Go check it out. See these places. You have a life. You can check it out. Now, granted, I had certain benefits. Like I said, you know, my mom coached us that way, and at the same time, she taught me the value of air miles, you know, frequent flyer miles, airline loyalty. I'm also live in Chicago, which makes it comically cheap to fly anywhere. But point is, I want to make sure people like that can go out and see there. And if I've learned a few things being a gaming YouTuber over the years, which is a lot of people, especially in the gaming community, are just terrified of the outside. And I can't fix that, but I can at least try to hold your hand and say, like, it's okay, man. Like, you can get out there. I promise you the world's not that bad. And that's something that we work on a lot in the Discord chat, especially. And sorry, I've read somebody say my mom. In the server, I know I'm not going to name names because I don't want to embarrass anybody, but I do know there are multiple people in there who have come out much more out of their shell because of that attitude. And I try to do that for people because I feel like I'm a bit of a freak, and that I'm a very insular person, but at the same time, I'm very willing to go outside and just accomplish a goal, even if that goal seems overwhelming to people, where I'm just like, yeah, I don't mind right now hopping a flight and going halfway around the world just for the heck of it. I'm happy to do that because I want to see what life is like over there. And if you can afford it, if you all that, that's a different matter. But I try to convey to people that you're more interesting and you'll experience more in your life, and you'll be happier if you've seen more of this small blue marble that we actually have time on. And I got that from my mother. Hugo Martinez super chats, dude, rank all 9 Star Wars movies worst to best. Well, worst to best: Last Jedi's worst, Rise of Skywalker, Force Awakens, Attack of the Clones, Phantom Menace, Revenge of the Sith. This is where it gets difficult. Return of the Jedi, Empire, A New Hope. There you go. There you go. I know that's obviously the OT. It gets very hard to do that because there was a time when Empire or Return of the Jedi was like my favorite one. But as I've gotten older, I realized the only reason it was my favorite is because I love the ending, and the majority of the movie is just kind of whatever. And like you realize certain characters just run out of stuff to do, and so it's like it's not actually as well crafted as I thought. Anyway, thank you for the super chat. We got another one from Cax. I will gladly admit I'm one of these people. Referring to I bullied Cax. Cax lives in Wisconsin. If I've noticed anything about people from Wisconsin is they're terrified of everything that isn't Wisconsin. And I'm kind of a joke, but not really. Most people in Wisconsin I've noticed are just afraid of leaving that state. And so you obviously can't fix that for everybody, but like if you can kind of bully them a little into being like, come on, man, it's not that scary. Just drive down to Chicago, try it out there. And then you realize it's a real city and it's a lot of fun. Like Chicago gets this bad rap as like, oh, I came here and I got shot to death. It's like, no, that I've lived here my whole life. You know how many times I've been shot? 0. Like, obviously, I have to evade gunfire on a daily basis. I live in a war zone. Duh, that's what people who've never been here tell me. But the truth is, it's a beautiful, wonderful city, full of things to do. And I noticed Cax, to his credit, is trying to come down here a lot more. He's trying to experience things because every time he wants to do something exciting, it turns out the nearest place to do it is in Chicago. So when you start getting outside your buffer zone a little bit and realize the whole world isn't out to just destroy you and kill you, you can have these fun experiences, and then from there you can venture out. And to somebody who said Chicago has real cheap flights, the reason it does, this is kind of a long answer, but I'll try to truncate it a little bit. Chicago is the epicenter, central hub of aviation for like the entire world. There's more destinations from Chicago O'Hare to the rest of the world than any other airport on the planet. It is the central hub of United Airlines, the second biggest airline in the world. It is also the backup hub of American Airlines, the biggest airline in the world. And then because of Midway Airport, which is a separate airport, it is the primary or secondary hub of Southwest Airlines. And then it's used by like every major airline around the world. The only ironic exception is kind of Delta operates here, but barely. Point is, that breeds a lot of competition on ticket prices because everybody has to connect through here, regardless if they want to or not. And I'm just going to be honest, I'm trying not to be political, but it's of the 3 major American airlines, Delta, American, and United, it's the only one based in a northern state. And the only reason that matters, as if this is still the Civil War, is that northern states tend to be more willing to allow competition, have less interest in civic pride around their products. Whereas Atlanta Dave, who is in here right now, will tell you Atlanta is Delta territory. It's almost impossible not to operate on Delta. If you go to Dallas, which is also obviously in the South in Texas, it's almost impossible not to operate, at least out of Dallas-Fort Worth. It's almost impossible not to get an American Airlines flight because they're like, support local. They support local to the point where it chokes them because then there's no competition, so Delta and American doesn't have to compete. Whereas in Chicago, I would bet you most people here don't even realize that United Airlines is based here. They're actually based in the Sears Tower, which is where the thumbnail of this video was taken from. The missus and I went to the Skydeck yesterday and took some photos there. And she did my thumbnail, by the way. Very talented. And so she does that. And yeah, but my point is, because of that, it can be comically cheap to fly out of here. But I also very much believe in airline loyalty. You stick to one brand and then they continually, upgrade your benefits. They do, upgrade your seats. They give you rewards, miles, all that sort of stuff. Do not be the guy who's like, I just picked the cheapest flight. That is an idiotic move. Absolutely idiotic. It's one of those things where it looks good at first and then you realize there's a ton of hidden fees. And if you intend to fly more frequently, you'll realize you're spending way more money doing that than paying a little extra money up front to hit brand loyalty. Get frequent flyer points and all that. I'm telling you, it's worth it. And if you are financially responsible, get a credit card, if you're an American anyway, that is tied to your airline of choice, because the perks and free flights that will come out of that are amazing. I'm sorry I keep harping on this, but I'm passionate about it. It also, if you are an American and you do that, like you get an American Airlines credit card, Delta credit card, or United Airlines credit card, keep in mind that because of the pandemic, a bunch of their ticket sales were way down, right? So they actually went to Congress looking for a bailout, and Congress was like, you have to give us some collateral. And when they did that, they kind of had to open up their books and reveal how their business actually works. In all three cases, it turns out they're actually credit card companies. They're not actually airlines. Now, that might sound bizarre, but let me break it down in a very truncated way. Let's say that American Airlines makes $10 billion a year. They'll only make like $3 billion of that from aviation. $7 billion of that comes from their credit cards. Because every time you have an American credit card and you scan it or whatever, there's a small fee to the person you're buying something from. That money goes to American Airlines. They made money off your transaction. Didn't cost you anything as a user. It cost that store something, but they were willing to pay it, hence they accept credit cards. And American Airlines made free money. That's how that really works. So that's why they will incentivize free flights if you are sticking to their credit card, because they're effectively getting their money anyway. Pro tip. Michael Walt, super chats. Thank you, by the way. Says, I'm curious what your top 5 North American Dreamcast games and other games are other than Shenmue. Also, what was the last Dreamcast game you beat start to finish? Expendables and Slave Zero would be my top 5. So, other than the Shenmue games, Sonic Adventure 1 and 2, Crazy Taxi 1 and 2, and Jet Grind Radio. That would be my answer to that. The kind of the secondary line would be something like an Ikaruga or Soul Calibur. Power Stone 1 and 2 are wonderful. I can't believe I forgot that. Those are amazing. Those are really good games. The thing with the Dreamcast is like the list of games is ridiculous. Resident Evil 2. I always forget that game's even on there. Love it. Code Veronica, Resident Evil 3. There really is like no end to the fun with the Dreamcast. As for beating all the way through, if we're talking about like original retail releases, the last one I beat all the way through would be Resident Evil Code Veronica. But if we're talking about anything, probably the Atomic Wave conversion of Metal Slug 6, which I actually just beat like the other day. I did it with that Octopus arcade stick. Thank you very much for the super chat. And Dave is correct. He's like, dude, I flew down to Atlanta once just for fried chicken. Yeah, because it costs like nothing to do it with miles. If you want to talk about airlines, my personal pick, I stick with United Airlines. It really boils down to what your geography is. If you live in Atlanta, Chicago, or Dallas, you're pretty good. After that, secondary things is going to be like wherever the hubs are. So like a San Francisco, a New York, or whatever, Houston. If you live out in the sticks, you're in somewhere in a rural area, it's going to be a lot harder for you to ever travel on the cheap. It's just the reality of how it is. Thoughts on my car license? Congratulations. I think I missed part of that conversation. Thoughts on Choo Choo Rocket? I think that game's really fun. I like it a lot. I haven't played it in years, but I remember it being a lot of fun. What's your method of storing your game collection? Ever done a collection video? I have towers that I've kind of built, and I just try to organize based on the system and keep everything in alphabetical order. Jet Set Radio, Jet Grind Radio. Do you enjoy Hidden City ticketing? I feel like you might enjoy that. I don't do that. I typically just go straight to destination. Again, because I'm spoiled because I live in Chicago, so you don't usually need a connection. Thoughts on Alaska buying Hawaiian? That's actually good news for me. I would have preferred if United had bought them, but with Alaska buying Hawaiian Airlines and Alaska being a partner of American Airlines, that means theoretically I can use my American Airlines miles on a Hawaiian Airlines flight at some point. And the only reason that would matter to me is that American Samoa is the only part of the United States I've never been to. There are, for my fellow Americans who maybe don't realize this, there are 56 parts of the United States, not the 50 states. That's misrepresented. The other 6, Washington, D.C., and then the 5 territories. So Guam, the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, Puerto Rico, the U.S. Virgin Islands, and American Samoa. American Samoa is closer to New Zealand than it is to Hawaii. Like, it's very far down there, but it's American soil. It's the only part of the U.S. I have never been to because the only airline that goes there is Hawaiian Airlines, and they only do so through Honolulu. And they only go there to Pago Pago, which is the only city there. They only go there like once a week. So you have to really plan that. So I'm hoping that my American Airlines miles, what little of them I have, because I mostly just have United miles, could be useful for that at some point. Other than that, I have no real concern for Alaska buying it. I think it's interesting that a regional airline like Alaska Airlines was able to absorb Virgin America and now Hawaiian Airlines. Good for them. Adam is willing to travel anywhere but Wisconsin. I've been to Wisconsin many times. In fact, the missus and I were up there a couple weeks ago. We went to the Mars Cheese Castle right outside of Milwaukee. What's your favorite Nintendo console game library? Ooh, probably Super Nintendo. I don't think you can really go wrong with that system. The most beautiful people. Who are? What are we talking about? Alaska buying Hawaiian is good news for me. I'll actually get the Alaska card. You should. You live in the Pacific Northwest, so that makes sense. Adam, love your content. Happy birthday. Greetings from Mexico. Thank you very much. How long before you can start using your miles? I don't think there's any sort of limitation on that. It's really as soon as you have enough, you can do whatever you want. The key is to collect them, and then you use them whenever you wish to. Every airline's going to do it slightly differently. So obviously the one I'm most familiar with would be United Airlines. So that's the one I can talk the most about. But basically the idea with any of them is as you're amassing miles, which you redeem for any sort of purchases through your credit card that are, of course, the branded credit card of that airline, or through flights themselves or whatever third-party means that you do it, they just kind of accrue in an account. And you can think of it like a bank account with its own separate currency. And that currency is specifically for the purposes of basically buying plane tickets. So once you have enough for the destination of your choice, that's it. It's like just spending it from there. Where is Adam's Volkswagen? My Volkswagen is... where it is. It's in its parking space. I don't know how else to answer that. Chicago? Thoughts on cats? Mine love your content. Well, I like cats just fine. I appreciate that your cats enjoy watching me just ramble. Do they think I'm like a mouse or something? Oh, you meant after the merger of Hawaiian? I don't know, man. Like, that could be a couple of years before they sort that out. I also don't have that many American Airlines miles. Like, last time I looked at it of just curiosity, I had enough to get like a one-way ticket from Chicago to like Dallas. Like, nothing very special. So I'm assuming if they do like a miles plus money type of deal, I could just get a nice haircut off of my ticket price or something like that. But that's, I don't know. Is Blue Stinger for the Dreamcast any good? It's been a long time since I played it. I remember it being amusing, but I can't speak about it in any sort of like educated way because it's been a really long time since I even turned that game on. Do you want a powerhouse Dreamcast 2 console? No. So here's the thing with that. There will never be a Dreamcast 2. That Sega's never making another home console is absolutely never happening. And if Sega suddenly announced like we're making a new console, I'd be like, well, that's the end of that company because like there's no chance they would be successful with that, and it would bankrupt them into oblivion. So no, I don't want that to happen. Sega Steve says, happy birthday, Adam. Thank you, Sega Steve. Sega Steve, you guys can thank or blame for some of the obscure Sega stuff I have had to do videos on. The Samsung Saturn and all that. I know you weren't responsible for that one specifically, but I'm going to blame you all the same. He introduced me to the fact that there is a second Samsung Saturn, and I almost killed him over it. You grew up in Hawaii as an Army brat. So did you grow up around like Pearl Harbor? The area around Pearl Harbor is really weird. I know everybody associates Pearl Harbor obviously with like the anniversary was actually yesterday of the attack by the Japanese, but the actual area now as it is interesting because a lot of people based there are like from the American Midwest, and Hawaii obviously doesn't really try to set itself up to look like the American Midwest except around Pearl Harbor where they have like land plots they've just tried to make like American suburbia. And I was like, what is that all about? And then I found out from somebody who's in the military, it's like the goal is to make the people based there just kind of feel like they're in any other part of the U.S., which is the same reason like the Yokosuka Naval Base in Japan tries to set itself up to look like an American suburb. It's just the idea is if you want to feel like you're at home, you do. Thoughts on the Fred Durst signed Dreamcast? I remember that was a thing back when it happened. Even back then I was like, I don't care. I know he's a musician. That's about it. But would Sega ever do a streaming service instead of a console? Why would they bother? Like, they're already attached to other people's infrastructure that they can already make money off of. They just have no reason to do that. From a business perspective, I don't think that makes any sense. Because the only argument to make your own streaming platform for any company is that the already existing streaming platforms you think you can do better than. I mean, if we're going to talk movies for a second, Netflix was like king of that area until Disney Plus came in and said like, we could do it better. And Disney actually had a legitimate case, whereas companies like Peacock, NBC thinking they could do it better was insane. Hence, nobody cares about Peacock. We got some super chats. Lodmott super chats again says, I have a Dreamcast 2. I took 3 Genesis minis and duct taped them together. Boom, there you go. Lodmott, thank you for the super chat. I think you're drunk again. But either way, thank you very much. Super chat from Armando Torres, who says, happy birthday, Adam. Your favorite Mexican food. Legit Mexican or Americanized Mexican? Because I think my favorite anything that's even Mexican themed would be a wet burrito, specifically from a place I believe it's called Carolina Taqueria in Modesto, California. Thanks to Jesse Perez, who I think is here just kind of listening but not speaking. He introduced me to the best wet burrito I've ever had in my life. Tacos, if we're going to talk like Americanized tacos, Tex-Mex tacos, the best ones I've had would definitely be in Texas, probably Austin specifically. But if you're talking like street tacos, more traditional Mexican style, that would have to be Los Angeles. Street tacos, you can get in these nice vendor districts. My buddy Anthony introduced me to. He's like, this is where you want to get tacos, and he was totally right. But yeah, basically, I have a hard time eating Mexican food outside of California and Texas because once you've had that, you realize like the rest of the country doesn't know how to make it. And that's true of like I'm a foodie to the extent that I will try any wide variety of foods, but once one culture has like really figured that out, you realize that everybody else is just doing a poor imitation of it. And I'm just like, why would I want to get, Mexican food in Wyoming? They're clearly not going to know how to do that correctly. Wet burrito sounds too sexual. Trust me, it's not. It's just a burrito covered in sauce. It's amazing. Look it up. Google it. They're really good. They're huge, but they're really good. Have I been to South America? No, I've never been to any part of South America. There's a possibility I'll be going to Ecuador at some point, but it's been a thing that's just kind of been like perpetually on hold. Ubisoft once invited me to an event in Sao Paulo, Brazil, But Ubisoft at the time had a tendency to be like, yo, we're doing an event like next week. Are you available? And at the time, I don't know if this has changed. At the time, Brazil required visas to enter for tourism. There was no such thing as a visa waiver. So you had to like apply for it and have their like consulate or embassy get back to you. And they're like, that's like a minimum of a couple months process. And I was like, yeah, there's no way I can go because there's no way. So that did not happen. That was the only time I would have had like a trip like bought and paid for where I could have just like hopped down to South America. I ended up getting the Brazilian visa, by the way, just because I thought, okay, maybe it'll be useful if this happens again. But they only last for like 2 years, and then it expired, and then I was like, well, I never ended up using it, so it was just a waste of time. Where have you been in Utah? I live in Utah, and I want to get out of here. I've never heard anybody in Utah who didn't want to get out of there. I've been to Salt Lake City. I've been up to Logan. As an adult, I don't remember. I know I'd been there as a kid, but I think the only place we went to was Salt Lake City. Actually, funny enough, I went there to Salt Lake City in the fall of 1998. That was interesting because the summer of 98, June 98, was when Michael Jordan did The Last Dance against the Utah Jazz. So when you got there in the fall of 98, being like, hey, I'm from Chicago, you got a lot of nasty looks. Because they were just like heartbroken about losing the NBA title 2 years in a row to the same team. So I was there for that. That's what I remember being there as a kid. Because I remember as a kid asking some guy, like, how did he feel about losing to Michael Jordan and the Bulls? Because we were from Chicago. And he was like, not great. But that's all I remember about that. But as an adult, I remember going to Salt Lake City briefly and mostly to Logan. And the only thing that was interesting about Logan is that my uncle had gone to college there. And I took some photos and sent it to him, and he was like, wow, that brings back memories, because he's like in his 70s, and he hadn't been there since he was like 20, so he hadn't been there in like 50 years. Super chat from Lodmot says, my girlfriend Jordan says happy birthday. Thank you to Lodmot's girlfriend Jordan, who is in the server as Lot of Money, who basically has access to Lodmot's vast fortune, but in Canadian Monopoly money. So thank you very much to Lodmot. I'm just kidding about that. Another super chat from Toru Basu in New Zealand currency. I don't know if you guys call yours the dollar or what your currency is actually, so if you could educate me on that, I'd appreciate it. What's your favorite JRPG of all time? Happy birthday. I don't have one. I actually do not like JRPGs because I do not like turn-based combat and all that. I have no affinity for anime whatsoever, so they don't typically go hand in hand in a way I like. If you want to think about a turn-based RPG of any kind that I kind of liked, it would definitely be the Ubisoft South Park games, like Stake of Truth and the Fractured Butthole, more so the Fractured Butthole. But that's the closest I can give you as an answer to that question, because actual like legit ones like your Final Fantasies and whatever, I'm just kind of like, it's not for me. But thank you all the same. Can Series X play 360 discs offline? Yes and no. It requires to be online in order to download the content in the first place. If your system is set to be the primary system, and as long as it's handshaked with Xbox Live at some point relatively recently, the game will work offline. But eventually, yes, it will stop functioning. Because while the Xbox Series X and Xbox One do backwards compatibility of the OG Xbox and 360 in a limited capacity, it is very much a novelty feature and is in no way really game preservation. It's just kind of, hey, look at this bonus feature. While the servers are online, this will work. Jesse super chats and says, Taqueria Carolina, so good. Yes, the best wet burritos I've ever had in my entire life. Like, no joke. I might fly out to you very soon, Jesse. It's a possibility. And if that happens, we might have to go there. It's a possibility. Just saying. Also, thank you for the super chat. What's your travel record when it comes to national parks? You're going to have to refine what you mean by that question. Happy birthday. Thank you. What did your mom do for work? So that was a funny thing about that question is I never understood it. The best way she could ever explain this to me, she's like, so my company helps other companies figure out what their employees have as far as benefits and if they're capable of retiring. And I never understood it. And the joke was always her mother told her Susan, that was my mom's name. Susan, I have no idea what you do, but you're clearly good at it. Just keep doing it. And when it came to me working on YouTube and so on and so forth, my mother never understood. She always like, I don't know, he makes movies on the internet or something. She never understood what I did. And she said, I don't know what you do, but you're good at it. Just keep doing it. So that was always kind of the line, is like, I never understood what my mom did, but she was good at it. I told her just keep doing it. Like, that's the best answer I ever got. Just, it was my understanding of what she did was as poor as her understanding of what I did. Does that make sense? It's one of those things with most jobs, is that unless you are actively in that job, you likely don't really understand what the other person actually does. Unless it's a very obvious job. Like, I am a grocery store cashier. You know, like, everybody knows what that is. Or, I am a doctor. Even that is kind of insulting to doctors, because there's obviously a million different types of doctors. But it has to be something like that. If you're like, oh, I'm a business consultant. The hell does that mean? Like, you know what I mean? It's one of those things where when you try to explain it to people, you just go like, yeah, unless they're already in it, they're not going to get it. So I always describe myself as a YouTuber / influencer, whatever, and you just call you just, that's at the end of the day, that's all you say. If you had to spend 2 days in Seattle, what would you do? I've spent plenty of days in Seattle, and you can actually watch my travel videos on it if you want to. If you're talking about touristy stuff, you got to go to Pike Place. You got to go to the Space Needle. You have to go to the first Starbucks, which is in Pike Place, so that's convenient enough. And you have to get nothing but Asian food. Nothing but Asian food if you're going to Seattle. I'm telling you, that's the thing they are the best at. They're unbelievable at it. James is in here. What's up, man? James, how do you not have... Hang on. James is going to be a moderator. I don't know how he wasn't already. There you go. James, you're a moderator now. Captain Potato is a lawyer. I think his job is mostly to break up happy families, something like that. He said something about, like, there was this happy family that came in and he forced them into a divorce and put the children in orphanages, something like that. I don't really remember all the details. Modded 360 seems to be the way to go after they shut down the service. Yeah, I have a modded 360. Shout out to what am I spacing? Mr. Mario. Mr. Mario set me up with a modded hacked up 360 a while ago. I did a video on it. It's really cool. It's the thing with the Xbox scene as far as hacking goes is every generation of that console, like that brand, gets less and less hackable. So obviously the original Xbox is famously like the most hackable console like ever. But the 360, while it can be hacked, and it's really cool once that happens, it's a lot more limited in like its capabilities as far as like what hackers can do with it and how easy it is to do that. So the best thing you can hope for is a very nice dashboard that can, you know, archive the original games and just can play them off. But like the emulation scene and stuff like that never really kind of got as robust. Then when you go to the Xbox One, we're still in a, like, I don't know, it's still being supported, so it's kind of hard to hack area. I saw this guy's video on it, and he presented a really good point about the Xbox infrastructure from Xbox One onwards, which was Microsoft's method of approaching anti-piracy is fascinating. It's no other company has ever done it that way. They do constant updates, and they constantly, not only they do updates from us for the layman, but when they do those updates, they hard update a lot of stuff inside, which means that no hacker really spends a whole lot of time trying to work on it because they're going to update the system and your mod is effectively useless at that point, which is one element of it. But also the introduction of Game Pass, as well as the briefly anyway, I don't know if this kind of comes and goes, but they do that like open source stuff where you can have like N64 emulators and all that sort of thing that they've kind of made legitimate. When they do that, it basically disincentivizes anybody to go ahead and hack their system because they're like, that's a ton of work. Whereas if I just pay a little bit of money, I can do it legitimately. It'll be interesting. Like when those systems are truly well and truly not supported anymore, that's when we'll probably see like actual interesting hacking efforts out of the systems. But prior to that, probably not a whole lot. But yeah, anyway, the 360 though is still a very hackable system, and once that happens, it's a fascinating one. Okay, I need some water. I'm getting a little kind of loaded question because it really depends on what you yourself are looking for. What you'll find a lot of times at Hard Off, at least cheap, currently, at least last time I was there, lots of Super Famicoms, lots of PS2s, lots of PS1s, lots of Wiis. If that's the kind of thing you want, that's up to you. Are we about to get a... Oh, thank you. The missus just handed me a cup of water. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, baby. I hope you guys heard that. She was there. Anyway, yeah, so she handed me a nice cup of water. Thank you. But yeah, it depends. If you want that, there's also... The thing with Hard Off, though, is it has kind of changed a bit. Like, a few years ago, you would go in there and they would just be like a sea of Sega Saturns, a sea of Dreamcasts. It was amazing. And now it's like they kind of recognize after the pandemic that a lot of that stuff has value. And now that they know it has value, you know, that those are kind of in the cleaner, nicer console area, which is unfortunate. So I don't know, man. Like, what are you looking for? Let's approach it that direction. Thank you for the super chat. We got, could you see a new company joining the console market at some point or in the next 10 to 20 years? Honestly, the only manufacturer of electronics that I thought really would make a lot of sense to get into it, and they never did, kind of thankfully, would be Apple. I mean, obviously they did the Pippin, but people tend to forget that. They have the infrastructure, they have the Apple Arcade system, they have all that, but I just don't think they have any interest in actually making game consoles. I don't think anybody really does anymore. I would argue that to an extent Microsoft doesn't even really. They just kind of want games as a service. I guess I would say that question would have made more sense maybe like 10 years ago. Now it's more like everybody's kind of locked in. Nintendo's obviously going to keep doing this. Sony will keep doing this until they kind of can't. And Microsoft, if you saw those Xbox leaks, there is a distinct possibility they're going to possibly bail out by 2029 if the brand isn't popular enough or successful enough. But that's a whole different kettle of fish, isn't it? Did you ever watch a Bulls game with Michael Jordan live? Yes, multiple times actually. I had the benefit of seeing him play a few times, especially in his Last Dance season, because everybody knew that was going to be the end. And one of the benefits of my mom's job, which I was talking about before, is that she had to work with these other companies and impress their clients, which is a cool perk. I'm going to tell you guys a story about how I kind of learned some business acumen and a little bit of... let's say social control, if that makes any sense. Like if anybody's ever hung out with me at events or anything, you'll kind of notice I tend to group people together and I'm like, all right, I take charge and all that. I got that from my mom in a very specific way. So here's a story for you. When that Bulls 98 Last Dance season was going on, every single one of her clients wanted tickets to go see them, logically so. Now, my mom's company actually owned a skybox at the United Center, which is where the Bulls would play. So they would have to be very selective about who got to go and when. And every once in a while, she got those tickets with the expressed understanding that she's supposed to invite clients for different companies. Let's say those different companies were like Kraft Foods or Hershey's or McDonald's corporate or whoever it is. And she has to impress them so that they sign their business over to her company. That's a logical business move, right? But all of them have kids. And my job, because I was the kid of her, I was told very clearly, you take care of these kids. If the kids want food, you help them find it. If they want, like, you know, if there's that guy coming around who's like, you know, anybody want to buy, like, you know, whatever, you know, for the show, you know, you get Bulls this, Bulls t-shirts, whatever it is. Here's a bunch of money. She would give me cash that was from her company and say, like, you just take care of these kids. That way the adults don't have to think about what their kids are doing. I don't have to think about what the kids are doing. You're taking care of these other kids. And so I would be very good at learning people's names and be like, all right, let's all hang out together. And I just took point. All right, the food's here. Anybody need roast beef sandwich? You know, like, it was just kind of this thing she had instilled in me that I realized was a skill that I learned back then that I still use to this day. If you ever hang out with me at a convention, you'll notice that somehow we always end up in kind of a group. And usually I'm helping to make decisions on how that happens, you know. And yeah, I still have to thank my mother for that lesson because I definitely got that from her. So yeah, I got to see the Bulls play multiple times in that context. And a few times I got to see Jordan play in other contexts. Yeah, those were fun. Those were fun times. Does Amazon have a future with Luna? I don't know anything about that. Why is Catnip a dog on YouTube? That's ironic. Atari going back and making the new one too. That would be interesting. What about visiting Laos and Cambodia? They have a history with the USA and the Vietnam War. That they do. Not a good one. Thanks a lot, Henry Kissinger. But no, I'd be more interested in visiting Vietnam itself, but not necessarily the other countries in the area. Nothing against them, obviously, but I don't know. Oh, super chat from Cameron Caruso. Happy birthday, Adam. Duck boats are real. I agree with you. Does that fake... First of all, thank you for the super chat. I wonder if duckboats.org still exists. Duckboats.org. Nope, doesn't exist anymore. For those who don't recall, that's a good reference. So Chip, who we were talking about a little bit earlier, who used to be on my podcast, we had talked one time about duck boats, and he had no idea what that was. It's a type of, basically like a big truck, but it also is shaped like a boat. So you can drive it on the land, or you can drive it into the water, and it'll work in the water and then goes back on the land. Duck boat. He had no idea what this was, and so he was like, no, that's not a thing. To the point where it was enough of a joke, he had actually built a website, I think it was duckboats.org, and if he went there, it was about the conspiracy theory that duck boats aren't actually real, because people would say they're real, but they're not. He was dedicated to that joke, but I don't think he pays for that website to be up anymore. Sega Steve says, I don't have the Navi, referring to the Navi Saturn. I do have a Navi Saturn, but I don't have it on me. It's in the other room. It just occurred to me I haven't eaten anything. No, I did. I had pancakes. Never mind. You missed the duck boat convo. So do I. See if I could bother Chip if anybody wants to join in. Get him maybe. See if everything's good over here. Everything seems normal enough. I don't know why I'm suddenly sweating a lot. Is it because of the coffee? Yeah, the missus says I'm sweating because of the coffee. Well, thank you for the water, dear. I like water. I have this, and I have the Warner Brothers water. Am I going to get an IQ at some point? Which is not an insult to me, by the way. That's a reference to the Nintendo IQ. I would like to. There's a guy in my Discord who might track that down. We call him Orky Borky of Freedom. He's pretty good at tracking down really obscure Chinese game consoles. So we'll see how that goes. Captain Potato says, Lyndon Johnson had an aquatic car, also known as a duck boat. He would screw with people by running into the water. This was after the JFK, of course. Which, by the way, since duck boats are a conspiracy and JFK, obviously based on everything it said in my video, the comment section was a conspiracy, it proves duck boats aren't real. Ancient aliens. That's a reference from earlier, everybody. I don't know if you guys any of you watch my travel channel, and maybe you watched the JFK video. That video's comment section is one of the funniest things you'll ever see, because it's a lot of boomers who are just going on about conspiracies with no evidence of any kind, and most of the time I respond to it with being like, that's cool, man, I love ancient aliens too. Like, he just, like, everything they're saying is Looney Tunes. But anyway, because that's usually as far of a thread as they need, is like, oh, well, Lyndon Johnson had a duck boat, and that's not real, therefore Kennedy was killed by Lyndon Johnson, who personally took the shot. Like, they say insane things. Would anybody be opposed to me eating a bowl of cereal? Because I'm getting a little hungry. I'm not allowed cereal? What am I allowed to have? Oh, she's making me food. I apologize, everybody. Thank you, sweetheart. I love you. Get lost, she says. Give me your cloned hair. Laudmont really likes my hair. She says good. She helps to poof my hair, everybody. She's my stylist. No, she actually does, like, for reals. We go in there, and, like, you know me, I'm usually kind of slobbish, and she's like, no, forget that. She comes in, she pampers me a bit, dries my hair, and then poofs it and puts, like, product in it. This is by choice, everybody. I like this. Eat if you're hungry. Yeah, like, I didn't know. She's making me food, apparently. You're 42, you're still living life and playing games. Good for you when I travel the world. By the way, I appreciate you a lot, because you're one of the only people who really gets what it's like to do such an insane amount of traveling. And I think you still watch the Travel Channel, which, if you're not, shame on you. You really should. It would totally make sense to you. JFK video was good. Thank you. Appreciate that. What do you think about arcades? Seems like there's a lot of nostalgia for retro arcades. So arcades, I think the retro ones really appeal to a lot of Gen X, not so much millennials. Maybe the oldest of us, but you got to remember in the United States, most arcades were kind of dead by the time most of us were of our formative age. Hence, we play a lot of consoles. Ooh, thank you. Thank you, dear.
I also made you tea.
You did. So she made me a salad here, which looks to have tomatoes, lettuce, Caesar dressing, some cheese, salami, pepperoni. Can anybody see that? I don't know how well that's going to show up on camera. Yeah, there you go. See, she takes care of me.
I'm just going to complain because I haven't given you pizza. I even said he could have pizza, and he said no, so that's on his
I don't know if you guys can hear her. She says that. Thank you for the tea. She says she authorized me to have pizza, and then you guys are going to complain that I'm not eating pizza. No, I chose. She said I could have pizza.
Yeah.
And I chose not to. Can you guys hear her?
Hello.
Can you speak louder?
I just did.
Here, I'm going to aim the mic at her for a second.
Ew, why would you want to do that? Hi, everyone.
This is Amy. She
Hello.
may or may not come on camera later. If she wants to, she does not have to. If she wants to, she's more than welcome to.
Why are you so sweaty?
That's what I just asked you.
It's probably because you're drinking so much coffee, and probably because you haven't moved in like 3 hours.
Maybe. I think it's more so the water.
And the lights?
The lights are definitely a factor. Is the heater on?
I don't know. I can check.
If you would, please. Thank you.
It's in your room, right?
It is. You guys okay with me eating a little bit while I'm sitting here? I'm kind of hungry. She did not make that. Yes, she absolutely made it. Why would we lie about her making a salad, guys? Who would lie about a salad? Did you think I made it, just materialized it out of nothing? Take a break. I don't need a break. I'm good to chill. So let's eat some questions. Oh, eat some questions. Wow. Because I heard Ryan Krause say there, eat dog. No, not dog, as in the animal. D-A-W-G. Like, eat, brother. Cax super chats and says, Sunshine got both of our Martys reading games. Congratulations. Where is Sunshine? Why is he not hanging out with us? That dude's cool as shit. Sunshine helped me with the JFK video. He did all the Washington, D.C. stuff. He was cool enough to escort me around there. And my buddy Brett Weiss, so I'm sure a lot of you guys actually know, he was the one who helped me all throughout Dallas. I don't know if he's watching. There's a dude in the UK named Martin. He was the one who drove me around so that I could do the bit in the UK. It's an Irish accent. Whose is? My girlfriend's British. So come on, guys. Ask me some questions. Let's do this. Something that I can answer while I'm also eating. Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs sitting in the corner. Dude, that's like one of my girlfriend's favorite movies. I don't know what reference you're referring to. Unless you're talking about the food.
What reference?
Somebody said Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs sitting in the corner.
Sitting in the corner.
Yeah, I don't know what...
He looks like Flint Lockwood because of the hair.
Oh, she says I look like Flint Lockwood because of the hair. Is that what you're talking about?
If not, then I have no idea.
I don't know. What am I eating? I'm eating a salad that my girlfriend just made for me. It's got... What kind of cheese is this?
It's whatever cheese you bought from the grocery store.
It's what?
It's whatever cheese you got from the grocery store.
Okay. Oh, the one that's in like a triple pack?
Mm.
Right. So it's got pepperonis, salami, salad, tomatoes, obviously lettuce, and Caesar salad dressing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
You look tired.
I'm not tired.
You look good.
I'm sweaty.
Yeah, I can tell.
How you doing?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm good.
Good.
Can I convince you to come over here for a minute?
Absolutely. No. I nearly swore and then realized where I was.
Well, yeah, that's okay. Well, let me answer some questions. Yeah, I'm lucky to have watched Michael Jordan. That is true. What's a few of your favorite animated movies? Ooh, that's a good one. Well, I like a lot of the Disney Pixar stuff. We talked about this before. She and I have watched a bunch like together.
Anastasia.
Oh, Anastasia, I have a soft spot for.
Mm-hmm.
Well, do the beginning of the song, can you?
Absolutely.
No, just give me so I can, because I can't. You know me and music. Can you give me the bar?
Which one?
That one song. Dun 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 ba 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 ba. That song. I love that. Toy Story, obviously. Like, yeah, I got a ton, dude. Mrs. Koralik her name is Amy. She's 29. She's beautiful. She's amazing. She's wonderful. They're just asking about you because they're curious.
No, it's more, get out of my...
Get out. I'm not. I'm telling the truth.
Just, I don't know.
If you guys are curious what she looks like, you can watch the Travel Channel. She's in a few episodes over there. She's in the Gibraltar episode we did not too long ago. Frankfurt episodes.
Dublin.
Yeah, Dublin. Amsterdam.
PA.
Oh, and the Belgian one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, she's cool.
I suppose.
Yeah, you're pretty cool.
Eh.
Like, I would hang out with you if you were available.
I'm talking to you and I'm in your apartment.
She's got a point.
Oh.
Can we see her? Like I said, if she feels like coming on camera, that's her choice. If you're just curious out of curiosity.
I don't have makeup on, so not yet.
She says maybe. She'll see how she feels. Like, I'm not going anywhere for a while, so it's entirely her choice.
Yeah, but eventually you're gonna need to get up and move and then sit back down.
Yeah.
What's that one thing they tell you to do on planes?
Just get up and walk around.
What's the one thing you're not doing?
Getting up and walking around.
Exactly.
I might have to do that at some point, everybody.
Well, then maybe you should.
Maybe I will. But at the moment, I'm eating this lovely salad.
Oh, yeah,
Her name is Amy, Aimee.
Should have told him the wrong spelling.
Why would I do that?
That's funny.
Is weed legal here? Yes, it is. Actually, can you bring some in here?
Absolutely. I just had an edible myself.
She just took an edible. So weed's not legal in the UK, but it's legal in Illinois. So we regularly go to dispensaries, and she's just like, holy shit.
Just be careful with the tin.
I will. So this is an example of these things called Caminos. They're basically just gummy edibles, wild berry.
5 milligrams of THC.
5 milligrams of THC per thing. And you can buy them here completely legally. And so she partakes, which I'm actually very proud of her for because she quit smoking.
Yeah, drinking.
She quit drinking. She quit smoking, and cigarettes in particular. Even quit vaping.
Yep.
And she's just kind of substituting now with edibles, which, hey, that's much better for you. Very proud of you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Here, you can have your Caminos back.
Yeah, give them back. Yoink.
Thank you. We got a super chat from Silgo79. Happy birthday. Dreamcast life was cut short in the US and UK. Which later 6th gen game would you port to the Dreamcast to show off its potential? Thinking of Metal Gear Solid 2 port article. Love the channels, by the way. First of all, thank you for the super chat. Second, if you guys haven't heard about that, there is a guy working on basically recreating Metal Gear Solid 2 for the Dreamcast, which I think is cool as hell. If you're basically saying, like, what's one random game I could pluck from the 6th gen and put onto the Dreamcast, I have like a yes and no situation with this, because I sit there and I think, if I loved that game on a different system, then it doesn't really matter to put it on the Dreamcast. But at the same time, since I do want to answer that question, and there are games I love, I think the game that I would pick that is just kind of nobody ever talks about would be Second Sight for the original Xbox, GameCube, PS2. That game is amazing. It was made by Free Radical. They're the guys who did some of the Time Splitters games. It's a lot of fun. I would call it the biggest hidden missed gem of the 6th gen that nobody's ever played. What's up? Ooh, extra tomato. Thank you. I think that game is fantastic. Having a Dreamcast version would be awesome. Beyond that, yeah, I mean, dude, there's so many great games in the 6th gen that would be cool to fantasy throw onto the Dreamcast. Now, if you're talking about from a historical perspective, like what game we could have put on there to change history, the most obvious ones is that both GTA 3 and Halo were both in development for the Dreamcast at one point. But if I'm honest with you, the version of Halo we would have got on the Dreamcast would have been closer to Halo Wars. It would not have been the big thing that Halo ended up being. And GTA 3, I don't know. I don't think that game would have worked as well, just because the PS2 was able to load more content all at once. The Dreamcast would have had more constant loading times, which I think might have killed that game. You know, Shenmue, for example, was very compartmentalized, which is why it was able to do that. GTA isn't meant to be like that, so I don't know if that would have worked that well. Jesse says he just picked up Second Sight. Well, try that game, dude. It's really good. Thank you for the super chat. Babe.
Yeah.
Sato Cleese is inviting us down to Phoenix so he can make us fry bread. You want to go?
What?
I think he remembers that reference in the South Dakota video.
Right.
So, fry bread is basically fried bread. It is probably the most unhealthy thing you could possibly eat. But there's a guy named Sato Cleese who, by the way, this dude defeated cancer years ago. He kicked cancers right in the balls and he won.
Nice.
Yeah. She says congratulations to Sato Cleese. So, dude, if we come down to Phoenix, I'm sure we'll hit you up. You want fried bread, don't you? She doesn't. She won't let me eat fried food, and she's right to do that.
You can go.
Oh, I can go. All right. She's not going for fried bread, no. Ooh, Rob Thanos, aka Grappadora, super chats. Happy birthday, asshole! I'm 3 hours from you in Detroit. What's your excuse? I'm at home. It's my birthday. What excuse do you think I need, Rob? I don't know. I don't know what he's asking. Rob, why are you mad? Oh, it's his time. I get it. How you doing, Rob? Dip the egg before using fried bread? What? Lodmot says he's heading out for dinner. We'll be back in like a random series of milliseconds. See ya in balls, nut bites. I don't know. He's very drunk. But thank you, Lodmot, for your generosity, and hope to see you soon.
You realize he drove home?
Who did?
Lodmot.
Lodmot's drinking and driving?
Apparently.
Lodmot. Bad Lodmot. Well, dude, Lodmot's really rich. He probably has a guy driving him around.
You're already saying that because he gave you $100.
So far, he's given me like 200.
Okay, I'm sorry. He's giving you $200. I'm not keeping score.
Neither am I. I just kind of remember that one because that was significant. Thank you, Lodmot, for your generosity. But have your chauffeur fly your private helicopter around. It's probably a little safer. Is Amy a gamer also? Dude, she's not only a gamer, she's a game developer. It's at her choice if she wishes to talk about what game she works on. I'll leave that alone. But yeah, she's a game dev, and yes, she plays a lot of games. She plays more games than I do, to be honest with you. Where are you in Detroit, Rob? Rob's currently having Detroit-style pizza. Nice. Yep. Amy says nice.
I don't like pizza at all.
Amy doesn't like pizza that much.
Oh.
To be fair, she's British. They don't know what pizza is. They know Indian food really well.
And you guys don't know how to make tea.
We don't. I admit that. She says we don't know how to make tea. And you're right. I barely know what tea even is. She made me a tea right here, though. What kind of tea is this? Oh, she made me a the green tea one?
Yeah.
She made a pomegranate green tea. This is from my Titanic mug that we actually got at the Belfast Titanic Museum in Belfast. You guys should check out that video. It's pretty cool. Yeah, I forgot we did that. Thoughts on Metal Gear Solid Twin Snakes versus the original PS1 version? I love both, but when I go to revisit it, I'll be honest, I do play the Twin Snakes version, which I know is sacrilege to Hideo Kojima, but it's legitimately, I don't know, I just love it. Am I wearing Jordans right now? I am not. I don't have socks. I have socks on. I don't have any shoes on. I'm at home. I do have an actual pair of Michael Jordan's pants, though. Do you guys know about this? Does anybody remember this? Oh, they say they can hear you. No problem.
Okay, good.
Well, when you were closer in here, I doubt they can hear you out of the room. She's busy now, everybody. Sorry. Hope you guys enjoyed her cameo. Is the U.S. going back to the moon? I mean, I haven't scheduled anything, but that'd be cool. I don't know much about that. I know there's always that story about that possibility. Yo, Adam, happy birthday, dude. Hope you're feeling extra love today. I am. My girlfriend made me a nice salad. She's hanging out in the other room. She's amazing. And I get to hang out with you lovely people on my birthday. This is what I want to do. Every year since I've been doing these streams, like, I'm not going to lie to you guys. I used to love streaming like every month and just talking to you guys and hanging out. And then YouTube started punishing us for that. Hence, you don't see that many YouTubers do it anymore. But once a year, I'll let the algorithm take a hit, and I love to just hang out with you guys. Hope you don't mind me eating this. She's from England. specifically. Hang on, where's the Bulls vest? Do you mean that Bulls jersey? The Derrick Rose? It's over there. The autographed Derrick Rose jersey is over there. I just take it down now during streams and stuff because, or if I have to film in here for any reason, because the reflection just really screws with the footage. Scarface the game. For the question is, do I own that? For the original Xbox or what? I think I do. I am eating a salad. Yeah, it's a salad she made. It's got lettuce, cheese, Caesar salad dressing, tomatoes, salami, and pepperonis. It's quite good. Forgive you while I chew, everybody. We got a super chat from Still Alive. What's up? In your opinion, has the used gaming market crashed? Seeing a lot of YouTubers claiming it has, including Carl Jobst. What's your opinion? Can you kind of refine that? Do you mean like, is it still expensive, or does just no one care? Or like, are you saying that games are worthless now? Or are you saying like the height of it when like the WATA stuff, you know, was at its peak and now it's just kind of slower down? Can you just slightly refine what you mean? From Chicago and Bulls fan, I met you before a retro show in Illinois. Was it VGS? That was fun. Thank you for coming to the show. You could do a live streaming channel. See, the thing is, I know that some YouTubers, like, I know Rich at Review Tech USA did that. But the thing is, he's got over 1 million followers. So if even like 10% of his base goes over there, he would still be doing better than me. So if I do that, I just don't think that many people would show up. And, you know, I don't know. I'd just rather stick it here, make it a special thing, do it once a year, and that's just kind of it. Like, if YouTube changes the algorithm, I'm on board. But in the meantime, hey, it is what it is. Plus, I have to admit, when I was doing them more frequently, less and less people got interested in watching it because it was less special, which is a valid point. So you're Still Alive says more of the WATA thing, I guess. I do think that the story is out on the whole WATA thing and how, like, you know, it kind of inflates unnecessarily to the, let's say, the art market. I cannot say in any way, shape, or form that the retro gaming market is dead. I mean, go to any retro game con and it's still there. However, the external factors of WATA and the pandemic, which must be understood, definitely play a role, and things are getting a little cheaper because of that. But the other factor to it, and I've always said this, in retro gaming economics, it's all about which generation has nostalgia for what and what age they're at. Currently, the millennials are in a phase where they're rebuying 6th gen stuff. That's what they're doing. And they're starting to purge their Genesis and their SNES stuff. So that stuff's starting to come down. I would say late Gen X is also getting out of the game entirely. I can't tell you how many of my buddies who are older than me are just like, yeah, I sold everything. I don't want to do this anymore. Like, I need a house and I'm taking care of my kids and all that sort of thing. It kind of ends up happening. And now that's starting to happen more and more with the millennials. The question is what Gen Z does. And somebody pointed out, we were kind of timing it, that Gen Z probably has some nostalgia for 6th gen stuff, and they're probably largely responsible for some of the increases in the PlayStation 2, the Dreamcast to a lesser extent, Xbox, GameCube. But yeah, it's hard to say. It depends on which generation you go to. But then you eventually get to a point where the oldest of the generation that's still playing video games comes back around. So that's now we're seeing with like late Gen Xers, that they're actually going back and now buying a bunch of Atari stuff all of a sudden. So that market's going back up because now they're retiring. Well, boomers more so. But Gen X, late Gen X's are getting into the, I'm not quite retired, but my kids are out of the house and I have less expenses phase. And that's when you start rebuying stuff. So it comes in waves. I can definitely not say that retro gaming market is dead. I think that just inflated timing that existed briefly is kind of over. I'm almost done with my salad, by the way, everybody. Yeah, I don't understand the idea of somebody mentioned VHS going nuts all of a sudden. I'm like, I don't get that at all because it's a terrible format. It always was. Mm. Caleb Super Chats says, what do you think some and more IPs Sega might bring back? Personally, I'm hoping for Rystar. But man, there was a whole bunch of great suggestions. A lot of people throwing out another Nights into Dreams, obviously, but things like I wasn't even considering, like Sega Rally, Daytona USA. There's Echo the Dolphin, a whole bunch of stuff. I don't know where they would actually start on that process. I'm sure they have some sort of internal marketing and said which ones are the most statistically requested. I would think that the racing ones would probably be a little bit easier as far as like low budget games they want to pursue. Maybe Outrun, but it also boils down to licensing. Something like Outrun is so dependent on a license with Ferrari, which actually killed one of the digital games in the first place. So it's kind of hard to say unless you're willing to change the vehicle, which is also very, very doable. I don't know. I would love to see. There's a difference between what I want to see versus what I think will happen. And I think they went with the safest bets. But, oh yeah, there's a great suggestion. So, like, Phantasy Star, which Phantasy Star is, I mean, we've got Phantasy Star Online, too, not that long ago. Skies of Arcadia is a good choice, but it really only has one game in the series. So, it's basically nostalgia for one title. Shining Force would be interesting because it does have a whole franchise, and that series went on longer than people think. Like, there were PS2 iterations of that franchise. But a lot of them, like Choo Choo Rocket was a great example, but it only had the one game and then the GBA game. Seaman, which is that one, somebody said this in the comments, and I thought, great idea. Seaman 3, but now that we have better AI, that could be a really fascinating game. I don't know entirely what it would be, but it'd be a fascinating game. Virtua Fighter 6 is a good choice. Yeah, I think that's one where Virtua Fighter 6 would be one where they would like have to really put effort into it, especially because Virtua Fighter is so big and important in Japan. They would not want to screw that up. Oh, that reminds me. Because a lot of people are saying, how about Space Harrier? Which sadly tells me a lot of people have not played Air Twister. Space Harrier was made by Yu Suzuki, right? He just made a game called Air Twister that came out very recently on consoles. And it's effectively the spiritual successor to Space Harrier. If you want another Space Harrier, go play Air Twister. It's available now for PS5, Xbox, Brand, and Switch. It's not physically. It's available on PS5 and Switch, and I think PS4 too. Almost done with the salad, everybody. Yeah, see, Chat GPT plus Seaman would be bizarre, wouldn't it? New Panzer Dragoon, maybe. They did do that remake not that long ago.
Are you finished?
Just about. The missus is here, and I think she wants this plate.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. There you go.
Oh, I don't remember whatever.
Thank you.
No problem.
Anyway, appreciate everybody chilling out while I ate my salad. What did I do? Oh, she called me an idiot for using a Valley Girl accent, which she's not wrong about. He is not. What's my opinion on the Evercade? I think it's a neat concept. I just never really got behind it because it feels very fan oriented, which is cool, but it just doesn't. I don't know. It doesn't do anything for me. That and it's more because of the portable aspect, I guess. Neither Dreamcast nor GameCube port of Skies of Arcadia did well commercially, so I'm not hopeful for a modern port. See, that's the most I could see out of Skies of Arcadia currently is like an HD re-release of the original game, and that's it. I don't see them making like a sequel to a flop. I mean, he's right. Like, Skies of Arcadia had two chances from the same game. There was the original Dreamcast build, and then there was a slightly enhanced or altered GameCube version. I don't pretend to be a huge connoisseur of what the difference between the two is, but effectively, that's it. And both of them didn't really do that well. So I could see them with enough pressure at least re-releasing it in a more modern form, even if it's digital only, which I would not like, but I could see them doing that. But expecting them to drop a sequel out of that, unlikely. The only way you're getting a sequel to that is if they do the re-release and it does really well. What's going to be for dinner? Well, I just had that salad. I think I'm good for a while. Yeah, right. She says, yeah, right. Starbucks Ireland mug. I have a mug. I have about 100 mugs from all over the place. It's a weird travel collecting thing. Dude, I did exactly the same thing. My mother and I, before she passed, that's what we did. We went to a bunch of different places and we collected from the Starbucks like around the world collection before they changed the art style. And so I have a bunch of them, or did. Then my house fire happened and they were all destroyed. So that sucked, to say the least, because that was something my mom and I did together. Tell us which was the best game you received as a birthday present. Oh man, I'd have to really go through the recesses of my memory. Oh, she made me a dessert. What is this? It's ice cream, clearly.
Neapolitan ice cream, chocolate sauce, and diced walnuts.
She made me Neapolitan ice cream with chocolate sauce and walnuts. Thank you.
I didn't make the Neapolitan ice cream.
Well, she did not craft it. She did not, milk the cow and process it.
No.
You look great. What you doing?
Huh?
What you doing? You coming over here?
No, I'm going out.
You're going out?
Uh-huh.
Oh, where are you going out to?
I haven't decided yet.
Oh, all right, then. Anyway, thank you. All right. So I guess I have ice cream, everybody. See, get yourself a girlfriend that is amazing. It is a wonderful experience.
You called me amazing too many times today.
I'm sorry that I call you amazing. I'll never do it again. I'm definitely going to do it again.
No, you didn't.
Sorry.
No, you're not.
Oh. Breaking news. Fat man satiated by salad. Hell yeah, I am.
Yeah, you secretly like salads.
I secretly like salad, guys. Don't tell anybody. What were your thoughts beyond consoles only using the online function to play online and streaming services, not to download updates and patches, day one updates, games? So I've always thought that it would be cool if game consoles, and this is delusional, of course, because it's not going to happen, but it would be cool if game consoles only use the internet for bonus purposes, such as that, like being able to stream to Netflix or whatever. The fact that games are so dependent upon it is really unfortunate. I get it if it's a perpetual game like a World of Warcraft or something where you need to be online. That's the whole point of the game, an ESO, for example. But to have like a single player offline game be like, oh yeah, it's totally worthless without an update, or it has to be connected to the internet to handshake. The hell with that. I don't want that. I don't like that. But I think you guys all could have predicted that. Salad doesn't fill you up. Dude, put a little bit of like salami or something in it, and that the protein from that will definitely help with the salad. The missus says if a salad doesn't fill you up, you're not doing it right. Stadia proved to be fatal, period. True, but apparently to Google's credit, they did return a bunch of money off that, which is a good thing for them to do. Do I still talk to Shane? Haven't seen him around in forever. Yeah. Actually, I just saw him a few weeks ago when we were in Toronto. He got me invited to the con in Toronto. He's still in my Discord. Like, you can talk to him there if you want to. I assume you mean re-res, Shane. There's a suggestion for a Cooking with Amy Koralik channel. She says no. You finally got yourself an amazing one, huh? Referring to Mrs. Koralik. Yes. Yes, I did. Somebody said, you finally got yourself an amazing one, referring to girlfriend, and I said yes. Jesse says, mine does the same thing, to be honest with you. Adam knows this. I'm not sure what you're referring to, but I believe you. What are your predictions for Switch 2? Also, what are the things you want Nintendo to do versus things you know Nintendo will do? Okay, what I want Nintendo to do is have their successor be kind of the same thing, but like effectively the upgraded version, like 4K output and all that sort of thing. Kind of like a PS5 in your pocket. I don't expect that. I would expect best case scenario is like PS4 Pro in your pocket. That's about it. I do think that they're going to basically... Nintendo tends to treat their consoles like in family groups. And so if history repeats itself, they'll attempt some backwards compatibility with the Switch, but then like have a new, set of things that are interesting about it. At least the initial run. Knowing Nintendo, their launch models will probably be backwards compatible with the Switch. and then like a couple of years in, they'll do a refreshed version that takes backwards compatibility out of it. Think like how the DS supported GBA games, and then they dropped the cartridge slot. I'm thinking it'll be something along those lines. As far as like new features, I'm sure that they have a whole bunch of internal things they've looked at where they're like, this feature was useless. This is something people have been requesting. I don't have any like particularly great ideas for it because I know this is sacrilege, but to me the Switch is just kind of nothing. Like, it's good. I like it, but it doesn't do anything special for me because I don't use it in its handheld form, you know, pretty much ever, except for with this like one special like plug-in controller dock thing I had. But even then, I still prefer to use it on a TV. So once it's just a console and a television, then it effectively is just an underpowered console. So it's only really good for the exclusive games, in my opinion. But this is key. I do not really value the portability. So I would like it, and this is fantasy, I would like it if it was both portable and dockable and competitive with modern hardware. The problem is, unless Nintendo catches up to the cycle of the PlayStation 5 and the Xbox Series X, which they will not, then that's never going to happen. They're always going to feel like they're a generation behind, which is intentional. We got a super chat from a Gus Antonez who says, happy birthday, Adam, and thank you for providing us with great content. Thank you very much, Gus, for the super chat. And thank you, Bev, for the ice cream.
All right.
Checking in again. You're still going, huh? Yes, I am. I got ice cream now. The missus made it for me. What am I doing for my birthday? You're watching me do it. I wanted to live stream and hang out with you guys, hang out with the missus who was in the other room. What, are you eating ice cream too?
No.
What are you doing?
Eating.
Oh, what are you eating?
I'm eating.
Yeah, what are you eating?
None of your business.
That's none of my business, apparently.
Eat your own damn food.
I am. Thank you. Do you think Xbox Series S is really holding back the generation? Not really, because I don't think it's really doing much with them. I mean, most of those games still have to function on like the base Xbox One, do they not? So that's really that's what would be holding them back. And I don't know. I don't think that's doing much. The Xbox ecosystem is kind of strange. The thing is, this generation, developers have been less open about complaining about anemic hardware. At least that's been my notice, but I could be wrong. I'm alarmed. I agree 100% with AK. Bones, I assume you're talking about what I said about the Switch? I think the Switch has had a good run, and it's time to move on. I don't think the Switch is going anywhere anytime soon. I think it'll be here for a bit.
Should I have an energy drink or not?
If you want to. What we got? The Monsters?
Well, it's just my Monster. I haven't touched the other ones.
Yeah, have a Monster Energy drink.
Okay.
Okay.
Are you done?
No, I'm still eating it.
Still?
Well, I'm chatting and, you know.
Oh, well, it's you. I thought it would have been inhaled.
That's true. Usually I eat food like I've never eaten before. Or I escape from prison.
I'm just asking because I'm going to go on the Xbox.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, we have my headset off.
Okay. You haven't seen the Gotham Knights tweets. I guess that's true. I have not. The Switch is hard to kill. For those just joining us and curious who I'm talking to, that would be Mrs. Koralik over there.
Yeah, hi.
Mrs. Koralik, would you like to say hello to the folks?
Do I have to?
They heard you say that, so yes.
I'm kidding. I was cracking open my can and I was struggling. Hello.
Yeah.
How are you? Can you stop pointing that at my face now?
I'm pointing a microphone at her face.
Yeah, you're evil.
You want to come over and say hello? Okay, you don't have to. Maybe later if she feels confident, but that's a choice.
I'm having one of those days.
She's having one of those days. We all have those days. I'm sure a lot of you guys have those days every day.
Maybe if I get an X on here, so I'll do it.
What?
If I get an X.
All right, one of you guys is going to have to translate this for me. She said, quote, if I get an X on ESO, maybe I'll show up. Now, I know ESO stands for Elder Scrolls Online. I don't know what X in that context. I don't want you to explain to me. I want them just to see if anybody else knows on your level what that is. She plays more games than I do, dude.
Yeah, that's hilarious. Actually.
Isn't it? Have I seen Home Alone this year? She and I went to the Home Alone house. It's like 20 minutes from here.
We did, yeah.
Yeah, it's fun, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess I'm kind of spoiling this a little bit, but we're going to have a video coming up soon on the Travel Channel. We're going to visit some of these places. I'll leave it at that. Ooh. Happy birthday from sunny Wales, says Mr. Freeman. Thank you.
Oh, Wales is sunny?
Yeah, no, it's not. But you remember when you were there, you thought you knew what the sun looked like, and then you went to somewhere else, you're like, oh my god, what's that bright thing in the sky?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, so the thing is, the sun is illegal in the UK, they just don't know that.
To be fair, when we landed back from Gibraltar, it was pretty cloudy.
And Gibraltar is at least like the only part of the UK that's got sun because it's nowhere near the UK.
Well, yeah, because Chicago's just a den for sunny weather.
It was yesterday.
Yeah, it was yesterday, which was good because what we had to do.
Yeah.
But still.
Yeah. How are you liking Chicago? Would you tell them? From
Oh,
someone who's not from the US.
I love it. It's very busy, but obviously, you know, a big city would be. It could be a bit daunting at the beginning, but now I'm a lot more into it. I'm like walking around. It's really chill.
There you go. Oh, can you answer a question for me? How many times while you've been in Chicago have you been shot?
0.
There you go.
Shot at so many times. Like, I'm having to duck as soon as I go out the door. It's ridiculous. I even have to wear an armor vest. What the hell?
There you go, everybody. There's the answer you wanted to hear.
No, they even give you an armor vest as you get off the plane into Chicago. They're that well prepared.
Well, it's a customs thing. United's really cool. Anyway, sorry guys. I hope you enjoyed our little bit there. How much is gas in your area currently? The irony is I don't know because I have a Volt, so I never put gas in a car.
No.
What?
When you said how much is gas sold, I thought to myself, it's free for me because I live with you.
That part's true, but you maybe should stop feeding me so much fiber. I don't know.
That's you! You're the one that keeps eating all the friggin' breakfast cereal.
I keep eating breakfast cereal. Sorry, everybody.
Right.
They say your accent is awesome.
Thank you.
Okay. Nobody seems to know what ESO and getting an X means.
Oh my god. And you call yourself nerds.
She says you guys call yourself nerds. Hey, I do, but I have no idea what they're talking about. Can you explain it? Because I have no clue.
An X basically means like an X number of people. So if I say I'm going to try and get a 1vx, it basically means like I'm on my own and I'm going to try and kill like a whole bunch of people on my own. And it's an undefined number. What?
Nothing. I'm just finding it funny. I have no clue what you're talking about.
It's the way you're holding the mic, like talk to me.
I'm holding it like a gun. Because Chicago, right?
Tell us.
Tell us. Well, thank you. Go enjoy your ESO time.
And wipe your mouth.
Do I have chocolate on my face?
Yeah.
You did this on purpose, didn't you?
What? No.
Uh-huh.
No, you just have it in your tash. It's just a bit of vanilla ice cream. Are you done?
No, I'm still eating it. Can I have a napkin?
No. There's nothing actually there. You're okay.
Why would she mess with me like this? Oh, that's why. Okay. You can burp on command, can't you?
No.
You know my mom could do that?
Yeah, you've told me.
Yeah, my mom could used to be able to burp on command. And even like into her early 70s, I'd be like, Mom, can you burp? Burp! I can't do it. She could just burp on command. She's like, I learned it because she had 3 brothers. She's like, that's how I had to fit in to be cool. We got a super chat from Cax. Actually, this one's aimed at you. It says, Mrs. Koralik, sorry we aren't getting spicy ramen anymore in Japan. Maybe someday. Also, please confirm Wisconsin isn't a hellscape.
Oh, no, it's awful. It's better. Wait, no. I'll give it one thing. It's better than Indiana.
Yeah. So the only states she's been to is Illinois, because we're in Chicago. I've taken her up the border to Wisconsin, just around the Mars Cheese Castle. Nothing exactly far, which is near Milwaukee. And then we went down to Gary, Indiana, which is because Michael Jackson's house is there.
Yeah.
And that's been her only experience of within the U.S. so far.
Yeah,
so,
but you're taking me somewhere soon, aren't you?
Yeah. If you want to go, we go.
Yeah, you're taking me.
I'll
to
spend
that
you some
place.
miles and we'll go.
Yes.
I'll let you choose later, but yeah.
Okay.
Are we still going to that one place?
Yes.
Can I say the place?
If you like.
Do you want to say the place?
Wait, what place are you on about? Oh yeah, Harry Potter World.
Orlando. Yeah, she wants to go to Harry Potter World in Orlando.
And Las Vegas.
And Las Vegas.
And Los Angeles.
She's just adding every part of America. Let's go to the CNMI while we're at it.
And Seattle Space Needle.
And the Space Needle. She wants to go to Seattle too.
Yeah.
This is becoming an increasingly long list. Make videos? High five?
Yeah.
All right, you go play ESO and you exit or whatever you do.
I will be back shortly. Bye, everybody.
She says bye, everybody. She'll be back. Hope you guys enjoyed our little... This is us all day, everybody. Get yourself a girl who loves you and is stupid with you because life is so much better.
I'm not stupid.
You're not stupid, but you're stupid with me.
That is true.
Yeah, there you go. There's the difference. Which console do you prefer over the Series X or PS5 and why? I go with the Series X only because I have to admit that I enjoy the fact that it works with my entire Xbox One base, which obviously, to be fair to the PS5, it's compatible with that. But I also I had more of an Xbox, set of content with me. And I don't know, my relationship with Sony goes in two different directions. Like, sometimes they're really customer friendly with their physical media policies, and then out of nowhere they will flip and be like, yeah, we're the most anti-physical media you can get to. It's like, dude, what the hell? So you can't constantly switch like that. So Microsoft, I guess it's the devil I know. Does that make any sense? That's kind of where I stand. Adam, do you know how many games you own physically and you have total across platforms? Actually, Mrs. Koralik, can I bother you for a second?
Yeah, what?
Can you come here? This is a good question for you.
For me?
Yes, because I can't judge this properly.
Oh, God.
So...
Is it about an 8-track again?
Ladmont, I'm sorry you're not here right now. She has... No.
Isn't that a recorder of some sort?
Yeah, there's an 8-track player down there. Ladmont made me my own custom 8-track and stuff. You can see it right there.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, that's not the question. The question is... This is a good one for her. The question is, how many physical games do you think I own?
Oh, good.
Wait. Go ahead. Take a second. Go ahead.
Like, just this room, or?
In general.
Oh, God. I would say upwards of about 1,000.
Oh, it's easily more than that. The Dreamcast alone's like 850.
Oh, my God. You got problems.
I got problems.
You actually do have problems. Okay, like, I don't know, 5,000 then.
I doubt it's 5,000.
Okay, I don't know.
Yeah, see, but there you go. She's the only person who has like an outside perspective of what it might be like.
And it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. There's rubbish everywhere. This dude has 24 DeLoreans.
Not the car, Back to the Future toy models. Let's be clear. If I could afford 24 actual DeLoreans, then I have a problem.
If you could actually afford 24 DeLoreans, you could at least afford a bigger desk.
She's got a point there. Hey, I gave you credit for this chair.
Yeah, I know, I saw.
Okay, good.
And you also got it wrong. We were together 9 months.
Yeah, I did screw that, but then I corrected it. I did. I think Mrs. Koralik is funny.
Thank you. I know.
All right, you go play your adult games.
Way of telling me to get lost?
No, I was just trying to leave you alone. Sorry, dear. I'll never do it again until the next time I do it.
Yeah, do it. Oh, this box is trying to kill me.
What? Your box is trying to kill you? What?
There's a box that you left on the
Oh, cardboard box, Amazon package. My bad.
Yeah, you're trying to kill me.
Sorry, I'm the worst.
Yeah, it's alright.
Sorry, guys. I'm almost done with my ice cream that the lovely Mrs. Koralik made for me. Wipe it with my hand, because, slob. More than 5,000. The actual answer to the question about how many physical games do I own, truth is I don't really know. So with the Dreamcast is probably the one that's the one I use as the primary example, because I have a full global set, which would be around, if you include the indies, would be around like 900 titles. So that alone tells you something. I want a full original Xbox set. That would be about 1,000 total. But nothing else I have is nearly that big. Fun fact, your birthday is the 8th of November. Well, happy belated. Mrs. Koralik is not going to tell me this, guys. So can you tell me, do I have a bunch of like chocolate sauce and stuff on my face?
No, you don't.
She says I don't, but she's not looking at me.
Oh my God. See, I told you you'd annoy me again in a couple of minutes.
It's my job.
There's nothing there.
Well, that's what I was asking.
There's nothing there.
Will you take this bowl of used ice cream?
Used ice cream?
It's used, is it not?
I think you mean consumed.
Yeah, that would work too.
You're an idiot.
I'm an idiot. I'm in trouble, guys.
Yes, you are. Here, they can have my hand.
No, come a little closer so they can see your hand. Can you guys? I don't know if they can see your hand. Here. Yeah, that's... See? That's not my hand. I know I'm double jointed, but that ain't mine.
Hello.
Thank you, dear.
You're welcome.
Anyway, enjoy your adult ESO activities or whatever. Your X's or whatever.
Yes. to give you a kiss?
I'd love it. Are you coming into camera for this?
Do I have to?
I would appreciate it.
Fine.
Wait, like what kind?
What do you mean what kind? There's only one kind!
Okay, you go ahead.
That is about... Move that out of the way.
Sorry guys, and this is about to be cringe for you, but we're going to do it anyway. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. Love you.
Love you. Alright, go play your games. Oh my god, she's real. I told you. Alright. Let's talk, everybody. How you doing? Somebody said you were AI.
No, I'm not. I wish. I'd be a lot more perfect.
You're perfect as it is, honey. Okay. Now, everybody, let's talk. So, yeah. What? Okay. So, yeah, let's talk about video games and pop culture and all sorts of stuff. So, welcome to my stream. If you're just joining this, she's not a skin job.
What?
I don't know. I think that's like you're not just a hand I'm holding off camera or something.
Oh, you mean like Woody?
Yeah, like Woody from Toy Story. Yes, exactly. No, you're not that. Your girlfriend likes boys. Yes, I am a boy. She is a girl. That's how that works. Did we get married? No. It's just we're just being cutesy with the names. Yeah. When I said, "Did we get married?" She went, "Oh God, no, Jesus." She didn't do that. She didn't do that. We just have a fun relationship. We're very happy. Anyway, yeah, so we're going to talk video games. This is my birthday stream. We can talk video games, pop culture, whatever it is. I'm 37 now, and you guys can just ask me questions. We hang out, in case you're just new to this or whatever. And any donations, if you guys want to do that, whether it's Venmo, PayPal, Super Chats, I appreciate the support. Help keep the channel going. Or you can do that join membership thing. I never push that. I always forget that's even a thing. But, yeah, it's fun. I'm going to check my phone real quick, make sure nothing important's happening. Babe, you sent me a text. I didn't notice. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Oh, man, she's upset with me.
What?
No, she's not upset at all. I'm just playing it up. Does anybody want to follow Mrs. Koralik on anything? I could give you a social media link. If you want that. Lady Simmer? That's up to you. If you change your mind, let me know. Okay. Yeah, if anybody wants to follow Mrs. Koralik on anything, you let me know. Anyway, let's go back to this. Current thought of the state of the Disney Corporation. Woof. They've taken some interesting hits in the last few months. What was it, 2023? The only successful movie they had was Guardians of the Galaxy 3. They're in bad shape, and it's really weird to think that that's the situation they found themselves in, because only a couple years ago, that is not how that worked. Lady Simmer, not Lady Decade. No, Lady Decade is someone who likes to take my content without my consent. So somebody asked, did I mean Lady Decade? Lady Decade's another YouTuber. She has a tendency to make retro video game videos where she just kind of, I'm just going to be honest, she takes content from a lot of YouTubers and just without their permission. She's taken my footage like 100 times. She's British too, which is even funnier.
Oh, good, I'll beat her up. Perfect. I'll just give King Charles a call.
She says, Mrs. Koralik says she's going to give King Charles a call and she's going to fight her in Royal British. On to that. Let's see here. Is anyone else buffering? I don't know. My connection should be fine. You guys let me know if everything seems to be still stable over there. I'm not really sure. Bob Iger's in the same position that Michael Eisner was in about 20 years ago. Yeah, Disney isn't... I feel bad for them. The channel that can really talk a lot about that, though, is Midnight's Edge, who was in here earlier. So you should definitely follow their videos on it. They've been doing an unbelievable job talking about it. But I'll probably be on a Midnight's Edge stream soon because they wanted to... I mean, they were literally in here earlier. Andre's a buddy of mine. And so I've been on that show a couple of times, and they want to talk about digital distribution and physical Blu-rays and stuff. And actually that big Sega announcement, because I know Andre himself is a big Golden Axe fan, so we'll probably talk about that. You might have dropped for a few seconds, but stream is back up. Yeah, sorry about that, everybody. The whims of the internet, what can I say? Should I bring just yen to Japan, or can I do a credit card? Okay, Great question for first-time travelers to Japan. First of all, I would say if you really are curious how it works going to Japan, you should watch my travel videos. I did a lot explaining all that. The short answer to that is never get cash in advance in your own country because you're just paying a stupid exchange fee. If you have a credit card, make sure it functions internationally. That's extremely important so you don't have international fees because everything will be cheaper and you don't have to deal with stupid, worthless cash. I hate cash. It's a fool's... I can talk about that forever, but that doesn't really matter. For argument's sake, let's just say you agree with me on cash. Most places in Japan now that you're likely to go as a tourist will accept credit cards. It's good to have a little bit of cash on hand just in case, because there occasionally you'll run into some store, like a retro game store occasionally, sometimes in Akihabara, oddly enough, that will only take cash, which really sucks. And then there's sometimes if you walk into a grocery stores, oddly, don't usually take cash. Convenience stores will, like a 7-Eleven. Credit cards. Grocery stores don't usually take credit cards, but convenience stores will. So if you want to eat there on the cheap, eat out of convenience stores like 7-Eleven. I know people laugh at that because they're used to what an American 7-Eleven is like. Japanese 7-Elevens are way better. And they always take credit cards, no problem. Just remember that the Japanese, to them, credit cards is kind of a newish concept, so they'll ask you questions that don't always make sense. Like how many transactions you want to do something in, even if you're buying like a bottle of water, you're not going to pay in installments for a bottle of water. So you just say like one or ichi. Cash is still good here in Japan. Yes, it is. I know that's what you guys love over there. Japanese person asking me. But personally, I stick to a credit card all the time because cash to me is just useless. I also like the benefits. Like I was talking earlier, if you're using a credit card that's associated with a travel company like American Airlines or United Airlines, you're getting a bunch of free miles for stuff you're buying anyway. Thus, your trip to Japan, the flight will be free. Like it's just cash is a bad investment. At least that's my personal experience with it. But anyway, if you're gonna take out any yen when you get there, the one place where cash to me has always been useful in Japan is you need cash to reload the train cards. The train cards, which are actually a digital form of currency, we just kind of tap this thing. They don't let you recharge it with a credit card. You have to recharge it with cash. So make sure you have an ATM card with you that is valid over there. Contact your bank, let them know that in advance, and then just you can withdraw cash when you need it. And then I would just immediately plop it onto the that card. That's me. But again, I did whole videos on this on my travel channel. Please go watch those. They'll be very informative. How difficult is it to travel Japan without knowledge of the language? It's really easy. If you're sticking around Tokyo or the Kansai area, which would be like Osaka, you'll be fine. The Japanese are not going to try to be friends with you. They're not going to try to have extensive conversations with you. They understand you are there for transactional purposes, and in that context, it's okay. We will buy. You can buy things. Now you can go. They're not going to. And a lot of the signs are dual language, English and Japanese. So I do not speak Japanese. I have never really had a problem. I do have some conversational Japanese just within the context of purchasing things. The ability to say like I don't need a bag, which is teipo de daijoubu desu, just which means like tape it up. I don't need it, like referring to a bag. But stuff like that. Again, my travel videos, I've covered a lot of that, and I've taught you some basic Japanese phrases that are very useful for first-time travelers. What's your opinion on a future cashless economy? It's ironic because my position on digital content like video games and stuff is very negative. But digital currency, and I don't mean crypto, I mean the idea of having your cash, your money archived in a bank and then it's distributed through credit card means, I think is actually much better because it's useful. You avoid pointless fees. You don't have to deal with physical change and all that, which nobody likes change. And you don't have to deal with stupid exchange rate problems. Like it's especially if you have a travel credit card, which doesn't charge you anything for that. I think that's just really the way to go. It also comes with 1 million protections. And then on top of that, you get bonuses for whatever credit card you've signed up for. So let's say you're really into, Best Buy or Amazon. They have credit cards. So if you sign up for those, you're earning a bunch of free currency in those stores that you can use whenever you want. It's also, you can't really be robbed with a credit card. If somebody steals your credit card, you can like cancel it on your phone. You can also keep track of all that on your phone, your digital payments. So I'm very much for that. And cash is not inherently valuable. Cash is a piece of paper that is representative of what used to be the gold standard, which hasn't been that way since the 1970s. So really, the origin of money is possibly the stupidest thing ever. We have numbers on a screen telling us how much of this thing we have that is meant to be represented by paper notes that are meant to represent gold, which we only found valuable because our ancient ancestors thought it scared away evil spirits. That's the origin of money. So nothing actually has inherent value. The only thing that has value is the fact that we've decided as a society to give it value. So with that context being understood, I'd rather have my money attend more digitally. Just not crypto, because crypto is a scam. Pump and dump. Pump and dump. Captain Potato says, this is why I keep my finances in golden bullets. That and he shoots carrots all day. Captain Potato, I'm just going to be honest, he's from a different generation. They kill carrots over there, so if you're ever in Idaho, don't be a carrot. What was the other day, like you had this carrot family that came into your office and you had them separated and I think castrated as well, something like that? We got a super chat from Still Alive. Do you consider digital games as part of an overall game collection, or do you count physical? Since digital isn't considered property, maybe not. First, thank you for the super chat. Second, I objectively do not consider them part of the collection because you can't collect them. You can have files, I guess, usually ones where you had to hack the system and get DRM-free versions at best, like 360, for example. But if I was to say I need a full original or full Xbox 360 set, there's no way that I would consider those part of the set because you can't. You can at best throw them as files onto a hacked system, but you don't really own them. You just have access to use them illegitimately. But no, I personally do not. Excuse me. We've gotten to the subject of digital ownership. Yeah, I did a couple videos on it recently, which people seem to really enjoy. Yeah. Are you not familiar with the phrase cash is king? Yes, of course I'm familiar with the phrase with it. I simply don't agree with it. Like, it's useful to people who want to avoid their taxes, but that's about it. It's not actually that useful to you as a buyer. If anything, it's a huge negative. The only time it can be useful to you as a buyer is if the person selling you something is intentionally trying to get around tax laws. So they might not charge you sales tax or something, for example, but that's about it, which is nice. It's nice to get that discount, I suppose. But personally, I'd rather get the value back in things like airline miles, and I'd rather have my peace of mind and security on my purchase. If I purchase something on a credit card and it turns out to be a fraudulent charge or I was overcharged, I can cancel that charge in the app and be done with it. Then it's the credit card company's problem to go figure out. Meanwhile, I'm at zero risk. My money was never exposed. My bank account was never opened to them. My pockets, my wallet was never exposed to anybody. It becomes a credit card company trying to protect you. Whereas if you do something like even like a debit card, it's your money that's at risk. Meanwhile, if you have enough money to do this, your money can be sitting in a bank account somewhere accruing interest while the credit card company is paying your bills until you have to pay theirs. But in that meantime, you're just generating interest and losing nothing. This is how that works. I just don't have enough money to do it. Yeah, I just think cash is a very bad investment. It's a great way to lose money. Any thoughts on Mario Wonder? What the game? I want to play it. Wonderland? I haven't played it yet. I really want to. I haven't actually picked up any new releases lately. Mostly I've been just focusing on like other stuff. With virtual money, you totally lose your privacy when using money. If you mean credit cards, what exactly are you saying? Like, I've never had anybody really care about what my name is when I bought something with a credit card. It's never mattered. And what privacy do I need? I'm buying groceries. Oh, I don't want the cashier to know I bought apples. That's my privacy. Who gives a shit? If you buy it in person, though, with cash, how are you worse off? I just explained this. If you have a credit card that has like redeeming points, like if you use an Amazon credit card, a United Airlines credit card, whatever it is, if you bought something in person with that, that purchase will give you bonus points to say free airline miles, which means free flights, or in the case of Amazon, free gift cards. So you get free stuff off Amazon. If you bought it with cash, you get nothing for that. You're just losing money for no reason. It's not smart to use cash. You can do it, whatever makes you comfortable. I don't get it. Like, I also don't have enemies, so I'm not like paranoid about it either. And if I did, credit cards were what I would want to use because they would have all sorts of protections in it. Other than tax evasion, I don't see any legitimate reason to use cash. That's it. Unless the person you're buying from will only accept cash, which is usually for tax evasion reasons or fee evasion reasons. But that's That's obviously everybody's choice to make. I just believe in the idea that if I can accrue points or money back from my purchase, why would I not do that when there's literally no reason not to? Like if the credit card charged me a fee to do that, that would be different. Like there's an annual fee on my credit card, that is true, but the benefit I get out of it is worth way more. So Bat Conquer Super Chats, thoughts on the Rayman games? I really like the original one. I've played a good chunk of it on the Jaguar, which everybody kind of forgets that game was originally developed by Ubisoft for the Jaguar, and I think it's a fun game. I really liked Rayman Legends for the Wii U. I always thought the story of that was a little sad when they developed it specifically for that, and then they were forced to kind of hold it back and release it on other systems and kind of butchered it a bit. Then it got eventually remastered for the Switch anyway. But I like the Rayman games. Ironically, the one I haven't played much of, and I probably should, is Rayman 2 on the Dreamcast. I don't know why I never did. I just never did. Thank you for the Super Chat, Bat Conquer. We got another one from Still Alive. He says, okay, one more. What are your thoughts on repro cards? Say one gets Say one gets those for cheap instead of buying the real thing for hundreds knowingly. eBay, good or bad? So repro cards, I got nothing against a repro card in concept. It's really about whether or not the buyer knows that's what they're getting. Now, if I said, hey, I'm going to sell you Conker's Bad Fur Day 2 and I'll totally do it for only like, I don't know, $50, you might think, oh my God, that's a great deal. I should totally do that. If I sold you a pirate card of that, you'd have every right to be pissed because I never told you about it. Not that I personally would ever do that, but if you know it's a repro and then it's only $50 and you're completely content with that and you just want to play the game that way, that's fine. I wouldn't say that's part of your collection, at least in a legitimate sense. But then again, your collection is up to you. Just don't ever try to pass it off as real. That's the part where people come up with issues. That's just my opinion. People that accept payments digitally have to pay for that service. Yes, people who pay that. You're the person buying stuff. This works to your advantage. Now, if you want the other way around, you're concerned about them, that's your choice. That's why some businesses only operate as cash. But I don't really feel bad about going to Walmart and making them pay 3% on my transaction so that I get free airline miles. You know what I mean? Why do I care that bothers Walmart? This is me personally. Now, a mom and pop business, that's a little bit different, potentially. But if they accept it, that's how I'm going to use it. Yeah, some store owners say they refuse to use credit system because they have to pay per transaction. Yes, of course they do. It's usually about 3%. And the benefit to them, in case they don't ever talk about the other side of this, obviously the negative side of it is they have to pay the 3% transaction, which is their choice. Most businesses will take it because the money is too valuable. The thing with a credit card transaction for the seller, so let's say this mom and pop store you're talking about, is the money they get is guaranteed. So like if I take my credit card and I go to, let's say, my local burrito place, mom and pop burrito place, and I buy a burrito, they do have to pay 3% of the transaction to the credit card company. That's absolutely true. But the other 97% is 100% guaranteed to land in their account, even if I, turns out, didn't do that burrito transaction and somebody had stolen my credit card and I'm like, hey, cancel that. I didn't authorize this burrito transaction. If that happens, the burrito place doesn't get screwed. They still get that 97%. That's why companies take credit cards in the first place, because the money is guaranteed. Where does that money come from? That's the guarantee of the credit card company. That's the benefit to somebody who buys from them. Because if that's, say, as opposed to a check. Like if I wrote a bum check, the burrito place would get completely screwed. I get completely screwed. Nobody wins. Cash, theoretically, the store wins a little more. I completely lose. So it's a matter of how much do you value your own benefits over that place. That's a choice for you to make. Personally, I don't feel bad about charging Walmart 3% so that I can buy crap at Walmart. But that's me. We got a super chat from Happy Hogan. What was Sega's involvement in Palladium? I'm going to have to double check on that. That doesn't ring a bell at all. Palladium. I don't know what this is. This looks like an arcade or something. I'm sorry I don't have a good answer for you. I've never heard of this. I'm sorry, Happy Hogan. I don't have anything to say here because I don't really know. If you have a second question, you're more than welcome to ask it. We got another super chat from CritCon who says, with so much content on current gen consoles needing servers to get access to, such as DLCs and updates, would you say you don't truly own a console game until you mod the console and back everything up? Thank you for the super chat. In a sense, yes. I mean, obviously no one's going to sit here and defend the current state of physical media, at least not completely. It's broken. Okay, it's broken. We all agree with that. But the problem with that is that when you want to patch these games and you want to make them complete and all that, I still think that it's the physical version of that is better than the digital, only because at the very least, the physical disc is not tied to an account somewhere. So if your account gets permabanned or whatever, or even accidentally banned, the disc isn't useless. It just has to re-download all the content, at least in the current ecosystem. When the servers are down, that's a different matter. But I'll bet you in the future, based on the trajectory of the current modding scene with things like the original Xbox and the Xbox 360, that we were going to reach a point where all of those games and patches are archived by the fan community, and you'll have hacked up consoles that even if you put that disc in with its like 100 megabytes of data where it needs to download 20 gigabytes, the fan community will have taken care of that. And the example I'll cite is the Xbox 360. So like my hacked Xbox 360, right? People forget the Xbox 360 had a ton of DLC content and a bunch of updates. So if you take the hacked console and put, the unupdated version of the game in there, it will work. But it also is actually able to check the fan servers for updates. Now, granted, the updates there are, a few megabytes. It's not as big of a deal. But it can do it. I'm thinking down the road that's probably going to be the case. Now, to be fair, in that same argument, if you're talking about a hacked console, you'll probably be able to install the entire file all at once anyway. I get that. But I don't know, man. I guess I would rather have that physical edition. But I will say the problem will always persist. There is no way to guarantee corporations will always do right by you, and it's weird to think anybody would think otherwise, but at least the piracy scene, as odd as that is, will always be there to save. Without getting political here, people have been like, what's the solution to all this digital controversy stuff? And I first think you have to rewrite laws so that you either can't use the term purchase or buy. You have to maybe use the term lease from a company when you're purchasing, quote unquote, something from a company that's like all digital. But if you're doing that, you also have to have them guarantee in some sort of absolute how long that game is guaranteed to be functional online, or how long it will be backed up into the cloud or whatever and be re-downloadable. Somebody mentioned that with cars, and I think somebody said this in one of my videos very recently, and I thought it was a really good point, which was car companies, when they release a car, they have to now, at least in the United States, they have to guarantee 10 years of support. So even if that car comes out and it's a complete failure, like for example, I own a Volt. My mother had bought a Volt, which I inherited when she died. Chevy doesn't make the Volt anymore. They kind of gave up on the whole thing. But because they made it only a few years ago, they're actually guaranteed to support the car officially whenever I need maintenance or anything. They have to do it for 10 years total. So at this point, it's probably like another 4 or 5 years. They still have to support it. Would that be enough for something like a digital game? Like if you bought something off of PSN, can Sony guarantee you absolutely by law eventually that you have to be able to re-download it as much as you want within that 10 years, and then after that they're not responsible for it? Is that satisfactory or not? And if it's not, then you're talking about having government intervention where you essentially say, okay, the federal government has to guarantee this, at least in the United States again, where they would have some sort of server farm somewhere, some archive, where every company has to guarantee after their 10 years of support, the game gets plopped in there. And then off of tax dollars, which I'm sure a lot of people would not support in concept, but in tax dollars would fund a server farm effectively to make all this content just kind of work in perpetuity as long as it's considered reasonable. Would that be satisfactory? And, I'm curious what people think. Thank you for the super chat. Sorry, we've had a lot of questions pop in and out. What's going on? Just here to say happy birthday. Thank you very much. Wonder why Sega doesn't port any of their more modern arcade games. Seems like a no-brainer. That I couldn't tell you. Maybe it's just a licensing agreement where they have some sort of special deal with whoever is the distributor. Like, I think the only major arcade company of any relevance left in the United States anyway is Dave and Buster's, and my guess is they want some measure of exclusivity because it's the only thing people were really going in there for. Like, I know there's actually an exclusive Halo game at Dave and Buster's, believe it or not, and I would assume through Bungie at the time I think it was Bungie, maybe it was 343, regardless, and Microsoft. If you also ported it to consoles, then it's a not interesting reason to go to Dave and Buster's. But I don't know that. That's just a guess. We got a super chat here from Cathal Sharkey, who says, "You're close to finishing the full OG Xbox set. Do you ever see yourself collecting games prior to Gen 6 again, or are you just finished with that?" Yes and no. First of all, thank you for the super chat. Yes, I'm still willing to collect stuff, but as far as my like full set days, I think after the original Xbox, I'm kind of done. Because there's nothing else that I'm like super passionate / it's realistic to actually complete. Like, it would have been awesome to do like a full Saturn set, but I just don't see that as plausible, financially speaking. And then some sets is just, you know, I don't know, like, do I really want to try and pursue a full NES set? I don't even like the system that much, like, all things considered. So no, I love the Sega Genesis and the Super Nintendo, but getting a full set of them is impossible. And then you have to be like, well, what is my definition? Do I just need the loose cards? Do I need full complete box sets? What do I need? And you just go like, it's just too hard. Thank you for the super chat. Gary, rock solid. Yeah, I'm still alive, dude. What's up? I'm not dead yet. I'm gonna check my phone real quick, make sure everything's all good. Seems like it's fine. Okay, everything's fine. Okay. So if you guys are just joining us, yes, this is the live stream, and according to Gary, I'm not dead yet. My birthday, 37th birthday, so I do this live stream with you, and we can chat about whatever you guys want. It's a live Q&A. If you want to support the channel, that's completely your choice. You can do super chats, you can do PayPal donations, you can do Venmo stuff. All the information on that is in the description. I appreciate the support. Obviously, you get a shout out, your question gets prioritized, whatever it is. Happy to talk. Let's talk. And no, I'm not getting a full Casio Loopy set. I think that's actually impossible because I think one of the games was one of those situations where it like barely came out and like it only got dumped like a couple years ago. Like, that's how rare it is. So no. Did I get my cookies? No cookies this year. I did have ice cream, but it wasn't terrible. You said shave the beard. Not happening. Do you buy custom end labels from games without spines? I just ordered some for the Super Famicom. So I don't buy them. I have a set of the N64 ones. I actually did a video on it years ago. I still have those. They're beautiful. But no, I kind of was debating doing that for like the 32X and stuff, but I just never did it. I'm not opposed to it, especially with those labels, because they make them very easy to remove if you want to. What about Lou's? No, I had a salad. The missus made me a salad. It was nice. It had pepperoni and cheese and salami in it. Did I have cake yet? I had ice cream just a few minutes ago. Don't shave the beard, but maybe get it shaped up at the barber. Occasionally, I do maintain it. Do I have all 32X games? I do not. I'd have to go back and look. I think I'm just missing a few of them. The most obvious one I'm missing is the Japanese exclusive, which was, what was it? Romance of the Three Kingdoms. There's only one exclusive game for the 32X in Japan. I've actually seen it over there. I've just never been willing to pay what it costs. And yeah, that's on me. But let me do another little quick promo here. Where is this? Just reposting to everybody, let them know. Come on into the fucking show. All right. What are my thoughts on the Gerard situation? So you're obviously talking about the completionist thing, with the charity scam / fraud allegations, all that. Look, I never met the dude. I don't think I've ever interacted with him at all. I don't personally know that situation. I see the videos I've seen, and it looks really bad. I don't pretend to know behind the scenes what is or isn't going on with that. So I can't really say. Like, if the dude's guilty, then that's disgusting. And if he's innocent, then I hope he gets the apologies. But I don't know, dude. I don't have any insight in that. I saw the same content you guys saw. That's all I can go off of. Camera isn't focused, FYI. That happens all the time. You just kind of go in and out, and eventually it kind of refocuses. Did it fix? Is it all right? Why am I wearing two shirts? Because I always wear an external shirt, obviously, and then the internal shirt, the undershirt, is a good way to preserve your external shirts, because if you sweat or anything, the undershirt will kind of absorb all that. He donated the money from Indieland a few days ago, but the money from the golf tournament remains unaccounted for. Yeah, okay, I didn't know about that update, but again, like I said, I don't know much about that situation other than the videos that you guys have seen. In fact, I haven't seen that one, so I don't have any real take on it. Do you know someone local who helped me fix my Panasonic Q? Hey, Game Park, Luis, right? Luis Bonilla, how you doing? My buddy Chris might be able to. He's down in Indiana. Let me tell you what. Message me somewhere, and I'll try to message him, and maybe we can see if that's a doable thing. I don't know. That's the only person I can think of that could local-ish that could maybe do that. Super chat from Caleb. Apologies for the last name. Givalance. Apologies. Hey Adam, love your videos and happy birthday. Do you recommend swapping out the RetroTink 5X for the 4K? I just picked up the 5X about a year ago and I've been loving it. Do you think the upgrade is worth it? I would say yes and no, depending on your circumstances. If the only thing you have is the 5X and you've been feeding everything into that, that's a pretty significant upgrade for most people. Unless I would have said the 4K is worth a lot more if you didn't have the 5X and you were just kind of starting fresh. With the 5X already being there, the only reason other than serious customization, which admittedly the 4K is amazing at, would be if you actually have a 4K monitor or a 4K TV and you value the HDR settings and the custom profiles and that kind of thing. The RetroTink 4K is awesome. I truly love it. I think it's amazing. It is a tough pill to swallow financially if you've already invested in other toys. I don't know how else you're keeping your other consoles connected. I will tell you it's at its best when you also have the proper cables and everything to go with it. It does have obviously some things on it that are very unique, like VGA input, as Gary just pointed out. And I think that's very nice. So it's really hard for me to answer that, man. Like, if you can sell your 5X, I don't know how much you could get for it, but if you can sell that for a reasonable amount of money, and then you want to upgrade and use some of that for that purpose, as long as you have a worthwhile 4K infrastructure and you really value that, then yeah, probably. But that's obviously that ends up being up to the subject to every individual's personal opinion. I think the thing is great, but its best usage case is truly if you came from, hey, I have none of this stuff, what do I do? Or if you're like super passionate about it at the same time. If you're just kind of in the middle, I don't know how much you're going to value it. I will say that down the road, it'd probably be better just because not that 1080p is going anywhere anytime soon as a resolution, but, as 4K is more and more and more and more prominent, you might actually want it, but that doesn't necessarily mean you need to do that right now. Does that answer your question? Thank you for the super chat. Thoughts on Shenmue Online? I haven't thought about that game in forever. For those who don't know, I think it was 2004. Sega was working on this thing called Shenmue Online, which was effectively an MMORPG, I think exclusive to South Korea, called Shenmue Online. It really had nothing to do with Shenmue. It just kind of technically took place in that universe. There's like a single trailer for it. And then the game was never officially canceled. It just kind of stopped and never got any more updates. And obviously it's done. I mean, that was like almost 20 years ago. So whatever. Zesty super chatted and he says, you could do a full 360 set, but who's that crazy? Well, obviously this is a shout out to you. First, thanks for the super chat. Zesty, I believe, has a full North American Xbox 360 set. And let's all congratulate the dude because I don't know who's still stuck around from when I was saying this earlier, but one of the things I've always tried to encourage people to do is to get out there and see more of the world and like learn more about it and just get out of your comfort zones. And Zesty, to his credit, who was kind of like that, but now he's actually getting out there and seeing stuff. This dude's about to go to Europe. I don't know what part. He's debating if it should be Amsterdam or Paris or exactly where he wants to go. But he's going out there and he wants to pick up more PAL exclusive Xbox 360 games and all that. So mad props. The dude's going to go. He's going to go and he's going to make it. Thank you, Zesty. Do you think EA and EA Sports are going to fall? What do you mean by fall? Progressive G, welcome. Is Shenmue Online still, online? No, it was never even released. The project was effectively canceled in mid-development. Dreamcast 2 2024. I'm going to go with a big no. That's not happening. Thank you for talking about the digital game scenario. You hit all the key points. Well, thank you very much for watching. Yeah, I'm doing my best. If people keep telling me like I need to make like videos like going to Congress about this and testify, which is actually funny, by the way, because I don't know if I've ever said this publicly. My mom once testified before Congress, like in the 80s, before I was even born. I forget it was for some lobbying thing. I don't remember what the details were, but she actually did do that. There's somewhere in the bowels of C-SPAN, there is some footage of my mom testifying before Congress. Are you excited for the new Shinobi game announcement? Yeah, that game looked pretty sweet. It looked more like obviously like the Genesis era ones as opposed to like the PS2 era ones. And yeah, I'm all for checking it out. All the games in these small segments we got looked pretty neat. Is Beep worth going to in Tokyo? Yeah, Beep's a cool store. They're cash only, by the way. Keep that in mind with Beep. They also don't do the whole tax-free thing, so you're kind of on your own, which is ironic for a cash-only place, right? Beep had a lot of cool stuff. It's kind of expensive. I don't know if Sunshine's here. He loved that store because it had a lot of PC, like Japanese PC stuff from like the 80s and 90s. I didn't personally find anything there that I actually would buy. Although later I think they ended up getting an FM Towns Marty in stock. But yeah, I don't remember. The new Jurassic Park game did look really cool, Survival. The stupid thing about that one is that trailer was kind of happening while I was like setting up for that Sega video, so I only caught like part of it. But the part of it that I caught looked pretty sweet. What would it take for you to do a tour of all your games and systems? Two things. One, I'm either retiring and that's like the video I go out on a bang with, and I'm just like, all right, everybody, this is my last video ever, and I've been saying that for years. The alternative would have to be some very generous benefactor would have to effectively bribe me to go ahead and just make that video. Like that's the only two scenarios in which I would do that. What made you want a complete set of OG Xbox games? That's a very deep question. So if I'd answer it, it's one part nostalgia with one part kind of like the timing. So like obviously the Sega Dreamcast is my favorite system of all time. In a lot of ways, the original Xbox is the spiritual successor to it. The original Xbox, for the most part, with the exception of the games that have some DLC, usually superfluous DLC, the games are all basically complete on disc. It's also a very hackable system, so it's a lot of fun to play with and just mod around with. I actually have a video on Project Stellar coming out tomorrow, by the way, so you guys can check that out, which is an Xbox mod chip that's amazing. But anyway, I just kind of fell in love with it for that reason. It's also got a very reasonable library. It's about 1,000 titles worldwide. And it's, while the game library is much smaller than, say, the PlayStation 2, is it still out of focus? Sorry, yeah. It doesn't like when I lean forward. While it has a smaller library than, say, the PlayStation 2, the Xbox versions of that 6th gen content, it was usually the best versions of the games. They were usually very cheap, and the video quality options are usually amazing, so they aged really well. So I just find the original Xbox to be a fascinating system to collect for. And it's one of those things, nobody really tries to collect for the original Xbox. It just doesn't have a base like that. So it's not actually that hard to get most of the titles. I've got a lot of the heavy hitters already, if not already all of them. It's a matter of just kind of tracking down like a lot of sports games and stuff that I don't pay much attention to. But yeah, I think that pretty much it right there. I can't imagine I would actually get to testify before Congress. I would have to like seriously make that my next passion project where all I do is fight for digital consumer rights, which is ironic for a guy who doesn't believe in digital consumer rights. You know what I mean? Like I believe in that you should have rights, but I don't believe that digital content is property. So to argue for content property rights is a little ironic. But I do believe, in the passionate side of protecting consumers from that. I just don't think that the federal government's going to give me a call and be like, yo, come and convince us. Mr. Koralik goes to Washington. I don't think so. There were some people. This is actually funny. And I took it as a huge compliment. They're like, and I don't take credit for this. It's just what somebody said. They're like, dude, you saved Shenmue. Now you can save like digital gaming rights. And I'm like, it's a different situation. I don't even take credit for saving Shenmue. That was a community effort. But sometimes people like to put someone out as the face of it. I'm not. Anyway, we got another super chat from Caleb. Again, I'm sorry, dude. I can't pronounce your last name. Can I just call you Caleb G? I'm sorry. I don't want to keep butchering your name. Here's an extra 10 for saying my last name relatively correct. Oh, the irony of that. Here's an extra 10 for saying my last name relatively correct, and that's impressive. Give a lance. All right, how about that? Thank you for spelling it phonetically for my stupid face. I only use HD Retrovision cables, by the way, all for my systems and my 4K TV. Okay, so the HD Retrovision cables work really well with the RetroTink 4K and obviously the 5X. But in both scenarios, it's basically just taking whatever the low resolution situation is. Like if it's the Genesis or Super Nintendo, it's running like 240p, and it just kind of upscales them. The problem you'll run into, and maybe you already have, is that obviously the RetroTink 5X and the 4K only have one set of component cable inputs, logically so. So you need a switch box. The problem with component cables is component technology was not dominant for very long. So while there are component switch boxes, which is those like multi-tap things where you just plug a bunch into it and then it outputs like one set, they never really made too many good ones. Most of them were kind of cheap Chinese pieces of junk. And I remember noticeably experiencing that most of the time when I did that, the quality of the signal very visibly degraded. So what I would task you with, Caleb, is if assuming your setup is like that, I would say unplug it from that box, plug it in directly to the 5X and see how it looks. Then try the same exact experiment with it plugged in and see if you notice a difference. Like do it multiple times if necessary and just see what it looks like. And if you actually notice the difference, then you probably have a bad box. And if you actually have a good box, then congratulations, you did something right by accident, unless you actually did it on purpose. I don't really know. And then that'll be a better assumption of what you do going forward. But with the 4K stuff, I'm assuming if you're asking about this, then you probably do have a 4K TV. Just make sure, I would say, if you're going to do it, you're probably a passionate guy who's got like a good 4K TV and good stuff. That would be the situation to do it. Thank you again for the super chat. Adam's going to testify in favor of creating the video game preservation section of the Library of Congress. That is something I will leave to Kelsey Lewin or Frank Cifaldi. Component could handle progressive scan mode in the GameCube. That it could. I'm not sure what that has to do with anything, but that is true. You have a Philips brand component switcher that seems to be good, but I haven't compared it too much. Batconquer says, try it. And I'm not telling you guys that to chastise anybody. I'm saying try it because I didn't know that for a long time. I was just using the switch box thinking, oh, this must be fine. It can't be that hard to do this. But it turns out it kind of is. So unplug and plug stuff in directly and see if you notice a difference. Now you may not, and there may be one that's subtle. I don't really know. It happens, but just try it. It was one thing that taught me that, oh yeah, most of these switch boxes kind of suck. I'm a big Castlevania fan. I'm more of a Castlevania noob. I've played a little bit of it here and there, but never like a ton of it. So I can't call myself a fan, but I certainly don't dislike it by any means. What little of it I've played, I've enjoyed. G-Comp is the best, is what I use. Yes, I actually know what you're talking about. What he's saying is true. Those G-Comp ones, those things are expensive. It's like a $200 one, right? I don't remember the price. Those things are really good. They're very well made, but that's kind of the point. That's what you actually have to spend to get a good one, like a good component switch box, whereas your average one will be like $20, and it's $20 for a reason. just because, like I said, it was never the dominant tech. Whereas HDMI has been dominant so long that even the cheap Chinese ones do it perfectly now. You know what I mean? Do you like to play any sports games? Not currently, but historically I have. We can maybe elaborate on that later. What was going on with your friend who played through Shrek on the OG Xbox in one sitting? Is he still doing well? You know what? Let's give him a call. He actually texted me this morning. I'm going to see if he picks up. Bear with me. This will be fun.
Hey dude, what's going on?
Yo, you got a minute?
Not really. Do you need a bathroom break?
No. Well, sort of. People are asking if you can tell them about the Shrek story.
The video game?
Yeah, I'm live if you don't mind. They can't hear you currently. Are you cool to talk about that?
Can I call you back in like 20 minutes?
Yeah, call me back in 20 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, yep, bye. Well, there you go. That's my actual friend Claudia, who's going to call us back in like 20 minutes and tell you personally his story about the whole playing Shrek thing. We'll save it till that happens. So we'll switch subjects here for a bit. All right, let's see here. Close to 300 is my setup I like to use. Lucky I know. Okay, so the G comp is like $300. I don't know if Caleb, if you're still listening, but that's kind of the department. Oh, you are right there. Okay, I have a pretty epic 4K Samsung TV. They can do 120 hertz, but instead of using a switch box, I just unplug my component cables every time I want to plug in my system like a caveman. I guess that works too. Just beware of eventual erosion to the pins. That can happen. But if you want to, I guess if you want to do it right, keep it and pretending like money doesn't matter, then you're going to want to get a G comp. Mo77 is 100% right about that. That is the one to get. Again, it's funny like how much work and money goes into making our retro games look really good, but it is a thing. You get ads during your live streams now. I have no idea, dude. I do one live stream a year now, so I have no idea how this works anymore. They changed a lot of the setup. I guess thank you, because I technically make money off the ads, but I'd rather just, whatever. Does he still play Shrek? You guys can ask him all the questions you want when he gets on the phone call. Will these titles be backwards compatible to the 360 if I bought digitally new titles? I'm not sure what you're asking. You're watching this in Target. Well, thank you very much, Ian. Appreciate the support. Adam, would you ever consider doing a remaster of your video game retrospective videos? So when you say that, do you mean like filming entirely new ones or like re-releasing them all as one long video? Must feed, will return. You got to get yourself a cool girlfriend who brings you food while you're streaming. That's what I did. Right, babe? All right, she's playing ESO. She can't hear me. Is there a reason why people like these Sega CD FMV games? I absolutely hate them, but they seem to have garnered a cult following. The guy to ask is Mike, Vampire Mike at Sega CD Universe. He loves those games. I do not, but I think that's just because it's a result of the era in which he bought them and that he grew up on them. I personally don't get them. They're the right kind of cheese, I guess. Thoughts on the Activision acquisition? Do you think it will go after more companies? I mean, what else is there to say? Like, it's a done deal. I don't think personally Microsoft's going after any other developers for a while. That's my guess. Are you thinking about going to Rumble and leaving YouTube due to its censorship and ad revenue tightening? So that's an interesting question. Fun fact, I am on Rumble. I've actually been on Rumble for a year. All my videos get uploaded to Rumble. And as far as ad sharing, I've been on Rumble for 1 year. An entire year. Every video that comes out, including this one, will end up on Rumble. And here's a fun fact for you. I've made exactly 0 cents off Rumble. I don't give a crap about Rumble. It doesn't do anything for me. It's more of a, if I'm honest, it's more of a political statement to be on Rumble. That's not why I did it, but like they were like, "Oh, we'll give you instant verification and you don't have to do anything and you'll just make money." I was like, "Sure, I don't have to do anything." Rumble is a competitor to YouTube, and it's let's just say it's a politically charged network that I did not know that when I signed up, because they basically told me like, oh, you don't have to do anything. Your videos will instantly get aggregated from YouTube to Rumble. You'll get instant ad revenue, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, sounds pretty good. And then they just vanished on me once I was on their network. And I have literally never been paid anything over there. I occasionally log in and check my analytics. I have made exactly 0 cents in a year. It is a totally stupid, dead platform. Like I don't recommend it at all. My videos still end up over there though. Like if it was actually generating revenue, then I'd be like, oh, cool, great. So Gary says he's been on Rumble for 3 or 4 years. He's made a total of $75. He's obviously doing way better than me over there. Thoughts on VR only games if we'll make Game Awards next year? I don't know. Personally, I'm not the guy to ask about VR games because I don't really enjoy them. I'm kind of in that group of people who, like, you put a VR headset on me, I almost instantly get a headache. So I can't really enjoy them very well, unfortunately. So the point that is being made about Rumble is that a lot of people go over there because they're trying to evade certain rules and policies that YouTube has. Namely, they call it censorship, but really it's just violation of YouTube's terms and services, meaning political rants of maybe a too extreme nature or violence, things like that, or cursing with an extreme amount, all that sort of thing. The thing is, I don't violate YouTube's terms of service. I don't even have a copyright strike on my entire channel. So I don't really have any incentive to go over there. And even though I did, I've made literally nothing. So it's of no value to me. But for anybody who's on Rumble who wants to watch my stuff, it's there. You can watch it. But my guess is you're not. Or I would have made one friggin' penny at this point. Was it a mistake that I got a 32X for $300? When did this happen? That's the better question. VR is in its deathbed. It's just a question of whether companies will finally drop it, or when companies. Didn't Sony just launch PSVR 2 like this year? I mean, the only reason I even know that is because I didn't talk about it in my PS5 like annual video, and a bunch of people point out, they're like, dude, how could you not talk about it? And I was like, oh, sorry, I honestly didn't know. That one I totally missed. Gary's going to send me some sort of voice note about Rumble that I can play on here. So let's take a look. I'm debating if there's anybody we should call. So I'm texting back people now. So many messages. Sorry, everybody. I'm not trying to be rude. Ask questions. I will do my best. Gary, where's this message? All right. Gary has let us all down, everybody. That's what he does. 3 years ago, I got the 32X for $300 with just the system, or did it come with anything else? Because it sounds like you bought that at the height of the COVID like bubble of retro games. Dude, isn't it weird to think 3 years ago is when the whole COVID thing happened? Time flies. Gary, would you message me? What are you doing? Gary's playing Shrek. Gary's not the one who plays Shrek. Gary plays a bunch of weird stuff. 4 years ago now. Thoughts on PlayStation Portal? I haven't used one yet. And so it's funny because PlayStation Portal to me is just the Wii U with modern tech. Because it's, just the screen attached to the system. The only thing is it's Wi-Fi based, so it can work outside of a 30-foot range. Theoretically, you can take it anywhere if you can connect properly. And so when I said that in the video, they're like, no, that's insulting to it. And I'm like, it's just the same concept as the Wii U with better technology, which isn't even a bad thing. I I don't get anything out of it. It feels to me like it's Sony trying to put their toe in the water and see if they were even remotely interested in the idea of doing another portable gaming system ever again. But I don't know. If it's successful, you might get the follow-up to the Vita you've all kind of wanted. And if it's not successful, then they can just look at it as this weird thing they did once. Yeah, the 32X, I have 3 of them. I used to get, like, this is a weird sentence you probably never heard. I have 3 32Xs, and I was hoping to get more. Because I would really love to make one of those custom Neptunes. I'm sure you guys saw, I think it was Nacho Gamer or something. I forget his name. Macho Productions or whatever it is. It's a cool guy. I think he made a Neptune prototype. Not the actual prototype, obviously. I've held the actual prototype, but he made, like, a custom one. It would be really cool to have that and then, like, you know, just own it. But, like, you need a sacrificial 32X for that, and I don't really want to sacrifice mine. Okay, so Gary sent a voice message. All right, everybody. Listen to Gary's bald voice.
Okay, so the thing with Rumble, when it started out, it was actually a lot better for produced content than it was to begin, or than it is right now. Their whole philosophy now is, you're correct, their whole reason for being is it's politically motivated. It is by those on the right basically trying to combat what they perceive as a bias from those with opposing political views. When they relaunched the platform about 18 to 24 months ago, they changed the algorithm to put a major focus more so on streaming content over produced content. As such, if you were to live stream this right now on Rumble, it would do probably better by leaps and bounds than the uploaded version that'll come from YouTube, because I do the same thing where you upload from YouTube to Rumble, that it does everything automatically for you. I've talked to Mario, and I can't remember his last name, from Rumble in the past, and they have basically confirmed that, yeah, their focus is on doing streaming content over produced content, because they are going more for a Twitch sort of service versus what YouTube has been, where it's more equally balanced between produced content and live stream. So, by the way, happy birthday, my friend. I love you, my brother, and I hope all is well.
Thank you, Gary. Okay, so there you go. That answers everybody's question about Rumble, I hope. All right, I'm going to call Jesse. Jesse, pick up. We'll just call all my friends. Hey, Jesse. All right, you're gonna. I have to go take a bathroom break, and Mrs. Koralik has insisted I must stretch my legs so I don't get a stroke. So you're going to entertain the folks.
What's happening, you dude?
You sound like you're talking through a tin can.
I know. Hold on. Okay, how's that? Is it better?
Can you guys hear Jesse? Keep talking, dude. Tell him stories. This is not Shrek Guy. This is not Shrek Guy. I'll call Shrek Guy later. Jesse is the Atari Jaguar dental unit guy.
That's right. Okay, let me open up chat because everything was on my phone.
That's fine. Go ahead. I will wait a minute.
Okay.
How big of a collector is Jesse? Pretty significant. He's actually the only private owner of an Atari Jaguar dental unit. Which he can tell you that whole story. I'll go get it so you guys can look at it while I'm stretching and like using the bathroom. Can you see the
Okay.
Can you see the chat? Are you good?
Yeah, I got the chat up now.
And yes, he's the dude with the Project Scion. I'll let you talk all about that. I'll be right back.
With the Scion?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Jesse is a fantastic human being. Well, thank you. Okay, so you guys can hear me? How's the Scion coming, man? Oh, the Scion's coming on pretty good. I was able to install the full. Let's see here. Hang on just a second. Sorry for the dead space. I'm trying to get the live chat for you guys. Let's see here. Oh, hey. Okay, there we go. Okay, so the Scion's doing pretty good. I had taken it to Oregon for the 64 bits or less event. And when I got back from that trip, the springs on the back were starting to sag, so it was kind of bottoming out. So right now, I'm still waiting to have that done. But I have a new car that I had gotten since then, and actually I had it with me when we were doing the Portland Retro Gaming Expo just recently. And it's also a Toyota, but it's a Matrix. I know, no pressure, right? 171 people.
I'm coming back.
Okay.
I want to show everybody what Jesse owns. So it's up at the camera now, so go ahead and talk about it.
Yeah, Zesty. Yeah, we're going to, of course, we're going to do PRGE again next year. It's going to be an annual thing for all of us.
Dude, tell them about the Jaguar dental unit.
Oh, yeah. So for PRGE, I was actually able to bring the Jaguar dental unit. And if anyone has never heard of the Jaguar dental units, the quick version is when Atari went out of business in 1997, they sold off all of their stuff, all of their rights. And one of the things that they sold was the mold to the Jaguar shell. And then this company in the Bay Area purchased it because they were looking to upgrade the product that they were working on, which was a dental camera. And so after looking at the design, they decided, oh, that's pretty futuristic. We'll go for it. And for the awesome price of around $1,500, the owner of Imogen purchased the mold with the CD-ROM mold and the cartridge mold and turned it into a dental camera, which only a handful of them were made. And we all, and basically, we have all those cameras. So I'm the only one that has one of those cameras to take with me to all of the different conventions, like we just did in Portland Retro.
Yeah, Steve, the owner, the guy who made him in the first place, is the owner of the other three. So Jesse loaned it to me. So here it is in my possession, so you guys can see it. But as he mentioned, at Portland Retro Game Expo, he actually had it all set up so you could actually get your, like, mouth scanned with it. Like, the point of this thing is, you ever been to the dentist and they have, like, that thing on the wall that has cameras coming out of it? That's actually what this is. The memes are true.
That's right.
Yeah.
And what's even more funny is that place that the camera was made, I'm there right now. I'm actually at work.
Oh, well, there you go. Well, I'll let you get back to work if you want.
Can it play a Jaguar game? No. Unfortunately, no, it won't. But it did have a prototype cartridge made for it just to be used as memory. Like extra memory.
That
this
is true.
Like
it was RAM upgrade.
Pre-USB.
It was SCSI on the back. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a pretty weird little thing, but it's cool nonetheless. It's so cool, yeah.
All right, man. I'm gonna let you go. I'll let you go. I'll hit you up in the comments. You keep talking. I'll call you later probably.
Yeah. Yeah. Give me about an hour and a half, and then I'll be a little more free.
All right. Where can people find you if they want to?
Just hit me up on all the socials at RetroPez, RetroPezz, like the candy.
There you go. If you ever want the Atari Jaguar dental unit at your con or whatever, you just want to see more pictures of it, RetroPez. There you go.
Yep, I got a picture of it there from PRGE, so you can check it out.
Yes, sir. All right, dude. I'll talk to you later. Thanks for the call.
All right, man.
Bye.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. Bye. Okay. Thank you guys. Hope you appreciate your patience on that. Hey, so first we got a super chat from Michael Waite who says, "Thank you for reminding me to see Godzilla -1. Awesome. You are welcome. I hope you enjoy that movie. It is fantastic. And thank you for the super chat. Also, Roger Vega has just joined us. He says, "Happy birthday, bruh." For those who don't know, Roger Vega is actually the owner of the Sega Pluto prototype. People think it's mine. It is not. It belongs to Roger Vega right there. He is very cool, and he lets me pal around with his very rare prototype video game console because we are fam. How you doing, Roger? So if you guys are just joining us, thank you. It is my birthday. I'm doing my live stream. So it's a live Q&A. You guys can ask me questions. I do my best to answer whatever I can. Anybody who super chats or does PayPal or Venmo donations and all that stuff's in the description. You obviously get priority. But yeah, it's keeps the channel going. Appreciate the support. Up to you guys, of course. And so let's just continue. I don't think Jesse is on Rumble. But yeah. Vega, like Klavik. I think like Street Fighter Vega, yeah. Favorite NES game? Probably Super Mario Brothers 3. Although, to be fair, I'm more used to the Super Nintendo remake of that from the Super Mario All-Stars collection. $5 super chat from Laudmont. I'm taking my first all-United flight this month to Louisiana with my family. Convinced my dad. LOL. Thought you would like that. Well, yes, I do, I guess. Are you flying? I'm not going to try and out you here. But I think you're flying probably from Newark directly, is my guess. As opposed to your normal hometown. I'm not going to say where you're at, but that's my guess is what you're doing. Thank you for the super chat, Laudmont. Adam, do you think you can make a fun movie? I don't know what that means. Oh, a full movie. Sorry. So the YouTube put this little heart thing on the side, and it tends to block the word over there. Do you think you can make a full movie? That's what I went to film school for, was to try and do that. But I was never really content with any of the projects presented to me, and it's a big commitment, and especially a big financial commitment. So the only features I've actually made would be the 3 that are on this channel that are all basically video game supercuts. So like Jurassic Park 1.5, which is a full film made out of Jurassic Park the game, or of course Back to the Future 4 and 5, which did far better, especially Back to the Future 4. If you want to see what my making a movie sort of would be like, it's that. Do we need to do another Kickstarter for Shenmue 4? I don't think that's the route they would want to go. Kickstarter was necessary for Shenmue 3 ultimately because there was no other way to get it off the ground. But if I'm honest with you, based on what I learned and just kind of general observations casually, the problem with doing a Kickstarter is that you have a million bosses effectively to answer to. And so the entire fan base feels like they're really owed something constantly, because they are. I mean, they paid money for it to happen. So when the project needs time to basically cook, that tends to annoy people. Whereas if it's privately funded, aka a publisher or whatever handles that, then you're not under nearly as much pressure to deal with. So I kind of get the feeling that for Shenmue 4, they would not want to go down that road again, is my guess. I also don't think it would actually be as successful of a Kickstarter, partially due to the fact there are definitely people who are unsatisfied with Shenmue 3, but also at the same time, Shenmue 3 had this, it's a big mystery. It's been around, this where is this game for 20 years thing. Shenmue 4 doesn't have that kind of mystique, so it's kind of got a lot working against it as far as that concept goes. Thanks for your thoughts. I'll definitely look into getting a G-Comp switcher. Yeah, no problem, dude. I haven't used that one personally, but I've heard nothing but good things. See, Shenmue 3 was disappointing, is what people say. I don't really get that. I think it was objectively just more Shenmue. Unapologetically more Shenmue is what I was trying to say. It was short, I'll give you that. It didn't advance the story nearly as much as we all wanted to. And there's a behind-the-scenes reason for that. But I don't get the opposition. It was just kind of, well, what did you expect? Brandon Lee super chats. He doesn't say anything. He says thank you. I think that's a sticker or whatever they're called. So Brandon, if you have a question, just let me know. It's not showing one. Let's make sure nothing else is going on over here. Okay. We're gonna call my Shrek friend. You guys ready? Shrek story time. Yo, you are on speakerphone. We are on live stream, just letting you know. So there are, I don't know if you probably don't even know this. You are kind of a little bit of a legend within the lore of my channel, because on the I did a video years ago about my original Xbox like experiences, and I talked about how, we went to, our whole thing where you had to play Shrek like forever. But I've never had you tell this story personally. Are you down to tell people this story?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it was like...
Well, hang on. You're good to do that?
Yeah, I'm down.
Give me 1 second. Okay. Sorry, I'm just multitasking.
No worries.
All right. I'm going to put you up to the mic. And I know you're not probably watching the chat, but there's a lot of people who are very interested in hearing this story from you directly.
Okay, wow, interesting. I mean, it was like 20 years ago, so I hopefully I can recall it appropriately.
Yeah, look, oh shit, the Shrek guy. Holy crap, the Shrek guy.
Yes, the Shrek guy. I'm here, and I'm real.
All right, well, go ahead. Tell it to the best of your Keep in mind, this dude has a bad memory, but he's going to try.
We were up at your uncle's cabin, in the woods.
In Wisconsin.
In Wisconsin, yeah. And we brought your Xbox right? We brought your Xbox up to play it.
Yep.
And I remember being in a tight space, it was a trailer or something, and we crammed all the beds or the sleeping bags or whatever, pillows, and this TV, and I made my nest in there, and we were just playing, and I don't know what it was. I know throughout our relationship, you just give me games to play, and I'll just sit down and play them for hours. So I don't know if that was you just gave me this, or I consciously said, yes, Shrek, that's the one.
Yeah,
we're playing this tonight.
If I recall correctly, this was shortly after the Xbox had come out, so we only had a handful of games. We had that. We had Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2X and something else. And if I recall correctly, I think you picked it.
Okay. Yeah, it was a good movie, so I figured the game had to be good, right? So, I remember just playing it and running through the levels, and we were playing it, drinking soda, staying up night like middle schoolers did. We were up late playing it, and I think it was I don't know, around 2:00, and it was getting late, it's getting tired, but I was making good progress, and I'm I wanna beat this game. I think it's actually possible. I'm gonna just keep going. And I know you were I think you ended up falling asleep, but I wanted to keep going. I wanted to beat the game. It's just something about Shrek just called to me, and it's you need to keep going. You need to beat this game.
So you have to beat the game, there, Lunge.
Yes, exactly. So I just kept playing it, and in this trailer in the middle of the woods, and and then I think you eventually woke up, and I was still playing it.
Yep.
And I don't even know if I beat it. I don't really remember.
Do you remember how it ended?
No, I don't.
So that game actually has a time system in it where you can see how long you've been playing. And you had been playing, I think when I woke up, if I remember correctly, I was shocked to see you were still sitting there playing it. You were awake, you had a bunch of soda around you because you'd clearly been drinking Coke all night playing this game. And then you had been playing collectively for 36 hours.
How is that possible?
Because
it was just one night.
Because it was at least the save data. I don't know if it was because it was we had played it in a couple different spots or whatever, but you had played it for so long that it said you'd been playing it for 36 hours. And you were getting close to the end of the game, and I just remember you being eventually, like, you're getting towards the end, and you're like, you know what, this game sucks.
I remember, like, yeah, getting to the end there, and it just wasn't a smooth platformer, and just like messing up and like keep getting killed by the bosses. Yeah, I definitely like flipped the table a lot playing video games and claiming that they suck. Did I ever end up finishing it, or no? I just like walked away.
From what I remember, you were so close to the end, you just yelled out, "This game sucks," and then you turned off the system, and we all laughed because we're like, it took you that long to conclude.
Well, I had to make sure. Do you still have that? I want to finish that save file.
Of course I do. Hang on one second. Entertain the crowd for a second. Let me find the game.
Okay. I'm not actually viewing the chat, so sorry, guys. But you know what we should do? You know what we should do, Adam?
This is the original copy of that game. I'm holding it. This is the one that he was like, this game sucks after 36 hours of gameplay. It's right here in my hands. You can actually tell this is one of my originals because the spine is sun-faded compared to the rest of it.
Do you have the Xbox you played it on with the save file?
I can't imagine that's still around. You'd have to start over. You're going to have to come back and do a live stream of Shrek.
Okay. You know what we'll do? We'll wait for like a big anniversary, like the 20th or 25th year,
of
and
what?
Then of the game being released.
Dude, it's been over 20 years.
Okay, so maybe at the 25 or 30 year anniversary, we'll have a big to do. We'll do a live stream and we'll just sit down and beat it.
Yeah, we'll see you guys in like 5 years when we play Shrek all the way through. I'm sure they're all on the edge of their seats.
Yeah. There you go. Did they end up making more games?
Oh, yeah. Shrek 2 has a game. Shrek 3 has a game. They all have games.
Okay. Well, maybe we can add those too.
I really doubt it. But you're welcome to do that. We'll open up a Twitch. Actually, I do have a Twitch channel that I always forget exists. And apparently I'm partnered on there and I didn't even know it. So you can Twitch stream all the Shrek you want on my Twitch.
Okay, awesome.
All right.
There you go.
That sounds fun. You guys all look forward to that. Look me up on Twitch. It's just my name. I actually forgot I had a Twitch account until like the other day when Amy pointed it out to me. She's like, you have a Twitch? I was like, really? I'd forgotten all about it. So there you go.
Yeah, okay, put in your calendars 3 years. We'll do the Shrek.
Yeah, I'm sure that'll happen. I'm sure that's definitely not gonna not happen.
All right, awesome.
All right. Well, thank you. Does anybody have any questions for Shrek Guy before he goes? I know that there's some people here who just really wanted to hear this story, so let's see if anybody's got a question for you. Yeah, we got, oh shit, the Shrek guy. I didn't know you were real. The legend has it he's still playing Shrek. This is my hero. I've literally waited a decade to hear the story from the Shrek guy. I'm sweating. Ogres are here. The hype is real. We got a super chat that says, question for Shrek guy. Have you ever seen the newly leaked Shrek test footage?
The Shrek test footage? No. Of like a new Shrek game or a new Shrek movie?
I don't know. Lodmod also, he's the one who super chat. He's also very drunk, so I have no idea if he's actually onto something or not.
No.
Can we make a movie about the Shrek guy? You sound like you were ready for a night of Shrekin, if you know what I'm wrecking. That was good. I love this story. That was awesome. The next video will be, this is a video of some kind. I hope we're here to enjoy it. Hey guys, Adam here. Let's talk about the Shrek story, okay? To think that I live to see the day when I get to hear the Shrek guy tell his legendary story. Do you have the rights to the future documentary?
Yeah, we'd be willing to sell that.
Yeah, he's willing to sell the rights to the Shrek story.
And Netflix will probably buy that.
Netflix will buy anything. Yeah, have you seen the test footage from the Shriek? Were you talking about the Chris Farley version, Lodmont? Also, we had a super chat that was unrelated from Gary, so I want to say, okay, brother, gotta go. Take care of the kiddo. Happy birthday, love you. Get a coffee. Oh, and what's the best way to clean your cartridge and game systems? The 1-Up cards. So those things are great. They sent me a nice big package of those, but I think you know that because you watch my videos. Thank you, Gary. So, yeah, people want to see this 25th anniversary stream. My body is ready. Shrek and roll. Shrekathon. Have you seen the test footage?
I still don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, I don't know.
No.
Wisconsin isn't as bad as Adam makes it out to be. Yes, it is. That's where the Shrek thing happened. Yeah, people are very happy to have finally heard this story.
Good.
What happened to Donkey?
I don't know.
Well, they want to know what in your universe, in your personal canon, what happened to Donkey.
Didn't he like marry the dragon and they lived happily ever after?
Sure, let's go with that. I think they meant like in your life. Who is your donkey?
Who is my donkey?
Yeah.
You are.
No, I'm not your donkey.
Am I your donkey?
No. You're
Oh,
more
okay.
like the gingerbread man. Be good. Okay. So I bought an Xbox at launch. Yes, I did. And I was the idiot who didn't get Halo. I picked Shrek over Halo. And I almost feel like he's right. Like I might have made him suffer for that decision. Hence he had to play so much Shrek. But the only other game I think we had was Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2X. And neither of us were that interested in playing it just because we had played a lot of it on the Dreamcast.
Yeah.
And yes, he's talking about the Chris Farley version of Shrek. I saw that test footage. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. People say this needs to be a Netflix documentary. What's the Twitch channel name? It's just my name, Adam Koralik. But I mean, I don't think we're really ever going to do this. And yes, this really is the Shrek guy, everybody. For those who remember the Xbox recap video, that story about Shrek, this is the guy. This is him on the phone. He is the one who spent all night playing Shrek only to realize it wasn't a good game.
I had to make sure.
He had to be sure. He had to test it out. Well, if there's no other questions for Shrek guy, I'm going to let him go back to his life. Anybody else? Anything? Anything you want to say to the audience?
No, just happy birthday, man.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's a good one.
Yeah, so far so good. It's been fun. Amy,
How long have you been on for?
I think I started at 2. It's now 7, so it's effectively 5 hours.
Okay.
Got a super chat from Cax. It says, Peanut says you look homeless. Thank you, Peanut. Or Cax. Or now you're the same person, I guess. I'm supposed to tell you, by the way, his name is Clucky, everybody.
Oh, God.
Yeah, that part we left out. And that's not a joke. Like, that's what we call him. He grew up, to be fair, it's obviously not his legal name, but that's always what we called him. It's true, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Even teachers started calling him that.
That's true.
And you heard him say it himself. He built a nest. Where do you think stuff like that came from? There's somebody who says to tell you that this guy named Laughs loves you. I'm talking to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's that? Sorry, no, the audio went out.
Oh, there's a guy named Laughs, Laffs, who says that he loves you.
Oh, well, thank you.
Tell Shrek guy he's a legend. Tell Shrek guy to go back to his swamp. I remember the Shrek story vividly. I was a kid when that story first came out. I liked it, and I got the game on the OG Xbox too. So there's a guy who grew up with that story in the chat. Just FYI.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Did you
I hope
ever
it shaped
think?
you.
Did you ever think in your life that night when you were playing Shrek that one day that would be the thing you are best known for in pop culture?
You know, this is my 15 minutes of fame.
Yeah.
Like, really. Like, I've never been on a stream with this many people before. So, like, no. And I never would have guessed. So, I made the right choice, though.
Did you? They say
Worth it.
Eon Evans says, Clucky the Shrek guy, the world will never be the same.
Mhm.
Yeah. All right,
Doing
man.
my part.
I'm going to let you go. I'll get back to
Sounds
the
good.
chat. Talk to you later.
Take care.
Oh, wait,
Bye-bye.
we got someone else who says, I grew up with that story. I was 12 when that video came out, and I watched it the day one.
How long ago did you make that video?
Actually, you guys are the sleuths. When did that video come out? I have no idea. The OG Xbox video was probably like 2014, I would think.
Oh, okay. Wow. So that was like probably like 12 years after we actually played it.
Yeah, Laugh says it was 2014, spring 2014. So there you go.
Okay.
Well, there you go, everybody. The story of the Shrek guy is completely true. Here he is, 9 years, almost 10 years later, to tell you the story himself.
Yeah. It really happened. All right. Well, enjoy your birthday, man. Enjoy the live stream.
Will
I'll talk
do.
to you later.
Talk to you later. Later, dude. Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, everybody. I hope you found that amusing. Okay. We just got a super chat from Fabian. Hey, Adam, just realized I've been watching your videos over the last 13 years. I want to say happy birthday and thank you for all your content. Thank you very much, Fabian. I appreciate the support. If you have a question, just let me know. Yeah, obviously, huge shout out to all you guys who've been watching, especially everybody who's donated. It's very generous of you. Helps keep the channel running. So if you do the super chats or the PayPal or Venmo, all that stuff's in the description. I appreciate the support. Otherwise, let's just talk about random stuff. Dave's leaving, I guess. I don't know. Oh, bye-bye Shrek guy. Right, okay, I got you. Yeah, so obviously he's... My friend there is... his name is Cluggy. That really is what we've always called him. And he has never been one for, like, much public figureness. You know, he doesn't even have a Facebook page, I don't think. So he's just, like, I don't think any part of him would have ever expected people would know him as a guy who played Shrek once. But imagine being known for that. So I think that kind of made his night. So I appreciate that, guys. Happy birthday. Thank you for the entertainment. Thank you very much. How do you maintain your physical collection? Are you at the point where you're running out of physical space? I would say no. Mrs. Koralik would certainly say yes. But basically, I try to build everything in towers and try to organize. So I have like a bunch of game towers like in this room and up against the wall. That way they take up as little space as possible. And then you just put them in that. You don't just like throw piles of stuff everywhere, obviously. Consoles, I typically keep them in these like console like hutches so that they're nice and organized. Obviously stuff takes up space, but you know, you try to do your best to organize it. We got a couple of super chats, one from Lodmot. You were on my dorm room TV in 2013/2014. You were also on my car radio screen recently. Do you have Android Auto in your car? Unfortunately, yes, to the point of it being annoying, because anytime I'm in somebody's car where I just like want to charge it, it tries to link up to my phone and then disconnects and then links up and disconnects, to the point of it being extremely frustrating, where it's actually it's taking up more power by constantly turning the screen on and off than it's actually gaining by being plugged in. I kind of hate Android Auto, to be completely honest with you. I would love to uninstall it, but it's built into the Pixel and I can't remove it. Very, very frustrating. So yes, thank you for bringing up some dark, painful memories, Lodmont. Thank you. We got a super chat from No Ma'am, who would be an obvious Al Bundy reference. Thank you. Really wish Sega would revive Skies of Arcadia, one of the most amazing JRPGs I've ever played. Happy birthday, man. Thank you very much. We kind of talked about that earlier. So the thing with Skies of Arcadia, obviously I don't work for Sega, but if I had to guess, their thought process is, we released the first game, it didn't do very well. We gave it another shot on GameCube with some alterations. It still didn't do very well. I think we're done with this. It is possible with enough fan pushing you could get a re-release of that same game, maybe an HD re-release, whatever, with kind of a basic paintbrush job of HD, but you could get it. I don't think they're going to give you any sequels anytime soon. Maybe, you know, with enough effort you could get that, and if that did well, then you never know. Maybe you get some sort of sequel, but I personally would not really bet on that, but it's not an impossibility. Thank you very much for the super chat. But that's just a guess. Adam evicted his own neighbors for more storage space for his games. Not yet. If Lodmot buys a bunch of the apartments around me, then I could do that. That would be cool. Do you own any digital content at all? I mean, do you have any licensed rentals? If you mean me personally, I obviously philosophically believe you don't own any digital content, but if you're asking if I personally have anything that has once been called purchased that is digital, the answer is yes, but not because I bought it. You have to understand, companies send me a lot of promo keys and stuff, and I'm willing to download them to check them out as games, and if I like them, then I'm willing to go and buy stuff in the physical form, and if not, then no big deal. So there are games in that sense that I quote unquote own, but I also never purchased them to begin with. So I think of them as a perpetual rental, if that makes any sense. Okay. Happy birthday. Thank you very much. Would I do a console collection video? Only, again, if it's my last video. That or somebody had to bribe me like retirement level money to do. Because I've always said like that would be the last video I would want to make, is a video about the full collection. Like if you ever see that video pop up in your feed, it means either somebody really paid me exorbitantly well to do that, or I've decided I'm done with YouTube and I'm going out with a bang. Why did Skies of Arcadia not do very well? If I had to guess, I'd say it's usually tied to the platform. In the case of the Dreamcast, if I recall correctly, Skies of Arcadia kind of came out in a time with the Dreamcast after it was already kind of floundering. Like, it was in that awkward phase, like where the launch of the Dreamcast was great, and most people's memories of the Dreamcast and the titles on it come from the launch window because it was such a great launch, and that's when most people had it. But then the content kind of fell off because Sega effectively put all their eggs in the basket right at the beginning and didn't have a lot to offer relatively soon after, which is why most of the big releases after that were kind of down the road. And then eventually most people had memories of the Dreamcast when it was ending. But that kind of interim year, that's, I think, when Skies of Arcadia came out, and that's when a lot less people were paying attention to it and were focusing on the PlayStation 2. I think it just kind of got trapped by that. It was kind of the same thing that happened to Shenmue, but at least in Shenmue's credit, it got a bunch of marketing behind it. Skies of Arcadia didn't even get that. To Sega's credit, they at least re-released Skies of Arcadia on the GameCube to give it more of a chance, but that didn't pan out. Am I going to watch Home Alone for Christmas? Maybe. Amy and I were actually at the Home Alone house like a few weeks ago, because it's only like a 20-minute drive from here. I live in Chicago, for those who don't know. How do you feel about the N64 in 2023? Personally, I really miss it for the couch co-op, something that modern games seem to neglect. You're kind of in luck. I have an N64 video coming up right around the corner with the Retro Gem Pixel FX HDMI board, and it's cool. It's really cool to check in on that thing and just see like what's it like to revisit it years later. It helps that system age a little better. I think that you might enjoy that video. I still like the N64. I still have fun with it. But then I do remember at the end of the day that its library is very limited. But of the stars that burn bright on it, they burn very bright. Is Shenmue 4 possible? Yes, possible for sure. Inevitable, no. Home Alone house near Chicago. The Home Alone house is in Chicago. Well, technically it's up in Winnetka, which is a suburb. It's a north suburb. Most of the John Hughes stuff is in Chicago or the Chicagoland area. Yeah, I'll have a cool video about that, spoilers, on my travel channel in a couple of weeks, so you guys can check that out. You can see we did a little tour of the Home Alone house and some of the other Home Alone sites and some other things. Thoughts on Sonic Dream Team? Oh, I got jumped. $20 from, thank you for the super chat, from James F, who says, dude, your content is amazing and very informative. Keep up the great job and happy birthday to you. Thank you, James. I appreciate the support. That is awesome of you. If you have a question, let me know. Otherwise, thank you very much. Lodmott super chats and says, stare at the camera with a crazed smile on your face for 5 seconds. Gee, I wonder if this is getting an emote. Okay, there you go. Is that sufficient? When's the Wisconsin flying and watching video? Technically, the first episode ever is when we went to Madison. Beyond that, no. I mean, there also are episodes in Milwaukee, you know. Shenmue 4 Kickstarter, let's do it. I don't think that is too likely as far as a Kickstarter, but I already talked about that. Finally caught a live of you. James, I appreciate that. Hope you enjoy it. Like, for those who are just joining us, again, live stream, it's my birthday, so I like to do Q&A and just talk and answer questions, because it's the one time of the year that I really get to do this, and I appreciate hanging out with you guys and talking directly so you guys can tell me what's going on with the channel, if you're enjoying the content, whatever's going on in your lives. You just ask random questions about my thoughts on something. This is the time to do it. And if you guys want to donate through Super Chats or PayPal or Venmo or any of that kind of thing, I'll give you, obviously, priority. That's entirely your choice. Otherwise, we just hang out. Did you play Watch Dogs? If so, what did you think of the Chicago representation? I played a bit of it. It's got, like, how do I put this? The geography is not quite right, but that's to be expected. It's kind of like, it's got some of the points of Chicago, but they connect them kind of unorganically. But I also think it's just because if it was at the mercy in the development time in which they did it. I mean, the game was originally kind of intended for like the 360 and the Wii U, even though the Wii U version got famously kind of botched. But either way, it wasn't, if they were to redo that game now, it would be interesting. That was actually one of the things that bothered me about GTA 6, is that it's like, it's back in Vice City, which, I mean, that's cool. I was really hoping they would mix it up and either put it in Chicago, but that's for personal bias reasons. Like GTA 4 was New York, GTA 5 was obviously Los Angeles, Chicago was the next obvious choice, but they just went back to Vice City, which is effectively Miami. I also think it would be really cool to do one in Honolulu, because you could have the entire Hawaiian Islands, like you could just jump between them, kind of like Far Cry 6 did a bit of that, except you'd have to fake it a little where the islands are closer together, but you could do that. And then, of course, Honolulu's a real city, but then you also have volcanic stuff. Like, there's a whole lot to that. That, and you have a legitimate excuse in-game why the character can't go very far beyond the realm of the game wall, because it's a series of islands in the middle of the Pacific. But yeah, you are right though, in regards to for Watch Dogs in Chicago. It's like the only game ever that's like an open world-ish type of game that takes place in Chicago. I don't think there's any other ones. Any birthday dinner food plans. So Mrs. Koralik made me a very nice salad that I had earlier. She also made me some ice cream. Maybe we'll have some sort of dinner later. I'm not really hungry at the moment. I'm pretty good, but if she said she would make stuff if I want her to, but I'm good. The Discord is going crazy. All right. Yeah, that's a nice frame. That'll be good. Yeah, if you guys aren't in my Discord, you should. It's fun in there. Ladma like edited himself into a photo of me, which is weird, but that's his choice. What else we got here? Actually, I'm gonna slightly change this up. All right. Okie dokie. When will I open an OnlyFans? I wasn't really planning on it. Can you own a gun? In the game or in real life? I have no interest in owning a gun in real life. In the game, I presume you can. Do I play Dungeons and Dragons? No. I have played it twice ever in my life. And I wasn't that interested in it. I don't think it's stupid or anything. It was just never really my thing. Didn't you know you were from the Midwest? That's cool. Don't think I can handle the cold though. Houston, born and raised. Well, technically you're in the Midwest because Houston's technically in the Midwest as well. But it is funny. I know what you mean. Like, most of the time when you tell people you're from Chicago, you tell that to other Midwesterners, like somebody in Kansas City, they're like, oh, you're not really from the Midwest. It's like, yeah, I am. Like, but okay. As for the cold thing, that's really like you get used to it. Like I can't stand the heat in Texas in the summer. Like it's kind of a matter of like where you grew up and what you get used to. But it's also suggested, you get around and you experience other environments and then you kind of toughen up per se. GTA Scotland, that would be cool. I switched screens, so it's a little bit harder to read the chat now. That was probably a stupid move on my part. Will I do a Wii U style rundown set video when you finish the OG Xbox set? Maybe. What he's asking is I think it was last year for the 10th anniversary of the Wii U. I did a whole video where I talked about every single physical edition release on the Wii U because I have a full Wii U physical set. And the reception of that video was very mixed. There was a lot of positivity where people thought that was cool, but there was a lot of negativity where people were like, man, this sucks. It's so long and he doesn't show gameplay footage and it seems pathetic. Like, it's just so many games, like, why do this? And I'm just like, dude, you can't win. Like, some people want you to show the entire thing and other people just get really upset about it. We'll see. The thing with the OG Xbox is that video would be insanely long because it's 1,000 titles. I think it's actually like 996. The Wii U was like 200 and it was like a 2-hour video. So that video would be like longer than this live stream. And I just don't think people would really want to sit through that. That was kind of the lesson I learned from that. In concept, I'm open to it, but I might have to split it up into multiple parts or something. And I don't know if anybody would even care. Have you seen the Virtua Fighter anime and Shenmue anime? I don't watch anime, so no. I know of them. Well, I know definitely of the Shenmue anime, but I haven't watched it. What's the most you ever paid for a game? I think if I remember correctly, I bought Spider-Man Web of Fire for the 32X years ago, before I was doing the 32X recap video. And I think if I remember correctly, I paid $200 because I wanted to have that in the video for the point of it. And I even said at the time, like, I only bought this as just kind of a support for the video type of thing. So I hope you guys appreciate it. Now it turns out that was a good idea because that game's worth way more than that. But hey, that was just lucky on my part as it turns out. Super chat from Hugo says, "Go to bed. How do you avoid collecting burnout?" Bro, I'm not going to bed. It's only 7 p.m. But thank you. I'm not actually tired. It's just, it's physical exhaustion, but I'm not actually sleepy. How do you avoid collecting burnout? That's an interesting question. I've never experienced that. I guess that's not true. I kind of swap it between going from different things to different things, but I never tend to part with the stuff in the first place. So like, it's not like I'm like, well, I got bored with the Xbox stuff. Let me just sell it all off and I'll focus on GameCube. I changed my mind. I'm bored with GameCube now. Let me switch back to Xbox. I never do that. It's more like I go through like moods where I'm like, let me just focus on one, then focus on the other, etc. What I've learned through that process is just kind of which systems are more important to you. It also depends on the context in which you're buying stuff. Like if you're buying stuff in Japan, logically so, you want to focus on Japanese stuff, European stuff if you're in parts of Europe, etc. But within the US, I will admit I got a little bored by US stuff now just because I'm constantly immersed in it. And the stuff I want the most, which would be a bunch of random Xbox titles or a bunch of random GameCube titles, well, GameCube more so, are more prohibitively expensive to the point of being annoying. So I'd get less interested. Saturn would be the same thing. So, But I should also mention when it comes to full sets, I do global full sets. So like my Dreamcast collection isn't just the American stuff. It's all the European games that they came out with that we never got. And then the Japanese games that never came out in Europe or North America. And then the independent games. So like I go all in, But that's just me. That also makes it exciting because there's always kind of something to pursue, especially if there's a system you're a big fan of. Like I'm going to shout out to Zesty here because I know he's going to Europe and he's going to look for PAL 360 games. Now, part of the reason I imagine that he's doing that is because he has the full North American set, but he still likes the 360 and wants to get more. So there's this whole other continent with games you don't have for that exact same platform. That makes it exciting again. That's kind of an interesting way to do it if that's a thing for you. Let's go in here. You thought I was Canadian. Well, that's very insulting. No, I'm just kidding. Canada's lovely, but no, I'm not Canadian. I get that a lot. I don't know why people think that, but no, I'm not Canadian. Yeah, GTA Chicago would have been nice. The closest we ever got was Watch Dogs 1. Houston is deep south. Well, here's the thing. Deep South is not really a thing. There's East Coast, which is the Appalachians and eastward. West Coast, the Rockies and leftward. Midwest is everything else in the middle within the continental United States. Then you have, obviously, things like the territories and Alaska and Hawaii, which are... Alaska, you can make a case for West Coast, at least. Hawaii is obviously its own entity. But Deep South is like a different definition of a region, but it's not the same region. And I know people in Texas like to think Texas is its own separate thing. It's not the Midwest. It's the Deep South. It's got its own power grid. Everything's different in Texas. I know. I'm sorry, guys. You are the Midwest. Like, you're in between the mountain chains. That's all that is. Super chat. It's not a personal thing, guys. It's not even anything to get upset about. Like, it's just basic geography. It's more of you're more concerned of it in a cultural sense as opposed to a geographic sense. In a very geographic sense, it's absolutely the Midwest. Cultural sense, you want to say Deep South, that's a different definition of borders. I'll give you that one. Okay, super chat from Trevor Morgan. Thank you. Hey, Adam. Just wanted to stop by and thank you for the great content and wish you a happy birthday. Also, thank you for being active and engaging in the comments. There's always appreciated. Still can't believe you came to Sodak. Oh, South Dakota? Yeah, I did on my travel channel. I did 2 videos in South Dakota. Obviously, we did the whole Mount Rushmore thing, and we'd also did the Chief Crazy Horse thing. That stuff's a lot of fun. Wall Drug. South Dakota's fun. It doesn't have like the most exciting reputation, but it's a cool place. Texas is the Midwest? Yes, in a geographic sense, not in a cultural sense. Geographic borders are you just have to look at a map. It's not meant to offend. I'm just saying, if you look at a map, Appalachians East is the East Coast for a reason. That's why it's called that. I'm sure Florida and Maine have almost nothing in common culturally, but they're both on the East Coast, where the West Coast is the Rocky Mountains and West. So Alaska would technically be part of that. Hell, you could really make the case for Hawaii if you really want to. And, California, Oregon, Washington. That's fine. But culturally, and then what Midwest would be literally everything else in the center. Culturally, yeah, Texas Deep South. I agree with you on that. Got a super chat from Rodney. Says, happy birthday, Adam. Your Guam content was great. Being from Guam, most people never heard of it. Thank you. I appreciate that. Dude, Guam is amazing. I was actually talking about it earlier. The question was, what's your like most underrated vacation spot or something to that effect? And I said that Guam is absolutely, it's this America's jewel of the Pacific. It's just an unbelievably cool place. And I always recommend people check it out. I recognize that it's hard to do, but it's a really cool place, and I've loved my time having been there, and I want to go back. I always want to go back. That place is my beach, as I say. As a Houstonian, no one here has ever considered this the Midwest in the history of Houston or Texas. Granted, we are in the middle of the country. You answered your own question. I'm talking about geography, not cultural. Culturally, yes, Deep South. Geographically, like it or not, you are in the Midwest. It's just how it is. You are in between the mountains. That's all it is. We got... Ooh, Donald Trump is here. I somehow doubt it, but I got a super chat from Donald Trump who says, hey, Adam, happy birthday. Been watching for several years now. Sucks physical games were never took off the PC. The disc was always tied to an account. Yeah, I never did that. You know, first of all, thank you for the super chat. But we've had a lot of people talking about, like, what do we PC gamers do about the whole digital thing? And I'm like, look, this sucks for you guys. I know that Europe does this a little better. There's still big physical PC sections over there and, like, various stores, like, in Germany and stuff. But the simple truth is you're a victim of what you've done to yourselves on this one. If you supported all the digital infrastructure, it's not really surprising they effectively got rid of the physical stuff. I know. It's and I told you so doesn't really go very far. I'm sorry about that. But, yeah, that sucks. But to be fair to you and your point, it's most games were tied to some sort of account anyway. That's one of many reasons I never really was a big fan of that, is I like to own stuff. I recognize all the benefits, I do, of the PC gaming. I get it. I was never naive to that. It just, to me, was kind of cold and soulless. I just kind of like it. I like the concept of a console because it's not just a machine that plays a game. It's a piece of history, and it has this library and archive that goes with it that represents that piece of history. That's just me. Obviously, not everybody's going to see it that way. Thank you very much for the super chat. We got one from Rational Skeptic who says, Connie Booth left Sony. Will it affect PS? I'm not going to lie. I don't know who Connie Booth is, so I can't really say much about that. I'm thinking the Jim Ryan departure will have much more of an impact, but only time will tell. I think he's out the door in March. What was interesting, actually, I saw the news yesterday. I don't know if you guys saw this. Look this up. So Sony had a farewell party for Jim Ryan, and they gave him a PS1-themed PlayStation 5 with a custom controller and all this. And I sat there and I went, it is really ironic to give Jim Ryan, the guy who said, you know, why would anybody ever want to play old games, effectively referring to the PS1 and the PS2, a PS1 themed PS5. Either they did that as a slight, subtle, backhanded thing, or they just didn't, they recognized the irony of it. Adam, you're going to have to pull out a topographical map of the U.S. We need to fact check these claims of the location of Texas. Are you making the case that the mountain chains run through Texas? If you are, yes, pull up the topographical map. I know you're just goofing around. James F. Super Chats again says, do you collect any Game Gear stuff? Videos on it? I do have a decent enough Game Gear collection. The guy with the best Game Gear collection, who at least was in here briefly, is my buddy Rob, the evil Rob Thanos. He is trying to get a full Game Gear set. He's going for boxed too, which is really impressive. I just have a series of carts, like, you know, nothing that particularly impressive. That would be the guy to talk to. I could maybe give him a call if you want, if anybody's interested. By the way, the reason it's called the Midwest, have you ever noticed that there's a Midwest and there's a Mideast? Middle East is the Middle East as we think of it. We're just Midwest. There is no Middle East in the United States. It's just the way the globe is cut. The Midwest just happens to refer to the geographic opposite of that would be where the Middle East is located. Favorite video game genres? Platformers, if I'm going old style, old school as it were. I do enjoy my sandbox games sometimes when I just kind of want to do something dumb. But like typically, as I said before, things like survival horror and things like that really push me because I like a story that helps engross me into the gameplay, not just a gameplay that I'm supposed to just screw around in. That's while I like GTA just as much as the next guy, I don't find it this amazing world-changing game because I kind of look at it as popcorn entertainment. Like, it's fun, don't get me wrong, but it doesn't challenge my creativity at all. It's just kind of like, oh, this is funny, we're all doing dumb stuff, but the story doesn't really drive it forward in any real way that I find compelling. But that's obviously not what everybody's looking for in a game, and I have my guilty pleasures too. Like, I love the Far Cry games, and to call their stories deep would clearly be incorrect, but I still enjoy them all the same. The games I tend to value the most have a very deep, compelling story where I want to feel immersed in that universe, or I want to feel immersed in that universe for the wrong reasons. Like a horror game, like I want to feel the sense of terror that the characters theoretically would feel. If a game can make you feel emotions beyond just laughing at stupid, then a game is doing a very good job. But to each their own. Gene disagrees and says we are in the Middle East. All right. And parts of Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Illinois are the Middle East. No, but but I know you're just goofing. East Texas, where I'm from, is closer to the Deep South. West Texas is the desert. North Texas resembles the Midwest that you speak of. Guys, you're thinking about cultural terms. I'm not talking about cultural terms. I'm just simple geography. It's like saying that an island isn't an island just because it's close to not an island. It's like, no, I'm sorry, you're an island. In the case of Texas, you are in the Midwest geographically. Culturally, you're different, just like I am. I'm in Chicago. People tell me, ironically enough, that Chicago is essentially an island in the Midwest because it doesn't resemble the quote-unquote values of the Midwest, which whatever that means. But it's still geographically there. Deep South is a term that's more cultural. Rational Skeptic super chats and says, opinion on the port of RE2 being made for Saturn. Oh, are you talking about, I heard about this. So, like, the guy who's doing, like, Metal Gear Solid for Saturn, there's also an eventual theoretical conversion of Resident Evil 2 finally making its way to the Saturn. I don't know much about that particular. I just kind of heard that in, like, a little bit blurb type of thing. If that actually ever really happens, that will be really cool. Because for those who don't know, Resident Evil 2 was in development for the Saturn originally. I don't think it was intended to be a Saturn-only release like Tomb Raider was, but it was supposed to happen. But it famously got canceled. We still have the artwork from it, by the way. But if that actually gets made, that would be very cool. But I won't lie to you, even if it got finished and was totally done, I still, even if it was perfect, I still don't think that would be the way I'd want to play that particular game, which is an interesting position on demakes and remakes for fan purposes. Like, if you could get, like, there's a guy working on Metal Gear Solid 2 for the Dreamcast. That's really cool. Even if you finished it, is that really the way you want to play that game? You know what I mean? So it's an interesting debate. It's more like it's cool for a niche base, and I'll give him props to that. It's not cultural that Texas is in the South. I agree with you, Dave. It is South. It is in the Deep South, but that's a cultural term. A geographic term is East Coast, West Coast, Midwest. It's look it up. It's not that hard. Deep South is like a different deviation, not only culturally, obviously there's geographic, but there's a reason we don't have the Deep North. You know, I think the Mason-Dixon line and the Yankee area, if that's the closest thing you can have as to the North. But even that doesn't, like, there's the Rust Belt. That's certain states. Those are just cultural terms for a region. They're not like the entirety of the region. It's more like we're talking about Venn diagram like stuff here at this point. And apparently, yes, we're gonna have a big discussion about Texas. Speaking of Texas, hopefully you guys enjoyed my JFK video on my travel channel. That was a pain to make, but it was fun. Miami is in the South, but it's not part of the Deep South. Thank you. Cultural term. Why is there only a Midwest and not a Mideast? We just talked about this, Dave. The Middle East is the Middle East, like Saudi Arabia. That's where the term Midwest comes from. It's just the opposite side of the planet. You never noticed that? The Midwest isn't named that because of the U.S. It's just because it's the opposite side of the Middle East. JFK video was amazing. Thank you back, Conquer. Appreciate that. In between the mountains of the Rockies and the Appalachians. Yeah, that's effectively what we call the Midwest. I didn't realize basic geography was a controversial subject, everybody. I do appreciate that this, by the way, all the things that we have talked about in this stream, all the subjects, the only thing that's been controversial is the known geographic borders within the United States. I got it. Let's all give ourselves a round of applause because that's honestly pretty funny. What else we got? If Microsoft acquired Nintendo, how bad would that be for the gaming industry? Not gonna happen. Japanese laws prevent this. I'm no offense to Not. I'm not knocking you here. It's just you brought up the subject. Anytime somebody asks you why doesn't some American company buy some Japanese company, that's the moment to cue out or just tune out of what they're saying. They don't understand basic Japanese corporation laws. Japanese laws prevent that exact scenario from even being possible. Little known fact, you don't just show up to Nintendo as Microsoft with a big check and say, I bought your building. It doesn't work like that. As you might have noticed from the whole Activision acquisition, you need governments to sign off on that. The Japanese government literally has laws in place that prevent this from even being entertained as a possibility. It's in order to protect Japanese culture, so they do not allow foreign companies to buy Japanese corporations. Now, the key word there is corporations. Things like small developers, indie studios, private groups, whatever it is, can sometimes do that. But that is not the case for a major conglomerate like Nintendo. They are not going to be able to be bought out. It's literally to prevent exactly that scenario. So when somebody says Microsoft should buy Sega, Microsoft should buy Nintendo, just ignore them. They have no idea what they're talking about. And Sega used to be American. That is correct. Until 1983, Sega was an American company based out. They originally founded in Hawaii. They ended up being owned by Gulf and Western, which we now know as Paramount Films, which is Viacom. And they were sold off to the Japanese. It's kind of it was more of a contentious point in the 1980s. Go back and watch some movies from the 80s. The Japanese are never portrayed particularly nicely. They're kind of portrayed the way the Chinese are now, which is just kind of like, oh, they're unfair and all this and that. And that was one of those remnants of that era, was the Japanese put laws in place preventing American companies from buying Japanese corporations, but the U.S. never did that. They never did the reverse. So just be aware. But in other words, no. Sony, because they are a Japanese corporation, could actually, theoretically, if they wanted to, buy Nintendo. If they can afford it, they could theoretically buy Sega. That one's possible. Microsoft can't do anything like that. The only possibility where that happens would be if Nintendo, under the table was like, okay, we want to be bought by Microsoft. How do we make this happen? They would have to relocate to another country, like Canada, the United States, parts of Europe, whatever it is. And they would have to sufficiently operate there long enough to convince the Japanese government that this really was a legitimate move. And then after such time has passed, which could be decades, then Microsoft could theoretically come in there. That's what you call the long game. Good luck with that. The Japanese were made to look like superhuman conquerors in the late 80s. Yeah, without getting into geopolitics, not politics, but geopolitics, that's how they were portrayed back then, because their economy was booming. They did really well after the war, after it was over, and they were relocating after especially the Korean War, where they started to reboot their entire economy with us. And then they started outsourcing their labor, and they really did a good job of selling cheap vehicles. That was the big thing. And then a bunch of companies, the problem Japan had was they were able to sell things a lot cheaper than most countries were, kind of like the Chinese. And they got into too many markets where they were destroying the local markets, to the point where a bunch of countries eventually said, I'm done doing business with you. And they dropped out. And so then Japan kind of had this big economic crash in 1991 that they still haven't recovered from. Which is, you can look into it, still a thing. And there's not that they're like some destitute country or anything. They're obviously not. It's a wonderful place. but their economy never recovered to that level. Which, whatever, it has nothing to do with anything. You just learned about this in the Japanese International Relations class last week. See? I speak the truth, everybody. If Sony or Nintendo bought Sega, wouldn't they have to get past Sammy first or not really? Well, Sega Sammy Holdings is technically the corporation, so both of which are Japanese. That's a single entity now. So I'm assuming you would just effectively have to buy Sega Sammy Holdings, but that would only Sony or Nintendo could even theoretically make a bid for that. And I don't think either is in a position to do that or is even interested in such a thing. Anyway, how you guys doing? Sony should buy Capcom already and make Street Fighter / Mega Man great again. Dude, they actually kind of had their chance. There's an old video on my channel where Capcom, they had failed spectacularly. I think it was Resident Evil 6. And they were mostly focusing on like stupid mobile games and things that everybody hated, and their all-time value collapsed to like, this is gonna sound like a lot of money because to any one of us it would be like a couple $100 million, as opposed to like the $1 billion corporation they were. So the time was then for someone like Sony to jump in and buy them. I made a video on it at the time, but I was really surprised no Japanese company jumped on that. Now Capcom's doing well because they finally figured out, wait a minute, our customers want games that aren't terrible. Huh. And now they're doing well. Good for them. They recovered. Why do you think the console companies even keep supporting physical with how dominant of a market share digital has now? Just scared of a repeat of the Xbox One E3 2013 PR disaster. I think they're constantly testing the waters with that. I think Alan Wake 2 is probably the most infamous recent example of that, where they're like, let's see what we can get away with. Let's put out a major AAA game, which will get mentioned all over the Video Game Awards, and just never give it a physical edition and see if anybody cares enough to support it or not. Let's see what the reaction is like. I do think that entering the PS5 and Xbox Series X, neither one of them wanted to do a discless only system, just in case there was a repeat of exactly that situation. But they also gave you the option of a digital only, which they clearly were trying to push more. I mean, Microsoft, granted the system wasn't as capable, but they made it like $200 cheaper, if I recall correctly. And they were just like, here, get the S. It's so much better. It's cheaper. Digital only, blah, blah, blah. And Sony basically gave you like $50 off trying to do the same thing. Because again, if they lock you into a digital infrastructure, you are completely at the mercy of their sales system. You have absolutely no other choice in how you get your content, which I don't understand why anybody with a functional brain would do that, unless you truly are drinking the Kool-Aid. But anyway, yeah, so I think you're onto something there to an extent. I'm sure they would love to cut out physical media entirely, but I think they're just trying to ease everybody into it. And as we look more at things like Game Pass and all that, it's obvious more and more people are like, eh. Though, to be fair, if I've noticed anything over the last few days from all this digital debacle stuff, man, a lot of people are finally figuring out they don't own digital content. It's kind of refreshing, but I've been sitting there like, dude, I've been making YouTube videos for like 15 years. I've been warning everybody about this. It's funny. I noticed I don't get referenced in a lot of other YouTubers' videos, and I'm totally fine with that. I think I was like last year, something like this happened where like, maybe it was 2 years ago even, Sony did kind of a similar thing where they shut down some sort of PlayStation Network like video streaming service or something. I don't remember exactly what the details were. And it was, I think Rich at Review Tech USA actually did a video about it. And he was just saying, oh, this is shady. Why would you do this? I had nothing against his video or nothing against him. But like in the comments section, I noticed like half the comments were like, Adam Koralik's been warning us about this for 10 years. And I was like, yeah, that's like one of the weird things I'm oddly known for, is being very prophetic and saying, guys, be careful. You don't really own any of this stuff. So I'm glad some of you listened at least. And we got a super chat from Rational Skeptic who says, Microsoft says they want to buy more third-party publishers. How will Sony survive? When did they say this, and who said this? Do you have any source on that? Thank you for the super chat, because I'm just guessing, man, and it's obviously a guess, that the Activision acquisition had to be a lot for them to deal with. Like the political frustration they went through there and all the sacrifices they effectively had to make to keep that going, like having to go through all these different countries when they probably were not expecting that much of a fight. And having to give up a lot of the benefits of it. Like I know they have to give at least shared content with Sony for the next 10 years or so with Call of Duty. There was much less benefit to them than I think that they were anticipating. I don't know if they really want to jump into another thing like that. And if you do, you know, like who are you going for? Let's see if anything interesting is going on here. All right. Let's see. What else we got questions wise? Dave says, I think physical will stick around in some form. There's obviously a market for collector's editions and the like, unless they just replace discs with a download code. So my position on this is I do think we have a market for physical edition movies and television shows for the foreseeable future. Mostly because Blu-ray and 4K Blu-ray is in such mass production in so many devices, and because any company can produce content on that format. Granted, there is a license fee to, I believe in most cases, ironically enough, it is Sony, but it is allowed to continue. Like you can still mass produce the CD-ROM, CDs. Anyone can do that. And nothing is really stopping it. Game consoles are different because you cannot just go out and reproduce new GameCube discs. Nintendo has to authorize that, and they also have to physically do it. That's one of the things about consoles that actually does suck, is that it's such a locked format that you actually need the consent of the original manufacturer to do it, quote unquote, correctly. Now, the indie scene kind of makes an interesting example of this. Like, obviously with cartridges, they've finally gotten to the point where you're making your own repro Neo Geo AES games if you really want to, N64 games, etc. But discs have never really had that benefit unless they were consoles that had unsigned code. Like the Sega CD can read burn discs natively because they never even considered the concept of copy protection on a disc back then. So anybody could theoretically make a CD-ROM that has a Sega CD game on it, but that's, you know, nobody's doing that. But even like the Saturn, you can't do that. Dreamcast, kind of. You can't produce a GD-ROM now, but you can produce a mil CD exploited CD-ROM that will work. But like the GameCube, that has one independent game, one Xenocrisis, and it straight up says on the disc, by the way, you need a modded console in order for this to work because it can't natively do it. The same would go for any console, really. So that's the big problem with physical editions on consoles as far as longevity. You know, you need the original manufacturer's consent. And if said manufacturer makes a digital only system that has no disk drive or any way to connect to one, you never have that opportunity to begin with. Think about it. Series S storage only has like 360 gigabyte SSD when most AAA games are over 100 gigabytes. Yeah. Your point in one of the latest discussion videos about contacting Congress and challenging the terminology of buy, sell / long-term rental was a really good idea, and I have traction with enough support, and could have traction with enough support. Well, I mean, that's the simple thing. Like, I'm not one for politics, but I can tell you right now, my mother once testified before Congress, and I could tell you a bunch of stories from that, but I will save my time. It just doesn't bother you guys. But what I will say is, you would be shocked how much your congressman is actually willing to listen to you, your local congressman, because their entire career is around their constituents. And this is for Americans, obviously. If you call them, you'd be shocked. Most of the time, the calls they get are just people complaining at them, or they're looking for fundraising. So when you come at them with a like legitimate issue that actually could make them somewhat successful, you'd be surprised how much traction you can actually get out of that. I mean, that's where most laws come from, is somebody cared enough to push on it. That's usually where that is. But I'll leave it at that. Super chat from Lodmot, who says, I remember hearing somewhere that one indie developer, I think it was Tanglewood, contacted Sega to try and officially license it for the Genesis. Sega told them they couldn't actually do that anymore. Exactly. I see, the thing with Sega is they are by far, of all the console manufacturers, because they're no longer doing it, they are by far the most cool with the idea of people going out and making stuff. They haven't gone after anybody for making stuff for their systems. But yeah, they are in no position anymore to be able to license or to physically construct material. I haven't heard this particular story, so I can't speak to that. But yeah, no part of me would be shocked that Sega would at least be willing to have the conversation, even if they couldn't physically do it anymore. But that's also a unique case because you don't need them for it. A cartridge can be produced for the Genesis without their consent. I think they just like the idea of it being permitted. To Sega's credit, though, if anybody had the Sega Genesis Mini 2, Sega actually went ahead and finished a bunch of unreleased games for that thing, which I got to give them props. That was cool. Thoughts on London? What are your favorite cities in Europe to visit? London's cool. Mrs. Koralik and I were there not too long ago. She is, of course, British. I think my favorite cities in Europe is Dublin's a lot of fun. Amsterdam's pretty decent. I'm not a huge fan of London. Like, I like parts of it. I actually really like Gibraltar. I think that place is great. Not really a city exactly. Paris has its moments. Paris is good for like 3 days and then you're done. Brussels is actually very nice. Berlin is really cool. Those would be some of my go-tos, I suppose. By the way, Laudmont, thank you for the super chat if I didn't say that already. As a fellow 30-year-old fart, I saw the outcome of digital content decades ago. Yeah, it is. Honestly, dude, I'm really learning from the comment section of the videos I did on this. It is stunning how many people are only becoming aware of this now, that like digital content isn't property. And it is an interesting mixed bag because a lot of Gen Z, it's usually the case with them that they just didn't know that. And I attribute that not to ignorance or stupidity or anything like that on their part, just the era they grew up in. They were born where the internet was a consistent absolute, much like, for us, electricity was always an absolute and you never really think about what it would be like not to have electricity. But I never had any, sort of qualms or concerns about the idea that I didn't own my electricity. You know what I mean? I don't. It's just a power service that comes in. This is effectively what the internet is, but the electricity doesn't really control my right of property. Theoretically, it can make my property useless in some cases. Like if the power goes out, a bunch of my stuff doesn't work, but it's still here. Nothing revokes it. Whereas when the internet doesn't function, a bunch of your stuff is effectively revoked. And I think that's not something that's too well understood until these sort of darker scenarios where either Sony screws up and, bans a bunch of accounts or this situation with the whole Discovery Network thing, all that kind of thing is really what makes people wake up to this. I'm glad a bunch of people are figuring this out finally, but it's like, I don't know, man. I'm not going to say too little too late. You're certainly not bringing back physical media in some overwhelming form, but since you can't do that, I would suggest just trying to modify the laws to protect the end user. Otherwise, you got what you wished for. Careful what you wish for. You got it. I've never been to Italy, so I can't say on that. Do you consider the Genesis Mini digital content? I don't consider the box itself digital, but I would not argue that the individual game files that are on there I own copies of. I own the box thing and whatever it has on it that's cool to play. Like, I think Sonic CD is on the second one, on the Genesis Mini 2, right? Now, let's say for argument's sake that I didn't own a physical edition of Sonic CD for the Sega CD. I would not sit there and say, because I have the Mega Drive Mini 2 or Genesis Mini 2, that I own Sonic CD. I would just say I own the Mega Drive or Genesis Mini 2, and it happens to have Sonic CD on it. Because I'm not able to sell Sonic CD off of that device. You know what I mean? When you got a Wii, all your digital games were tied to the console. Yes, I've heard many horror stories where people are like, oh, my Wii, all the games are gone. It's like, first of all, that's actually good in the Wii's case because then you don't have to play the Wii anymore, which is fantastic. So it's like healing. No. But, yeah, it's like, how many more lessons do people need, man? Like, before you realize, like, oh, I never owned any of this. Going back to licenses and keys and checks of encryption over a server, facepalm. I totally hear you. I collect physical as much as I possibly can, as you should. Don't get me wrong. It's not like physical media is perfect. It's, people will try to point out the flaws like, oh, modern physical media is totally broken. Yes, we want to fix that. That doesn't mean we just give up and say, oh, well, it's all broken. Doesn't matter. it's still better because it's not tied to an account. So even if your account is banned and you're whatever, you can make a new account and your disc still works, even if it has to re-download a bunch of junk, which is stupid. I agree with that, but that's still an improvement. It's resellable. You can I like that story I told about the Nintendo Switch and all that, and that kid who had the all digital one, and then the other kid who had a bunch of physical games, and you end up getting a lot more money because the digital ones were worthless because you can't sell them. It's like, just how many lessons do you need? Couldn't you transfer stuff to the Wii U like you could with the 3DS? I'm not sure what you're getting at exactly, Retro Samurai. I might be missing part of it, your question. I invested in the Xbox because of their push to digital. People said the 360 was better than the PS3, but only if you mod the thing because of all the DRM. I'm not sure I'm following that. You wanted it for its digital, but then you were anti-DRM? What are you talking about? Actually, between the 360 and the PS3 is the way easier one to modify. That said, once a 360 is modified, it seems to be able to do more stuff than a modified PS3 can do. Have I ever met Scott the Woz? Yeah, he's a buddy of mine. It's funny, I have a story about him. The first time I met him, I had no idea who he was. He came up to talk to me at Too Many Games, like 2019. We took a photo and stuff together, and then after he left, Shane Rerez actually was like, "Do you know who that was?" And I was like, "No." He's like, "That's Scott the Woz. He's like blowing up as like one of the biggest YouTubers in the world. He's a big fan of you." Scott the Woz told me to my face that he grew up watching me. And if you don't believe me on that story, look up this poster he did. I believe he referred to it as "The Gang's All Here." It's this big poster of a whole bunch of YouTubers, and he's in the center of it. I'm sitting right behind him in the artist rendering that he had created. He invited me out to Toledo once. That's where he is in Ohio, to make a video at some point. But like then the pandemic happened, and that dude doesn't need me. Trust me. If anything, I'd probably tank his channel. How long have I been streaming? Since 2, so we're coming up to 6 hours. I don't know how much longer I'm going to go, but... Merry Birthmas. Thank you. Do I stream on Twitch sometimes, or anything when it comes to gaming? I'm guessing you have been asked this before tonight, but I don't know. I do have a Twitch channel. I never use it. It's just my name. I only found out recently I'm apparently partnered over there. Who knew? My girlfriend figured that out. She's like, you're partnered on Twitch, and I was like, really? I didn't even remember I had a Twitch account. So you can check that out if you want. But I don't follow it. I mean, let me log into it real quick and see if I even can log into it. I never use it. Yeah, my web browser doesn't even have the anticipation of me typing in Twitch. See, I can log in. No, none of that. Some random Twitch channel. I don't know the password. I'm gonna have to deal with that later. Well, I do have a Twitch account. It's just my name. It's just Adam Koralik. You can find it. Maybe you'll see it. But if you want to follow me on social stuff, honestly, that's all the stuff that's in the description, like Instagram, Facebook, Discord, Patreon, Spreadshirt, Twitter, Travel Channel. I appreciate the support on all those. No way he grew up watching you. I don't have a reason to lie to you, dude. Like, it's straight up what he told me. I believe it. I bet he wouldn't do his content without your influence. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying what he said to me. Did I go to Lou Malnati's today? I did not. Are you going to stay on X/Twitter? I haven't left it yet. I agree the platform has gotten more annoying. I'll leave it at that. Monthly live streams on Twitch. I don't have enough of a base over there. There's like 30 people that follow my Twitch account. I don't know, man. Like, I hate the way YouTube treats live streaming, but honestly, you guys are all here, And I'm sure you guys all know this. If I was to be like, hey, come on over to Twitch, watching a totally different platform, at best, like 5% of you would actually do it. And I don't blame you. It's annoying. You're 37. I am 37. That is correct. Have you ever thought about doing a documentary on Shenmue? Dude, I'm in the Shenmue documentary. A Gamer's Journey. Look it up. I'm in that movie. I have my own dedicated bonus feature even, which is really funny because we filmed the footage for that like almost 10 years ago. That movie was in production in true Shenmue fashion, was in production forever. See if anything's going on over here. Okay. Twitch is bad now, in my opinion. Everyone moved to Kick. What the hell is Kick? I've never heard of that. The only way someone would doubt Scott growing up on it is they're not even close to Gen Z age. Like I said, I'm in his poster. I don't know what to tell you. I don't have a reason to lie to you. I don't care. Could you imagine a Blockbuster with movies on flash drives / micro SD cards? That would be fundamentally irritating, to say the least. Because you'd have to have ones that are like, write protected, I suppose. I don't really know how that would work. And I imagine those things would get lost all the time. Am I on TikTok? I am not. Kick runs on Amazon servers. Doesn't Amazon have like I thought Amazon owned Twitch because they have like that partnership together. Why would they compete with themselves? Candace is hopping off. Good night. Thank you for the support. I remember, what was that one that Microsoft had that I think it was Ninja or whatever, got a contract to go to, and then they shut down the whole thing? Does anybody remember that? What was that service? Adam is not a band, I need that money to pay my rent kind of streamer. That is correct. I stream once a year, usually. Sometimes I do the Christmas stream. Mixer was what it was. Thank you. Yeah, I just do this type of stream like once a year. We chat, we hang out. You want to donate to the channel, I appreciate it. That's up to you. Super chats, PayPal, Venmo, all that information's in the description. Entirely your choice. Appreciate the support, but I don't require it of anybody. Remember YouTube Gaming? Yes, trust me, I do. That was what was so annoying, because YouTube Gaming was when they were trying to push all the YouTubers to have us do long-form streams. So we would start to do it, but their algorithm simultaneously said, oh, by the way, we value audience retention above all else. So your average stream, so like this stream is, I can tell you the analytics, I'm looking at it right now. This stream is 6 hours long. Okay, we just hit 6 hours. Congratulations, everybody. And the average view duration is 20 minutes. So 20 minutes out of 6 hours is a very low percentage. So their algorithm is going to interpret that as, wow, this video has terrible retention, tank the video. And then it'll be like, okay, well, his video tanked because we tanked it. So his next video, make sure that gets tanked because people don't want to watch him. That's why people don't do a whole lot of live streams on YouTube anymore. And they did that at the same time they were pushing YouTube Gaming. So a lot of people just stopped doing it. And they never figured out how to not do that. They eventually just gave up on YouTube Gaming, which is just stupid. It's like you're just opening the door for your competitors. Why would you do that? You're a part of my childhood. I don't know if that's good or bad. Google made so many services, they were just abandoned after like a year. YouTube Gaming is one of them. Stadia was another. Wonder what next. Oh, you're forgetting about Google Plus. Yeah, you got to give Google credit that they try a bunch of stuff, but they do tend to drop stuff like a dirty shirt. Holy moly, it's at over me. I don't know what Jesse's talking about. Adam! Aaron! Do I know Critical? I do not. I'm assuming that's another influencer of some kind. Have you seen The Life of Pi? I have not. Do you think another adpocalypse will happen? Probably. I'm sure somebody will do something stupid that'll cost us all a bunch. Anemic and tanked are Adam's favorite words. That's an interesting observation. I'm not sure I would have said that or concluded that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I hadn't thought of that. I didn't discover you until I was starting in college. Your videos were helping me fall in love with the Dreamcast. Well, I'm glad I helped you or cursed you. Either way you want to look at it. Zesty's out for the night. Have a good night. So it's Friday night, everybody. My birthday fell on a Friday night this year. What are you all doing? What's going on? You guys want me to keep going, or are you guys kind of like done? It's been over 6 hours. You let me know. I noticed our viewership has been going down, so I'm just curious what everybody is interested in. Should I continue or not? Thoughts on the GTA 6 trailer? We kind of talked about that. Long story short, it looks great. I'm just not sure I would have picked Vice City / Miami again, because you already did an entire game there. In fact, you did a couple of them. Would have been cool to do some another location, but whatever. I'm not going to tell Rockstar how to make money. They clearly know how to do that. Keep going? Okay. I'll keep going for a little bit more, I guess. Go for 37 hours. No thanks. I will definitely die if I try to do that. You've been listening, playing ESO. That's actually what Mrs. Koralik's been doing. She was sitting over there playing ESO. For those of you who got the cameo of her earlier. Go-to racing game for the Dreamcast. Star Wars Episode 1 Racer. Love that game. Am I going out for dinner? No, I wasn't planning on it. We should give Adam time to freshen up so he can go clubbing. No. Not clubbing. I don't know. Part of me is tempted to call it a night and then just play some games or something. You guys tell me. What college did you go to? I went to Columbia College Chicago, which is a film school. I have a directing degree. Believe it or not. Hydro Thunder is a cool game. Lodmont went out for a $109 dinner with Mrs. Lodmont. I told you guys, Lodmont is very, very rich. I'm at work, so bored. Happy birthday. Thank you. Lies. You don't play games. I do. Just not as many as people would like. I do have to make videos too, you know. Joseph, by the way, yeah, we'll figure out the podcast schedule, which will likely be next week. What's the missus doing? Well, she was playing ESO. I can't see. I don't know if she's still doing that or not. I'm visiting Chicago on New Year's. Any tips? Going to be in the city for 2.5 days. That depends. It depends on what you want to see. If you're more interested in the food, the sights, that kind of thing. I think one of the coolest things to do here, and we just did it yesterday, that's the thumbnail actually, is the Skydeck Chicago at the top of the Sears Tower. That's really neat. It's got like a little Chicago museum in it, so it actually kind of gives you highlights of everything around the city that it more or less suggests you check out. Things that the city is historically known for, like Michael Jordan stuff, you know, whatever. And then you get up to the top of the tower and you get this great view of the entire city. You can do the whole ledge thing. I think that's really cool. And then that'll give you a lot of good ideas about what to check out. If you care about museums, obviously there's that. There's the whole like Cloud Gate, aka The Bean. Obviously deep dish pizza. But again, that would be my number one suggestion is the Skydeck thing, because when you go through the little museum component of it, it kind of gives you a bite-sized sense of everything the city is famous for. And so you can see which of those things you gravitate to and then go see them for real. Except for Michael Jordan, because he's not here anymore. But his statue is over at the United Center. Hopefully that helps. Adam, since you're a film guy, why does Hollywood think that $300 million budget films are sustainable? Well, that's kind of a loaded question, because they can be, depending on the situation. But they obviously can tank. We live in a weird situation now where you can only have a massive big budget movie or a very low indie movie. There's no such thing as a mid-budget movie anymore. And part of the reason for that is that we're actually the fault of that, because we only the biggest, highest grossing movies, if you go back and look at that list, with the obvious exceptions of like the first Avatar and Titanic, which are both James Cameron films, the really everything up there is pre-existing IP, pre-existing intellectual property that automatically comes with an installed fan base, and they advertise to that pre-existing fan base, and then we support it. We get more interested in that than we do new IP. I mean, Avatar 2 should not have been a successful movie, but it was for reasons I don't fully understand, but it's also because it came off the end of Avatar, one of the biggest movies of all time. It's just what it is, you know, like, the reason they don't do mid-budget movies anymore is because usually when you do a mid-budget movie, it's not for something established, and then that becomes a theoretical big loser. But if you have a big movie with a big budget, like, Avengers Endgame or something, it can theoretically make, like, a truckload of money. It's when it fails, like the Captain Marvel's sequel or whatever, that's when everybody really notices the problem. So I don't think it's sustainable unless it keeps, unless you have a bunch of hits. And as long as they kept having hits as they weren't going to touch it. Now that they've had a bunch of flops, I don't know, maybe that'll change. Midnight's Edge would be the guys to really ask about that. They were in here earlier. They do a bunch of great videos about that kind of thing. Which consoles do you have hooked up? I'm not looking at my current collection, so I have to operate off of memory. I have the Series X, the Xbox original, the Dreamcast, believe it or not, the Jaguar and Jaguar CD, the PlayStation 3, the PlayStation 5, another PS3, the fat one. I use that one specifically for PlayStation 2 purposes only. The Genesis 32X Sega CD combo, the Saturn, the NES, SNES, N64 with 64DD, Wii U, GameCube, 360. Those are the ones that are all connected. Oh, and the Switch are all connected all at once. So sadly, the Casio Loopy and the Apple Pippin are not on deck at all times. Can you eat deep dish pizza by the slice? Yes, but I wouldn't recommend it. Because hey, Midnight's Edge is still here. See, yeah, you guys should go watch him. He's going to cover that. Andre will cover that better than I ever would. I wouldn't recommend deep dish by the slice because usually the places that'll do that aren't the ones that make good deep dish pizza. I always recommend if you're going to do deep dish pizza, go to Lou Malnati's. And people always sort of never from here. They go, Illuminati. No, not Illuminati. Lou, like the name Lewis. Lou Malnati. And if you can, go to one that's in the city. Don't go to a suburban location because those are franchised and they don't try as hard. Tell us more stories about Shrek Guy. You've heard the whole story, man. Please hold up an Atari Jaguar next to the Jaguar dental unit. I'd have to go disconnected and everything, man. I don't think that's happening. Do you own multiple Xbox or PS5? When you say Xbox, do you mean the Series X or like Xbox anything? Because I only own one PlayStation 5, but obviously I have a bunch of different Xbox hardware. But if you mean the Xbox Series X, I only have one of those. Funny you mentioned the Loopy and the Pippin. I have both in front of me right now, playing along with the Palladium. Yeah, you like your obscure just like I do. Louis Malnati, Chicago, Illuminati, LMAO. Lou, LOU. We live in Rochester, Minnesota, not that far away from Chicago. It's like 6 hours or something. Yeah, 6 hours. By the way, hang out with some Europeans. If you tell them you're only a 6 hour drive away from something, that's like a lifetime journey. They'll never, they'll be like, what? You can't do that. Whereas for an American, it's like, yeah, it's 6 hours. That's like going to work. Like it's totally different perspective. You only own one Jaguar, rookie numbers. I agree with you on that one. Star Wars Episode 1 game came out, Games with Gold. I might have downloaded that, but I already have the Dreamcast physical, so that's really where I prefer to play it anyway. How did you get the N64DD? It's funny you mentioned that. I did a video on it years ago. When I got it, nobody cared. There was a guy on eBay selling the system with like, I want to say 6 or 8 of the games. There's only like 13 games on that thing. and he had most of them with it. Now, granted, it wasn't the two rare ones. Like, there's a golf game and Doshin the Giant 2 that are super, super rare. To the point where I've only seen them once ever in Japan, and they were at Super Potato, which is a store that is terrible. But they are so rare that Super Potato wouldn't even sell them. They're just display pieces. But the other 10 games I have. And so the guy had included it, just the system, or the expansion unit, whatever you want to call it, as well as most of the games for $300 shipped from Japan. And at the time, I thought it was stupid, but I was like, I'll get it. It'll hurt, but I can make a video about it. And, you know, that'll kind of justify it to me mentally. Turns out that was like one of the smartest choices I ever made. Because that thing is like astronomically expensive now. Are there any Sega CD games you would recommend that isn't Sonic CD? Terminator. That's a really good. I'm trying to look over Sylpheed. I can see some of my games from here. Mickey Mania is pretty good. Lunar stuff. I know this is an awkward angle. I can only see some of them. That's was Robo Aleste. Good game. Kind of depends on what you're into. They usually do personal pizza for deep dish, which is like tiny pizzas. Just wait to order a standard deep dish pizza at some point. Yeah, I agree with that. If you want to just try it, get yourself a small personal size deep dish pizza. This is a personal suggestion. Do as you want. When it comes to deep dish, the historical standard would be just cheese, a la Kevin McAllister from Home Alone. Obviously, you can add whatever toppings you like. That's just a suggestion. Do however you want. Do you find the $30 PS5 stand to be offensive cash grab? I've never understood those stands. Every console that Sony puts out, they're always like, oh, you need this special stand for it, and ultimately you like never do. I haven't seen the PS5 Slim personally, so I don't know if it actually requires it to do anything. My guess would be it probably doesn't. Since they are effectively selling you a little piece of plastic for $30, yes, that is clearly not something you should ever really need, especially since they themselves designed it, and then they designed a flaw into it on purpose. That is scummy. You can say what you want about Microsoft, Nintendo, or Sega. None of them ever did that. None of them ever designed a console that was intentionally flawed in its physical shape to try and enforce a extra piece of plastic to be sold separately to hold it up in a position. Are there any consoles you know of that you don't own? Oh yeah, actually, to be completely real with you, you can argue the vast majority of consoles ever I don't own. And that's if you get into like all the strange iterations of Famiclones and stuff. Somebody actually posted on Twitter, some guy, I don't know if he's in Russia or he used to be. He found this really weird game console that I guess was some Soviet era console from like the 1980s. It's not even a Famiclone. It's like some other weird thing altogether I've never seen or heard of. You have the weird stuff that's out there is insane. There is a Cuban exclusive version of the Super Nintendo made from Russian guts components that was never actually released in Russia because it was meant to be released in the Soviet Union, ended up in Cuba first, then the Soviet Union collapsed, and the only units ever were in Cuba. Like, there's so much weird stuff like that out there. You can't realistically ever own any of it because a lot of it's not even archived properly. The ones when I talk obscure and say Apple Pippin, that at least came out. You know, like came out in like, I'm just going to say like countries where it's easily accessible to get stuff like that. Countries that like to archive their history. You know, there's a lot of places that release obscure stuff that don't participate in that sort of society. So you go like, well, I have no idea what they released. What's rent like in Chicago? I don't rent. I actually own this place. So I pay a monthly assessment, and I actually don't, my living cost is actually pretty reasonable. So that's nice. Otherwise, there's no way I could still be doing YouTube. But rent as a general concept, like anywhere, man, that's going to boil down to where exactly you choose to live. We got a super chat from Lodmod who says, I'm a gad dang hot ass pepperoni pizza. Okay, Lodmod is very drunk, but thank you, Lodmod, for your support. Did you get Super Mario Brothers Wonder? Not yet. It's something I would like to get. Are you forgetting about the Wii U vertical stands? No, because they came with the system, dude. Think about it. What I'm saying, apparently Sony is forcing you to buy a separate piece of plastic. Those two little rubber feet for the Wii U, or the Wii with its original little dock bit, came with the system. They didn't design it incorrectly and then force you to buy an extra piece to fix it. They included that with. That's different. Will you buy the PS5 Slim? The OG seems to be the better model. I was interested in the PS5 Slim until that whole you have to do a download, like a firmware update to the disk drive in order for it to work thing. Because the one major benefit that everybody was giving Sony credit for, and I was too, was if you have this idea of you can buy extra disk drives and just like hold on to them, that was great because it would mean later in life, if your console's disk drive failed, you could unplug it, replug it, new disk drive. Well, if you need a firmware update in the first place, that's totally pointless. The Wii U vertical stand did not come with the basic model. What, the 8GB white one? To be fair, I never had that one. I've had the 32GB deluxe model. That did come with it. So if you're right about that, that's a technicality, and I apologize because I had never heard of that. Oh, dude, when in doubt, get a satiator. You won't have to open up your console. That's for the Saturn, I'm assuming you're referring to. Oh, is the satiator still a way to go for playing Saturn games on an actual Saturn? Yes and no. The satiator is great. It's actually what I use with the Pluto when I take it on tour and all that. The only disadvantage to the satiator is that anything on the Saturn that required the VCD card slot, and frankly there weren't many things that did, it is incompatible with. Now in most cases you're never going to need that. Like there's a couple of games that came out on the Saturn only in Japan that require the VCD card, so those games wouldn't work. And then there's some games that came out in Japan that were enhanced by the VCD card, which again would not work, at least not in that way. But the vast majority of content would work just fine. If you want a more complete solution, something like the mode probably would be better. But honestly, unless you can speak Japanese and you're really into Lunar or Wangan Dead Heat, which I think is the Japanese racing game that used the MPEG card if you have it, unless you're really into those games, the satiator is probably all you really need. I would say it's like 99.8% compatible. Happy birthday. What's up, chat? Hey, how you doing? Adam, do you have a Dendy? No, I don't. You're talking about those like Famiclones? I do not. I don't think I own any Famiclones. I remember the Xbox One X came with the stand. Did it? I honestly don't remember that. Hey Adam, how you doing? I'm good. The $100 Xbox 360 Wi-Fi adapter was crazy. Wasn't that like a launch model only thing? Honestly, I don't really remember that. I remember it kind of being a big deal when they built Wi-Fi into the later models. I kind of remember that being a big deal. Like I think it was the Elite version. Yes, I am still online. I don't know how much longer, but I'm still here for the moment. I don't remember. Yeah, Jesse says he doesn't remember the Xbox having a stand. I don't either. I know that the... No, yeah, you're right. I don't remember it having one. The Slim. Are you collecting graded games? I am not. I like collecting games, obviously, but a graded game to me is just like, you might as well just buy a painting. You know, like... The RIA is really cool. I have the entire US library on a 256 gigabyte card. Yeah, the RIA is great. It's a little out of date, and I think that's the issue. The only issue with something like the RIA is because it's SD card based, is that SD cards are finite in their usage. I mean, everything is, but they're more finite than, say, a hard drive or an SSD in particular. That's the advantage the mode has, is that you can put like an SSD in that thing and like never think about it for the rest of your entire life. Whereas SD cards will definitely fail in your lifetime. So if I were you, I would say, okay, use it as minimally as possible with regards to disconnecting the SD card and reconnecting it. But if I were you, I would clone that data somewhere just in case. So you don't want to redo all that. Armando Torres. I roll the R's in Torres. Sorry, hopefully that wasn't offensive. $5 super chat, thank you. What was your game of the year? What was it? Oh, you know what? I was joking about it, but I'm going to tell the same joke. the game I actually spent the most time playing this year, and you're all going to laugh. This is not a legitimate answer, but it is my comedy answer. So I obviously fly a lot, and I stick to United Airlines, right? So United Airlines has an app, and within that app, there are a couple of freebie games to play. One of them is called Cleared to Land, and it's just this game where you like, you know, actually maybe I can boot up the game and I'll show it to you guys real quick. If I can, somebody call me. Oh, whatever. Let me pull up the app. I'm getting distracted. I'll try to log in real quick and then we can all check this out. Where is it? Game Center, Cleared to Land, play game. I'm going to turn the volume down. So there's this game called Cleared to Land, and I just press easy, whatever, let the game load. I'll try to show you a better shot of that in a second. And the whole idea is these planes come in, and you have to just draw like them to their landing strip. And the idea is you don't want the planes to like intersect and hit each other, otherwise you fail. And I've probably sunk more hours into this only as a matter of technicality because I, was flying so much and this game works on planes. That's not my real game of the year answer, but I did think it was funny. As for like actual game of the year, man, I don't know. I'd have to think about that. I don't know what the last like relevant game of the year I actually played was, because I kind of mentioned this earlier. I'm like way behind on modern stuff. Like I really wanted to check out Super Mario Wonderland. I just haven't done it. I just haven't done it. So my joke answer, until a better answer comes to my head, which may or may not happen, Cleared to Land by United Airlines, game of the year. I'm kidding. Adam talks like a Khajiit. Yeah, a little bit. I have wares. Khajiit are not known as mages. I don't know if this is related to the stream or not, but if he's still watching, we got a Patreon member who's just going to go by the name Dark. So, Dark, thank you very much for joining my Patreon. That means you get early access to all my videos. Or most of my videos, I should say. You get shout outs. Sometimes you can be on my podcast. You can have subjects on the podcast. I really appreciate anybody joining the Patreon because, benefits. And I, just appreciate the support as a matter of general. So, thank you. Which is a reminder, by the way, if you guys like your original Xbox content, I will have a new video tomorrow on Project Stellar, which is a mod chip made by, his name is Dustin, but Make Megahertz. He's a really cool guy who's, the amount of effort that he put into kind of reprogramming the original Xbox is insane. It also means it has native HDMI out. It's like a whole big thing. And it's really cool. I hope you guys will check it out. Lodmot super chats again. He says, my dad said he's waiting for your retrospective video on Pong consoles. So it's funny you mentioned that because people keep asking, like, when are you going to do the first gen recap? And by the way, the sarcastic question of, do I own Cleared to Land? Obviously I don't. I didn't pay for it. It's a freebie game. Yeah, Pong consoles. So the first gen stuff, the reason I've never done a video on that is like the most you can do is like 2 videos. You can do like one that's just, hey, here's the entire generation. Almost all of it was defined by a single game called Pong. And the only special game was one called, it wasn't a game, the Magnavox Odyssey would get its own separate video, which I don't know if he's still watching, I doubt it, but Rob, the evil Rob Thanos, had given that to me years ago. So you could really only get 2 videos out of it. But if I'm honest, I have absolutely no memories of that era. Like, it ended before I was even born. So everything I look at would be completely, retroactive. And when I did my second gen recap, there was a lot of people that were kind of complaining about that, particularly with my ColecoVision video, that just did not like that I didn't have any personal experiences with it. But it's like, what do you want? I didn't grow up with it. It ceased to exist before I was even born. So that kind of dissuaded me from ever finishing that. If you guys really want it, maybe I'll do it someday. But, it is what it is. Adam, your answer to the question needs to be whatever modern game you end up playing tonight. That is not a bad suggestion. We will see. Which voice acting roles have you done? I've done a few. I did one that I don't think I can talk about yet. So it was like I'll say there is a game franchise I am a fan of that I got to do some content for, but I have not heard anything about it in years. And I have no idea if the project is still happening. I will leave it at that. I think I recorded it like 5 years ago. So I don't know if that's ever going to be a thing. I did, probably the most infamous one is I did do voice work for a game called Mana Strike, which is Magic the Gathering. I voiced a character named Soren, which is, every time I see Soren merch, I'm like, because I was, I guess, the only voice actor for that ever. Not that that means a lot, but very cool. And then I voiced some games for, I don't know if I'm allowed to say much about this. There's a developer in Lisbon, Portugal that has me doing a bunch of game stuff for him. But I don't know what I'm allowed to say and what I'm not allowed to say. So I just kind of leave it limited. I am credited for The Witcher 3. I'm going to tell you right now, I had nothing to do with The Witcher 3. I don't know where that credit came from. And I appreciate that Rob pointed it out. I had nothing to do with that. I don't know where I didn't make that. So I had nothing. I think that was just some mistake somebody made. So yeah, I know those, but it's hard because the only game I've ever been in that was actually released was Mana Strike, which was a mobile game, ironically enough. So we'll see what else happens. I'm supposed to record more stuff in Lisbon whenever that happens, but don't know yet. That's all I can really say on that. The Zombie Fanatic super chats and says, what are your thoughts of the Xbox being a hybrid cloud? Thank you for the super chat. I'm not familiar with that term. I'm assuming you mean like Game Pass, but you could retain it in some capacity. I've actually never heard this term, so you're going to have to treat me like I'm a child on this one. Thank you for the super chat, but please elaborate so we can talk further about this. Am I collaborating with Rerez again? So Kyle, I saw Shane as recently as a few weeks ago. I was actually up in Toronto. We did a con together. Actually, on Saturday, my travel video will come out. He's actually in it. I wasn't in Toronto long enough to go film anything at his studio. I'd be happy to. I was technically in his Engage video, but I filmed that clip, off-site separately so that he could just throw that in there. But yeah, I mean, there's no reason not to. It's more of most of these things aren't that organized. It's not like we sit together and get in a room and smoke our cigars and decide which collaborations will we do. It's more like you get an email, be like, Shane will be like, yo, do you want to do a quick cameo? Oh, all right, whatever. That's usually all it is. Like, I think it was literally today, Midnight's Edge. Andre, I don't know if you're still watching. I know you're kind of a night owl, especially on European time. I think I'm going to do part of one of his streams soon. But, again, it's not that organized. It's just kind of, hey, you want to do it? Whatever. Thank you, Zombie Fanatic. You're friends with Billy and Jay from Game Chasers. I've only met Billy once. I've hung out with Jay multiple times at a bunch of different cons. I don't know if I'd say acquaintances, buddies. I don't know if I'd say friends, but yes, I at least know Jay. Let's put it that way. Jesse's heading out for a bit to go get dinner. Go ahead, enjoy your food. Pong should have been Game of the Year. Okay. Checking my email real quick to see if there's anything interesting over here. Fun fact, there's not. It's just a bunch of junk. Ooh, Nicor Gas wants me to give them a review, and I'm not going to do that. A while ago, you did a video about a wireless Dreamcast controller. Has it held up over the years? Was it worth the money? Are you talking about the one by Citrus, the wireless Dreamcast controller that was custom made? If so, I did that video, believe it or not, 5 years ago. It does still work. There's nothing wrong with it. The thing was, he sent me a prototype, but he didn't tell me it was a prototype. And so, when I reviewed it, it had relatively poor battery life because I was trying to run the VMU and the jump pack in there. And with that, you can only run it for an hour. And I was like, well, that's unfortunate. It obviously runs better without those in there. It'll run 3 hours. But he didn't tell me it was a prototype. The final units, I guess, were supposed to run for 6 hours or something like that without being charged. I didn't know that. The controller itself works great, but I ended up gravitating more towards the Retro Fighters controller, which interestingly, I'll probably be doing videos on the wireless Retro Fighters Dreamcast controllers. Funny enough that you mentioned that. Yeah, the Dreamcon, yeah. I only had a prototype of that. I didn't know that that wasn't a final unit when I made the video. He told me after the fact. Unfortunate, but that's what it is. So I did a video recently on a prototype of the Octopus arcade stick. You can check that out. That thing's pretty cool. Zombie Fanatic comes back. He was the one who super chatted a minute ago. Says, for the next Xbox, Microsoft said they wanted to make a hybrid cloud system to use the power of the cloud to enhance the user client's experience. Do you think this means the end of physical games? This sounds a lot like what they were saying with the Xbox One originally, like how their collective power would make games somehow bigger and more immersive, which means they're trying to go back around to the same policies they had. They're just rolling them out a lot slower. I guess keep that in mind, everybody. I've had one guy in the comments really defending the original Xbox One debacle, saying that now everybody can finally see what Xbox was trying to do when they were trying to have everybody have shared digital games that we could have all enjoyed. But no, too many people panicked and they didn't like the idea. I'm like, dude, citing the Xbox One DRM debacle as an example of customer being pro-consumer, not a great choice. Everyone hated that for a reason. It's like the same policy was also the one that said, by the way, if you have physical discs, the console will modify your disc so it never works in another system. Like, shut up. The power of the cloud. Crackdown 3. I heard about that, but isn't that like a totally broken game now? I don't know the details with that. Yeah, that's just straight up the pitch to the Xbox One before everyone exploded at them. Yeah, there you go. Joseph says it best. Yeah, I don't know. I know. Yeah, you're right about Crackdown. I know that there was some reference to that. I don't know a whole lot about that situation, but yeah. Ooh, cleared to land. Let's play that. Yeah. Hang on one second, guys. You may or may not get a cameo from Mrs. Koralik. You may. I cannot promise anything. Lodmot quoting my old video. Dude, that video I did like 10 plus years ago, whatever, now it'd be like 11 years ago. Actually, no, it would have been 10 years, little over 10 and a half years ago. The Xbox One DRM policies video, whatever it was called. People still bring that to my attention, that video. They're like, dude, that video changed my perspective on what Microsoft was doing and what DRM is and all that. And people are like, dude, that was one of the first videos I ever saw of yours. And it just like, I realized like, this dude gets it. I was like, it's people seem to like it when I'm really mad about digital media, apparently. I never sat there to try and be the pro-consumer advocate. I just fervently believe that if you buy something, you buy it. It's not yours to rent. You want to call it a rental, that is a choice. I'm not a fan of Game Pass, but Game Pass doesn't lie to you. It doesn't tell you like, hey, you downloaded it, you bought it forever. They're telling you it's a rental service. I got no problem with that in its current form. But when you tell me I buy something, don't be like, oh, by the way, I can revoke it whenever I want. It's so weird to me how that policy isn't confusing to other people. I was actually, so you can check out the comments of I think it was I did why EULAs don't protect you video I just did the other day. And somebody brought this up and they're like, honestly, I don't really care. It doesn't matter to me. I don't care that digital games can't be taken away from me. I don't care. And I'm like, it's weird that people are okay with this. And I was talking to this guy, and I was like, can you imagine being okay with that in any other context? Like, let's say you bought a bed. We all sleep in a bed, right? If you don't, I'm sorry, you should probably get a job. But if you don't have a bed, or you do, you understand that, like, once you have it, it's yours. It's unlikely anybody's going to come take it from you unless it gets destroyed or whatever the situation is. It would be really weird if you went to a department store, bought a bed, and then like 7 years later, the company that sold it to you just showed up one day and they're like, we got to revoke your bed. And you're like, what? Why? They're like, cause you've had it for 7 years. You're not allowed to have it anymore. Like, why? They're like, no, give me my money back then. If you're going to, no, you don't get your money back. We're just taking the bed. You're not allowed to use your bed anymore. It's like, why? Cause it's physical and you possess it. That's how that works. And it's so bizarre that like, video games are and to an extent digital film distribution, why are those the only industry where this idea that people can just take away your content is totally fine? And I've been against that forever. Louis Rossman is the angry customer activist. I had never heard of this guy, I'll be honest with you, until those videos I put out. People were like, you're like the Louis Rossman of like video games. And I was like, is that good? Because I don't know what this is, but let's see here. Hang on, sorry. Okay. So sorry, I missed some questions there. By the way, if you are brand new to the stream, welcome. This is my birthday stream. I am 37. I'm enjoying hanging out with you guys. I hope you guys are having some fun. The goal here is to do a Q&A. Ask me whatever you want. Obviously, priority goes to anybody who does a super chat or a PayPal donation, Venmo, or if you sign up to my Patreon, I guess. I appreciate the support on any of those platforms. Obviously not a requirement. I just appreciate it because, you know, you're helping to keep the channel sustained. Especially because January is next month and YouTube revenue. Fun fact, if you guys don't know, with YouTube. So in December, monetization rates basically almost double, which is a large part of the reason you see a lot of YouTubers make content. I'm not going to lie. That's part of the reason I make extra videos, but also because in December, there's always a lot of stuff going on. So like, we just got a bunch of news about these things like digital policies that I was so, you know, I want to talk about because I'm very passionate about it. But then, you know, there's a lot of new products released that excite me, like, you know, video game peripherals and accessories I think are interesting. So it's kind of a good excuse to be able to make videos. So that all sounds great until you get to January, where YouTube revenue falls to like 1/4 its normal value. So basically you have to do all your work in December to not only make it through December, but to make it and stockpile some money so you can make it through January. So being a YouTuber sucks. And I'm not telling you, well, I mean, it doesn't suck. It's got its perks. But in that sense, it sucks. I just want to educate you guys on this in case you ever need to know it. And that is not a, oh, please donate to me because my life is hard at times. It's not at all what I'm saying. I'm just letting you guys know how it works. So anybody who does support, I genuinely appreciate you. You are not in any way required to do it, but I appreciate your support. Thank you so much. Oregon Pacifist. You're a Shenmue guy, aren't you? Says I make $8 from YouTube every month. Time to retire. Yeah, sometimes I feel every bit of that, man. All right. Okay, let's. Lodmot loves taking random like images of me and throwing them into Discord. So I hope you guys are enjoying that. We need water. Where's my water bottle? How the hell are you still live? Because I haven't turned off yet. I don't know what else to tell you. Adam is the anti-DSP. I don't know what that means. Yeah, Oregon Pacifist. I knew you were a Shenmue guy. Microsoft workers said some of the original Xbox One features had advantages, but they did a poor job messaging them. How do you respond to that? I've heard that actually before. I think it was actually Phil Spencer said, quote, and I think this was actually when he just took over. He said something to the effect of, we could have been clearer. The one thing that people tend to point to as some sort of positive is that people say the whole idea of the shared library was a cool idea and that anybody in your friend group could theoretically share those games. I'll give you that one. That would have been neat. But all the things you had to trade in exchange for that to work, all the basic rights, no thanks. I will say it's cool. I'll give them credit on this. So I have my Xbox account, right? My girlfriend has her Xbox account. And they're both on the same Xbox Series X at the moment. So she has access, even on her account, she can play the few digital games I have. Because as I mentioned earlier, I don't buy digital games, but I do get a lot of free keys from companies. So when they send them to me, you know, it's on my system. And if she wants to check them out, she can, right? I was just saying the games I have digitally on my Xbox account, you're able to play. Yeah. So she's kind of made some joy of that. And the reverse is true. Not that I've, you know, really done much of that, but point is, I do think that that's a cool feature. That's very consumer friendly to an extent, but that's, by the way, that's a company making an independent decision. That's not a law, and they can change that at any time in their choosing. Just, I think that was nice, but it's not enough. We got a super chat from Sunshine. Thank you. Happy birthday. Enjoy the spiraling descent towards your final hours. It's true, man. That's the end for me. Babe, I don't know how much longer I have on this planet. She says, okay. Thank you, Sunshine. I appreciate support. Sunshine, by the way, gets a shout out. He was the dude in Washington, D.C. that helped drive me around so I could go to those random JFK locations so I could finish up that video. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, on my travel channel, probably the most ambitious video I ever made, I did this video kind of revisiting the history of the JFK assassination, and we went all over parts of Texas, all over parts of Washington, D.C. I even went to part of the UK. It was fun. And I got to film in all these locations and like retell the story kind of in all the real places. And that wouldn't have been possible if Sunshine hadn't helped me out in DC. So thank you, Sunshine. That and Sunshine's also, you know, the Earth's sun, so he loves giving people just cancer blasts. I feel like Microsoft doesn't brag up the good points about the Xbox. What do you mean by that? What are your thoughts on physical games needing to be online to play SP modes? Example, Gran Turismo 7. I don't know specifically what in that context what an SP mode is. If it's some sort of, if it's an awful, right? If it's a single player situation where you're not actually playing against other players, then an online connection to me seems silly. I mean, I understand if it needs a connection if you're doing like online multiplayer, that makes sense. But to be honest, in that specific case, I'm unfamiliar. DSP is a rabbit hole that you probably don't want to go into. All right, then I won't. We got a super chat from Brandon Lee. It says, in 2080, when someone is changing Adam's diaper, he will be ranting about physical media and how you don't own digital content. First of all, thank you for the second super chat. Second of all, there's no way I make it to 2080. Babe, do I have any chance of making it to 2080? 2080, as in a year. Yeah, do it. Can I live that long? She says to be surprised if I wake up tomorrow. So, no. So, hope you guys enjoyed the last video I ever make. I have a few videos coming out in December that are already pre-done. Babe, if I die tonight, can you do thumbnails for those?
Yeah, that reminds me. You didn't tell me you want it tomorrow, you fecker.
I'm a fecker because I forgot to tell her I have a thumbnail needed for a video tomorrow. She's doing my thumbnails currently. So, I'm sorry. Will you still do them? Well, after I'm done. I mean, it won't matter if I'm dead. If the PC's yours, everything's yours. Yeah. Well, you can just have it. I'm saying this is everybody watching. You can use this as legal record. If I die tonight, she can just have all my stuff. I'm sure she'd be very happy to have it. You have a life to live too. Yeah, you can take all my stuff and sell it. Is that all right? She says, sure, why not? Thank you, everybody. Hope you enjoyed this last video ever. What? Who? Oh, no, you have to give that back to Roger. She wants to know who wants the Pluto. You got to give it back to Roger. He's the owner. No, she says no. Sorry, Roger. I hope you're not watching anymore. Yeah, she says that's fine. The chat loves you. Not as much as I love her. You guys, stay away. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not the jealous type. Huh? None of you can have her, she says. But she's very nice. Yeah, you're very nice, honey. You're okay. You don't want to be nice?
I hate that word.
She hates the word nice. What I meant is that she is a lovely ball of happiness and is positive at all times. She says. Lot of my super chats. How healthy are you? Why do you think you're going to die so young? LMAO. I'm just kidding, Lodmod. It's a joke about getting old. I'm perfectly fine. I've had a physical recently. I'm good to go. The only thing my doctor said, which he's always said since I was a kid, is like, you're too fat. So Amy, to her credit, my beloved, has been helping me lose weight, which is part of the weight loss journey. So I'm doing all right. Actually, this Bob Ross shirt actually fits a hell of a lot better than it used to. Hey dear, how are you doing? What's up? Nothing? Oh, I appreciate that. Ooh, she made me a sandwich.
I did.
For the record, this is not a misogynistic statement. I did not say make me a sandwich.
I'm going to bring that around because I don't trust this.
Yeah, she gave me a sandwich and some orange juice. Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, dear.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it very much. Are you going to go work now?
I might do. I'll see how I feel.
All right, so she's going to go do work. We'll see how that goes.
I've had 2 edibles and they knock out.
She's had 2 edibles. Can you say this again for newbies?
What?
All right, I'm just going to put the mic on you here. So you like Chicago?
Yeah.
All right. Do you like being here?
Yeah.
All right. Is there anything you want to tell the audience? What's your favorite thing other than edibles, or is it edibles?
My favorite thing, edibles.
Yeah. So weed is completely legal in the state of Illinois, and so she has taken great advantage of that. Have you not?
Oh, yes, I have.
Yeah, she quite enjoys that. So yeah, thank you very much for the sandwich, which I will show all of the beloved audience here. Thank you very much, sweetheart. Okay. But yeah, Lodmod, I'm not gonna die anytime soon. I'm fine. You said the last video would be of your. Oh, what? Oh, she just handed me a random piece of cheese. Fun fact: if a person hands you a random piece of cheese, it is to show interest in you. So this is her flirting with me. Oh, it's not. Apparently, I'm wrong. She can't be bothered to wrap it up. There was one extra piece of cheese, so she just handed me a piece of cheese. It's one piece of cheese. She wants. Hey, if you're still watching Cax, she's be very excited. She wants me to go back to Wisconsin on purpose. I have to go to the Mars Cheese Castle to buy more cheese. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah. You said the last video would be your collection tour before you ride off in the sunset. Well, that's if I live long enough. Obviously, if I die tonight, this is sort of my last video, except for the ones that are already pre-made. Again, babe, if I die tonight, you got to do thumbnails for the remaining videos.
How am I supposed to do that if I don't know what the hell they're about?
It would be nice if you watched them.
I'm good.
She's not going to watch my videos, so we'll never know. So they'll come out. If a bunch of videos drop, guys, that have no thumbnails, it's because I died and she didn't care enough to make the thumbnails, which is totally fine. Accurate, she says. They think you're pretty funny. You are very funny, yes. I'm trying to catch up with the chat here. Yeah. Oh, yeah, good call. There's nothing to eat in there. I'm sorry. We'll get more food later.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure by the time you're done, I'm going to be going to bed.
Oh, no. I can't imagine I'm going that much longer.
Alright.
We'll see.
Yeah, alright. Tell me the same thing at 3 a.m.
She does not believe me, but we'll see how this goes, guys. That's up to you. You guys basically determine how long I stick around.
Oh, great.
She says, oh, great. Ralph says, I need a woman who gives me cheese in my life. Having cheese is not a bad thing. I like having cheese in my life. If you die tonight, do I get the nabby? No, Amy gets everything, and then she's probably going to burn all of it. She says no, she wouldn't do that. Forgive me as I eat the sandwich. Thank you for the sandwich. I don't even know if I said that. She said it's fine. Thoughts on collecting sealed graded games? Not for me. Like, look, collect anything you want. Buy whatever you want. You got the money for that. Go nuts. It's personally not my thing. Move to Wisconsin. Hell no. I know the Dreamcast is your favorite console. As someone who wasn't born when the Dreamcast came out, can you describe to me how it was feeling at playing it back then? Yes, I will try. So, the thing with the Dreamcast, you have to understand my personal experience with that. I grew up on the Genesis as a child, and I completely missed the Saturn. I didn't even know it was a thing till years after it was over. I did have a friend who had a 32X, oddly enough. I never knew anybody who had a Sega CD. So I just thought the 32X was like Sega's failed. You have to remember you're a child, so you don't have a whole lot of perspective. And this is before smartphones and the internet. So all you have is like word of mouth, magazines, and your friends. So I just thought after the 32X, Sega just stopped making consoles. And then all of a sudden I'm in like my middle school year. So I'm older. I'm like, you know, you think you're old, but you're not. And you're a cooler kid, but you're not. And all of a sudden Sega's like, we're back. And they're doing this big exciting thing. It's the Dreamcast, and it's like revolutionary. And you grew up on Sonic, and all of a sudden you see Sonic in 3D in a way you've never seen it before. It was like mind-blowing as an experience. And I think the first time I ever got to play it, I think there was a kiosk at a Toys R Us, and I played that Sonic demo on the generator disc. Absolutely blew my mind. Just blew my mind. I'm like, this is a video game? This blows away the PS1, the N64. Like, nothing was even close to it. And it was just such a cool, exciting time. And then when it actually came out, I think that was the last console where I was like legitimately just like absolutely stoked to have that. Such a big deal. Like, I remember in my bedroom as a child, I had an old CRT or whatever, and I had made like small spaces for each of my consoles. And I had actually printed out a piece of paper with a Dreamcast on it and put that in the exact spot I intended to have the Dreamcast in, just so it would have its own reserved space, like a reserved table at a fancy restaurant or something. Like that was truly the transition from childhood to like, being an adult, was that console. And that was like the last of my childhood era consoles. Because like after that, obviously you get into the PS2 and all that. And I was in high school at that point. It was just, well, okay, to be fair, the PS2 came out when I was in the 8th grade, technically. But yeah, it was just kind of a transitional phase where the Dreamcast was the end of my childhood and the PS2 was more the beginning of, oh, I'm gonna have to pay taxes one day. Like, it's just a different vibe, man. Happy birthday. Hope you get to visit Ottawa, Canada, and check out the game stores here one day. Unfortunately, that was actually supposed to happen a few weeks ago. So as you guys know, Mrs. Koralik is here currently, in from the UK. And the original plan was I was going to a convention in Toronto, which I've already done. And the plan was she was actually going to fly to Toronto and just meet me there. And then I was going to drive up to Canada, and we were just going to stick around Southern Ontario for a few weeks. I would have gone to Toy-Rat and all that sort of stuff. We were going to drive out to Ottawa, maybe even as far as Montreal. We hadn't made that decision. But we we're going to do all this like Southern Canada stuff. And the only reason that was important to us was for immigration reasons, because she's obviously not a U.S. citizen. So the amount of time you can spend here is somewhat finite. So if you start your trip, here's the stupid thing the U.S. does. It's very stupid. If you enter the United States as a tourist, and I say this to anybody out there who's a tourist, because if you are someone from Europe, for example, and you want to visit Canada, do your best not to have a flight that goes through the U.S., even if it's cheaper to do that. And the reason is the United States basically has decided that if you land in the U.S., even to transit, and then jump up to Canada or any country in the surrounding area, meaning like Mexico or any of the Caribbean islands, with the obvious exception of Cuba, if you go to any of those, you have been in the United States the whole time. And that means your time here is more limited. So like, had she landed in the US first and then gone up to Canada, even if we stayed in Canada for a month, according to Uncle Sam, aka the United States government, she's been in the US for a month, even though she really wasn't. It's a stupid kind of old relic that they haven't really figured out how to get to crush. However, we have since found out that there is a loophole to that, which is do not book a return ticket back to the United States. So if you're, say, just for example, let's say you're from Germany and you fly and you want to get to Toronto and you have a transit in New York, do not have a return ticket saying you're coming back to the US at any point. Buy it separately, and if you're assuming you intend to go to the US, because then it doesn't count. That might be a little convoluted, and if anybody cares, I can re-explain it differently. But basically, what ended up happening with her is that she was supposed to take an Aer Lingus flight directly from Dublin to Toronto. And because European airports are the worst thing in the universe, she got to the airport. The flight was like 90 minutes away, not even close to the time it was left. But because European airports are really, really stupid, they don't allow you to just drop your bag off and just check in. You have to stand in this dumb little line every single time, where you have to check in physically with a human being. You have to physically hand them your bag, and they have like 2 employees at maximum, even though it's like their central hub. So by the time she's up there, they're like, well, your flight's in 90 minutes, but that's too late. You're not allowed to go now. What? The US would never do that. So they were like, we can rebook you. And they said, okay, you can get to Toronto by going way of Chicago, thus defeating the entire point of going to Toronto. So I was like, all right, screw it. Here's what we're going to do. Just do that. I'll meet you in Toronto. And then we'll just come back right away, because it doesn't even matter anymore. So yeah, that was dumb. Airport stories. I got tons of them. It happens when you fly a lot. By the way, I'm sorry. We got a super chat from Lodmont. Says, I remember originally wanting a Dreamcast because of Sonic Adventure, and my older cousin convinced me to get a PS2 instead. Really regret that decision, so I bought 3 Genesis Minis to make up for it. Well, I don't say that's going to make up the damage you personally did to Sega, Lodmont, obviously, but all the same, very cool that you did that. Yeah. The PS2 is a fun console. It's just like my least interesting one of the 6th gen. Well, okay, to be fair, the new one is nothing special. It's fun, but it's got a library of 8 games. But yeah. So, you guys have any other questions or anything, or are we about ready to wrap this up? Because our chat rate is going way down here. Okay. John asks, do you have a story that is true but no one believes when you tell them? I have one that I cannot tell on camera because it was something that happened in high school and it's kind of gross, so I'd rather not. But I do have one that I can prove, but probably you wouldn't believe me, but I'll tell you anyway. I have met Mr. T 4 times. On 4 separate random occasions, I have just bumped into him. And the reason is that he happens to shop at the same grocery store as me. I actually met him as recently as like 4 days ago. Babe, did I meet Mr. T like 4 days ago? Was that when it was? Remember when I saw Mr. T at the grocery store?
Yeah, it was about
4 days ago. Yeah, so I have met him multiple times, just randomly shopping around the grocery store. He's pretty cool. This last time when I saw him, it was so random. Like, you're at the grocery store, it has like self-checkout lanes, right? And then there's normal checkout lanes. The self-checkout line was ridiculously long, so I was like, whatever. So I went over to like a normal lane at the grocery store, and I didn't even notice who was in front of me. It was obviously him, but I didn't notice. The line, he just had so much stuff on the conveyor belt that I was like, ugh. But whatever, I will be second person in the line, right? So I just stood there. And then as like the process is going and he's, buying items, I kind of just glance at him because he's standing next to me. And then I'm like, why does this dude look so familiar? It's Mr. T. I was like, oh crap, it's Mr. T. And then I thought, this is so bizarre because I've seen Mr. T in this exact same grocery store 4 times. So then I obviously recognized him, and nobody was really interacting with him because he just, he's super nice, but people don't tend to bother people like that. And so I just saw him, and eventually I was like, we were at a point, I wasn't planning to say anything to him, but we're just standing there. He bought like $400 worth of stuff, which was interesting because he was paying with $100 bills. And so with a $100 bill, the store would like to, double check it, and they have to have their manager come over and authorize that, whatever. So there was this moment where he's doing that. He hands him the money, and they have to wait for their manager. So you're not doing anything. You're just standing there. So then I was like, you've met this dude before. He's cool. So I just turned to him and was like, hey, man, I really like your work. Like, not a big deal. Not making anything out of it. And he just turns. He's like, oh, thank you. I really appreciate that. Thanks for the love, baby. Like, he actually says this. That's how he talks. And then I just I was like, yeah, no problem. Then I just stayed silent for a second. And he goes, you want a selfie? And I was like, yes. So I took a selfie with him. I've taken multiple selfies with this man. I think I've taken 3. One of the times I saw him, I didn't bother interacting with him, but I knew it was him. But yeah, I posted it on like Twitter and Facebook and stuff. I think even Instagram. I have met Mr. T 4 random times in my life, always at the same grocery store. I would say that's a story nobody would believe, but I have absolute proof of it, and it happened as recently as 4 days ago. For those who don't know Mr. T, he's famous for being on the A-Team show. He was also Clubber Lang in one of the Rocky movies. Oddly enough, the thing that I remember him the best for was Not Another Teen Movie, where he played like the wise old janitor. That guy, he's super nice. If you ever meet him, he is totally cool to just be like, yeah, selfie, no problem. Like he's very cool about that. So there you go. There's my random story about that. We got a super chat from Hellman9655 who says, happy birthday, Adam. Wish you a happy holiday and thanks for the years of amazing commitment and contentment. I assume you mean content, not commitment. But either way, you're welcome. Thank you for watching, and I appreciate the support. Do I think Shenmue 4 is still possible? Yes, I do. We kind of talked about that earlier. Who's Mr. T? We already answered that. Still alive. Super chats and says, I got a Dreamcast game, Expendable. Play it? Give it a shot. I don't know if I ever spent a whole lot of time with that game, so I'm not sure I have a great answer for you. But if you got it, why not? Check it out. Maybe you'll love it. Might change your life. I wouldn't recognize him, to be honest. I did, but that's partially because, like, you know, I'm older, to be honest. I'm 37, guys. I'm very old now. Zombie Fanatic Super Chats. Happy birthday, Adam. What is the origin of your second name? Do you mean my middle name, or do you mean the name Koralik? I'm just asking for clarification, then I'll answer your question. What? Mrs. Koralik says my name is a random name generator. Yeah, check your Twitter. That is definitely Mr. T. Mr. T wrestled in the first 2 WrestleManias. There you go. He's been around for a while. Adam is that guy that somehow knows everyone. Honestly, there is a lot of truth to that. Like, I know a lot of the YouTubers, obviously. You can name some, I'll tell you if I know them. Like, I told you, I know Scott the Woz. Forgiveness, eating sandwich. Oh, my last name? Ellis Island translation error. So everybody thinks it's Polish because here's the thing. I was adopted, so biologically I'm not Polish at all. I'm actually more Native American. I'm like 8% Native American. Most of my stuff is British Italian heritage. By the way, I'm mostly British, babe. Oh, she knows that. All right. Probably because we know each other. But yeah, I have no Polish in me. But when it was a much longer name, and I guess when my grandfather or great grandfather got to Ellis Island, they totally changed his name to some completely different word, which was Koralik, which happens to mean like beads or something in Polish. And he's like, yeah, whatever, as long as I can get in the country. Immigration was pretty different back then. But me personally, I'm not biologically Polish. Mr. T lives in Chicago. Yes, he does. He lives apparently very close to me because, like I said, we shop at the same grocery store. My middle name is Mark. Not to get depressing here. Mark is my middle name because my cousin Mark died in a drowning incident just before I was born, and it was my mother's way of honoring him. The story, the gross high school, I can't tell you that because I would definitely get like demonetized. Let's just say that a bunch of girls did a bunch of stuff to a bunch of people that required hospitalization, and nobody believed that was possible. I had nothing to do with it. It was like this. I'll tell you the as PG version as I possibly can here. One day I was in school, and there was this rumor floating around high school that I was in high school, and the supposed story is that a bunch of middle school girls had done a bunch of, let's just say, adult things with a bunch of other middle school students to the point where it was so excessive that they had to be hospitalized. And everybody thought this was a ridiculous story. There's no way this is true. And this story just floated around, and it's like, that can't be real. A year later, for whatever reason, I was in a class. I was a senior at that point, which meant that class also had some freshmen, meaning the freshmen had the year previous been in the middle school. And somebody brought up that story. Again, I can't tell the more extreme version of it. But the one of them was talking about it just kind of casually, and one of the girls just kind of slunk down in her chair, and she basically said, like, yeah, it's true, I was one of them. And it just blew all our minds. And that's what I'm going to leave it at that. Have I ever met Adam Koralik? I think once or twice. He's kind of a dick. I do love the backwards, like the Star Wars version of my name is Made a Killer Rock. I always thought that was neat. We have a super chat from Rational Skeptic. It says, do you know anything about your biological parents? Yes, I know the whole story. It's not very interesting, to tell you the truth. It's just not, like, there was never any sort of secret about it. I'm basically the product of 2 adulterous marriages, which I'm totally fine with. Thank you for the super chat. Laughs, let's just say that you are correct. I'm going to leave it at that. I'm not going to say anything further. Still eating my sandwich, guys. Sorry. How you guys doing? Mrs. Koralik made me a sandwich and gave me a nice cup of orange juice. Yeah, Maida Koralik, Maida Killer Rock is my backwards name. Holy crap, it's been 7 hours. Has it? Where's it? Oh, yeah, it has. This is kind of standard for me. The sandwich is cheese, pepperoni, salami, butter, bread. Compliments of Mrs. Koralik. I have 2 halves of a sandwich. It's just a standard Wonder Bread scale sandwich. No, it is not Mrs. Claus. She and I broke up last year, and honestly, yeah, best thing that ever happened to me. I'm just going to say it. Mrs. Koralik is easily the best thing that has ever happened to me in my entire life. I love this girl more than I can possibly express in just words. She's unbelievable. I have a 24-inch sandwich. No, I don't. I have a standard Wonder Bread sandwich. Steve's getting off work and he's still streaming. You get off at work? Nice. 064. Yeah, I spoke to Adam once. He just kept asking me to buy him rare Chinese consoles. We talked about you earlier, actually. Orky Borky of Freedom, who helps. If you want to get rare Chinese obscure consoles, for some reason, this is your dude. Dude, can you do me a favor and, like, list out some of the obscure systems you've got? Is Chicago ghetto? Absolutely not. Chicago's a world-class city. Whoever told you that is a moron. Do I smoke weed? I do not. There's a lot of weed in this house currently, or well, my apartment, because weed is legal here, and Mrs. Koralik does love to indulge. Do you not? Yeah, she does. Mrs. Koralik did appear on camera briefly earlier. The people want you back, honey. He says that's a shame. Get you a gamer girl, boys, and buy her food and edibles. Yes, that is correct. She's not only a gamer, she's actually a game developer. I just can't say what she develops for. That's kind of her business. Is Chicago similar to Boston? Not really. I mean, in what sense? Babe, somebody brought up the Cosmics place. Okay. Did you guys hear about this? Yeah, well, yeah, it just opened today. So if you guys don't know this. What? Yeah. So McDonald's as a corporation is based in Chicago. The corporate headquarters is actually not that far from here. And it's also unique, by the way, because if you go in there, they have McDonald's items from around the world that, at least in the U.S., are only sold in that one place. But because they're based in Chicago, they do a bunch of weird stuff here. So one of them is they just opened up this new thing called Cosmics, which was like, I think Cosmic was actually like a character from the McDonald's library of characters in like the 1950s, and it's their attempt to compete with Starbucks. They're going to open 10 of these. The first one ever was opened today in the Chicago suburbs, and I think that's kind of cool. I don't know if I care that much, but Mrs. Koralik loves McDonald's, right? She loves McDonald's. which you would notice if you watch on the Travel Channel. We go to McDonald's a lot. I don't eat it, but she does. And I think it'd be kind of cool to go to Cosmics and check it out, just to be like, hey! Does it always snow in Chicago? There is no snow in Chicago currently. The sandwich was really good. Thank you. Says you're welcome. Chicago is definitely not ghetto. Even the South Side, which for some reason has a bad reputation. Dude, tell me about it. You're preaching to the choir. I hear this stupid argument all the time about how I live in a war zone and everywhere's dangerous around here. I'm always told this by people who have never been here. I'm always like, you did great, champ. $2 super chat from Cax says, are you sure she isn't related to Joseph? I don't know what that means. Which of your most recent Sega Genesis games do you like the sound of the most? And also, do you think Marseille will have something in the works to combat the PhotoFast 4K Gamer Pro and RetroTink 4K? You're talking about the announcement from yesterday. I kind of talked about this earlier, but the short answer to that is I think the one I'm the most excited to see what happens with it is Jet Grind Radio, but I think the one I'll probably have the most fun actually playing will be Crazy Taxi if it turns out well. As for Marseille, I have no idea. They're still pushing the M Classic pretty hard because it makes sense. It's what they have. They might be developing something else, but if they are, I'm not aware of it. I don't know if he's still in the chat. Jesse, are you still here? Jesse actually works for them, so he might actually have some information, but that doesn't mean he can necessarily talk about it. So their in-house coffee isn't high class enough. Is that the idea? I don't really know. You're referring to McDonald's and Cosmics. I don't know. I know McDonald's, this is not the first time they've tried this. Does anybody remember McCafe or McCafe? It was originally at one time kind of set up to be just a Starbucks clone, but it didn't seem to pan out. And then it just became like a brand that they can sell McDonald's coffee. I don't know. I haven't been to this Cosmics place yet, so I can't say. I did notice that McDonald's brand coffee seems to be way more popular in like Canada than it is in here in the US. I don't pretend to know why that is, but it is something I have observed over time. Maybe because you guys have Tim Hortons and so it's like, oh God. DC Talk says happy birthday. Well, thank you very much, DC Talk. Have I ever played Fortnite? No. Are FrameMeisters still $400 plus? I think they've kind of fallen off a lot because there's so many like alternate options now that the demand is much lower. I think they still average maybe like $200 to $300 for a used one. You can't get new ones anymore. But like the RetroTink honestly has killed a large part of that market, which makes sense. I still like the FrameMeister quite a bit, but I will say the RetroTink 4K definitely replaces it. I don't think there's any remaining advantage to the FrameMeister, to be honest. You like Farmer Bros coffee? I think I've had that, but I don't remember. It's popular in the UK as well. What, McDonald's coffee? Doesn't shock me. I mean, McDonald's, where is McDonald's not popular that it operates in? Like, obviously, there's countries it doesn't operate in, but, like, countries where it does operate in, is there one where people are like, man, this sucks? Nobody goes there. It's always out of business. I don't think that's a thing. I've heard USA McDonald's really good, but USA KFC sucks. Is that true? I don't eat either of them. I would assume the American versions of both are usually worse because food quality standards can be a lot lower here to make it cheaper. I don't eat fast food for that reason. Actually, babe, question. You obviously you eat your McDonald's. How do you kind of rate McDonald's from a country to country scale? Well, like, is it better here or have you had better in other countries? Let's just leave it at that. She's coming over, I think. I'm going to aim the mic at you.
I'd say it's more like they kind of put a bit more passion into it here compared to wherever else I've been, because like the fries are always hot, for example, and I hardly ever get that anywhere. And I've had McDonald's in a lot of countries now. So, yeah, I'd say it's better here.
And you don't eat KFC, right?
Oh, bleh. No.
So you've only had European KFC.
I guess, yeah.
Okay, so thank you for that.
Primarily British.
British KFC. So she's had McDonald's in Ireland, in the United Kingdom, Gibraltar,
Frankfurt.
Germany, yeah. Anywhere else?
Amsterdam.
Oh, the Netherlands. Yeah. Was there anywhere else? You didn't have it in Belgium or Spain.
No.
I think that's it. And obviously here. Oh, you had McDonald's in Canada too.
How do we keep forgetting we went there?
Because we were only there for like a couple days.
That's true.
But yeah, do you remember the Canadian one being interesting at all?
I don't even remember having it.
She didn't remember having it. That tells you everything. So I can't speak to this knowledgeably. She is the one claiming McDonald's is better here, and she is not an American, so there's certainly no bias in that. But she also thinks that KFC in other countries is gross, has never even tried it here. Maybe that answers your question somewhat. Thank you, dear. By the way, there is one McDonald's left that does pizza. It's in Orlando. Did you know that? Oh, yeah, we are. We might be going to Orlando. Do you want to try McDonald's pizza? You can't make me... Come on. I won't eat McDonald's and I won't eat pizza outside of the pizza states, and you want me to eat McDonald's pizza?
Oh, you won't eat McDonald's?
No, I won't eat McDonald's. I will have an espresso there.
Me. Just
try me. Yeah, I'm going to get a fist bump there.
No.
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 Because I will reveal.
I will reveal.
The big secret.
The big secret.
And if everyone finds out, they'll rip you.
Will they?
I think so. So be nice.
I love this girl.
I love you too, but still.
But still, be nice.
Yeah, stop dissing McDonald's.
All right. Well, to be fair, I have a lot of civic pride in McDonald's because it's from here. You still want to go to the McDonald's corporate location?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, that'll be
I
cool.
want to go to McDonald's this evening. I'm hungry.
After the stream, we can go.
Oh.
If you want to. I'm going to take her to McDonald's tonight, everybody.
You did yesterday.
Yeah, she eats McDonald's a lot. You would never believe that this girl eats McDonald's. I'm sorry to put you on blast here. I'm basically dating a supermodel. And you would never believe it.
No.
You guys don't have to take my word for it. I got videos. Go check out the Gibraltar videos.
I was going to say, that sounded so wrong until you just
No. This is very on the up and up. Very on the up and up. FBI, well, you're legal. No, very on the up and up. Check out our Gibraltar video so you can see Mrs. Koralik if you want to. A beautiful, wonderful woman. Yeah, I know, honey.
Oh, get lost.
Yeah, she doesn't like me very much.
No.
But yeah, in Orlando, there is one McDonald's that still does pizza. And yes, my girlfriend is from the UK. Sorry, the chat was kind of having a good time with that whole conversation. But yes, if anybody wants to fund we take Mrs. Koralik to McDonald's, you just let me know. I will take that in Super Chat, PayPal, or Venmo. If anybody,
because I'm starving.
She wants McDonald's, everybody.
Give me food.
I wonder if, I'm not actually serious, guys, when I say this.
No, we're not serious.
Yeah,
we swear.
but I'm jokingly saying if anybody wants to have you do Uber Eats McDonald's, that would be hilarious. I'm just kidding, guys. Don't actually do that. But anyway, yeah, let's answer some more questions. Thank you for joining me from time to time here, babe. Anything you want to say to the fine peoples?
Wait, what's happening?
I just asked if there's anything you want to say to them.
Nice to meet you.
Yes. Have you been having fun?
Yeah.
What do you think of me on my birthday?
Sassy.
Sassy?
I'm just kidding. No, you're fine.
Thank you, honey.
You're out of my way. You're perfect.
We work well together because we never see each other. No, I'm just kidding. No, we see each other all the time. Let's see. What else we got? Sorry, I'm catching up on comments here. Good night, Bjorn, who says he's tapping out because it's 4:15 a.m. I don't blame you. Joseph, you're doing what now? I don't know. I didn't ask you to do anything. Oh, wait, I'm in Orlando and I didn't know that. There's only one. There's one McDonald's in Orlando that does the pizza. I think it's, I don't remember where it is. It's like inside of some theme park or something. And it's like a fancy McDonald's. It's not like your average McDonald's does pizza there. You'd have to look it up. I don't remember the specifics. In my Discord, there's a guy named Drud. He sure as hell knows exactly which location it is. You can ask him. Cax super chats and he says Japanese McDonald's is the best. So sad. I don't know. I wouldn't eat it. I did watch Joseph eat it though. The pizza couldn't be much worse than Little Caesars. She went. Technically, McDonald's is California, or from California. Yes, that's true. The original location by the McDonald's brother was, but as I'm sure a lot of you know, Roy Kroc stole it, moved it to Chicago, and the quote-unquote original location still existed until a couple of years ago. It was a museum for a while. But yes, that is technically true. But those, obviously, the California locations don't exist anymore either. San Bernardino, I think it was. McDonald's as a modern corporate entity is not from California. It's from Chicago now. But yes, you are absolutely correct that the first location was from there. How did we meet? So Mrs. Koralik and I have been friends for the better part of a decade. And, you know, we always just chatted, checked on each other. And then, you know, eventually things in both of our lives changed. And we just thought we would be very good together. And I would say we are. I will leave it at that. Rob says, I will send you $11.50 by carrier pigeon. Somehow I doubt you mean that, but thank you for the thought. Have I ever tried Jollibee? Oh, I'm very familiar with Jollibee. Jesse, get back in the chat, man. People are talking Jollibee. You need to be here. I'm gonna text Jesse. Come here. I'm not a huge fan of Jollibee, but Jesse sure is. All right. Let's see. I texted him. Everybody loves Amy. I know. They all like you more than they like me. I don't blame them.
Yeah, I wonder why.
It's true. I wonder why. Quotations.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. How you doing?
Hi.
How you doing? Have I tried In-N-Out? Yes. I mean, obviously the California chain. Do you have any interest in going to California and trying In-N-Out?
I don't know. Trying out what? What In-N-Out?
It's a burger chain.
Is it?
I'm going to be honest with you guys. In-N-Out is a rung above McDonald's, but people in California swear to it like it's their god. It's because they don't know how to make burgers. I'm sorry, everyone in California. I love your state. I really do. But you don't know how to make burgers. What's up?
Nothing else. Just...
Oh, you're just hanging out? Why don't you sit over there? Or don't, whatever. My wife went to McUniversity McDonald's when she was young. Yeah, McUniversity is what I'm talking about. It's like right over there. Okay, not immediately over there. You want to go check that out at some point?
Yeah, I could go look at it. I'm not attending.
Well, yeah, you're not going to go get a Hamburglar degree. But
A Hamburglar degree.
Yeah. How you doing?
I'm doing good.
You're good?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I love this woman, everybody. I love her. I love her because she's amazing.
Uh-huh.
I'm saying that to you like you're not the one listening.
Uh-huh.
Jesse's here. Good. Glad to hear it. Yeah, the one in Des Plaines is what I was talking about originally. Links, please. Links to what? Sorry, I'm like kind of losing track in the chat. It has been 7.5 hours. Are you visiting Los Angeles anytime soon? I'd like to. Like I said, December, I typically stick around Chicago just for work purposes. January is usually when I get the hell out of here because, like, YouTube is dead. So it's like, all right, there's nothing going on. It's a good time to travel. Babe, you want to go somewhere warm in January?
Yes, please.
All right, we'll go somewhere. I'll spend a bunch of miles and we'll go to somewhere warm in January. Depends on where she wants to go. I actually would, you know what I always thought would be kind of fun is she's British, obviously. I'm American, obviously. I thought it would be kind of fun to go to the U.S. Virgin Islands and the British Virgin Islands just to, for that novelty of it. But she's more interested in not doing anything British, which I guess I don't blame her for. Jesse, people are asking about Jollibee. This is your territory. You got to talk about this. Adam, the big secret, Shenmue 5 is alive. You look at her when she said that was filthy. Wait, what? What the hell are you talking about? The Joker wears purple super chats and says, happy birthday, 7.5 hours. Damn. Well, thank you very much to the Joker wears purple. I appreciate your support. And yeah, 7.5 hours. I'm still going. I'm still good. Mrs. Korlik's helping me out. You know, she's bringing me occasional beverages. Jesse was on the phone earlier and he gave me a nice bathroom break. So all's good over here. I think the original California location was founded in 1940. And the Chicago location, aka Des Plaines, founded in 1955. That sounds about right, but you have to remember that the Chicago location, go see the movie The Founder. Basically, the guy who took it really stole that brand and then boxed the actual McDonald brothers out of it and then shut down their... It's not a nice story, but modern day McDonald's is... Even themselves will basically pretend like the California incident never occurred because under tutelage of a different overlord. Come back to Winnipeg one day. Dude, I would. Winnipeg is actually kind of cool. Dude, you're in Winnipeg. You must be. You are the only person that's going to understand my pain here. Give me the honey dill sauce. Give it to me. Send me a crate of it. For those who don't know, Winnipeg, Canada is known for exactly one food item. Honey dill sauce. I have never seen it anywhere else. He's going to know exactly what I'm talking about. And it's something that's like, it's like a sauce you would dip like fried chicken bits, strips in, or whatever. And it's amazing. And you can't get it outside of friggin' Winnipeg. Send it to me. Lodmont will pay for it. Send it to me. Jesse wants me to call him. All right, you guys want to talk to Jesse for a bit? Let's do it. All right, I'm going to call Jesse, everybody. Sorry, also responding to texts. Where's the phones? God, I'm getting so many messages. Actually, I'll put Jesse on, then he can give me a bathroom break. Does that sound all right to everybody? All right.
Yo.
There you go. You're on live.
Hey, what's happening, chat?
How you guys doing? Yeah.
Okay, let's talk about Jollibee.
You talk about Jollibee. I'll be right back. I'm going to use this as an opportunity for a bathroom break. Everybody, hang out with Jesse for a bit. Oh, man. Yeah. You're no pressure.
I feel kind of used now.
Yeah, you are used.
Oh, my God. All right, what's happening, chat? Okay, so Jollibee, if you'd never heard of it before, is like the Filipinos' version of McDonald's. So, let's see. Hey, Armando. Yeah, so with that in mind, when I was working as a computer technician in the Bay Area, San Francisco, back in the early 2000s, Jollibee was one of my customers that I would take care of for point-of-sales machines and printers and stuff like that. So that's actually how I was able to learn about Jollibee. And then being in the Bay Area and being around a lot of Filipinos, I learned a lot about Filipino culture, food, and all that fun stuff. Lumpias are amazing. So one thing I've learned back in 2019 was that Jollibee had some like promotional stuff, and at Portland Retro Gaming Expo 2019, they had a pretty cool display set up at the I think it was the full NES collection at the museum part of the con. And in that whole sea of cool stuff, there was a Jollibee plug-in video game.
I'm back. Go on. Sorry.
Hey, so remember that Jollibee plug-in video game?
Vaguely. From
Yeah,
PRG a few years ago.
It was
right?
2019.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was 2019 when they did the full NES collection.
Well, I remember that. Sounds familiar.
Yeah, and then we were looking, and then all the way to the corner, there was that Jollibee game, the video game, that just one of those plug-in TV deals.
Yeah, I forget. Was it like a Famiclone or something? Like, what was it?
Yeah, it was a Famiclone.
Huh.
There was some games on there that were modified to Jollibee. So you want to hear something crazy?
Sure.
I found one.
You did?
I got one. Yes.
All right.
And it's complete in the box.
Well, what does it do?
It just plugs into your TV and plays like 5 games.
Yeah, but are they things that are known, or are they like Jollibee themed games?
They're Jollibee themed games.
Okay, that's kind of funny. But I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, it was really funny. You know who had the one that was at the museum?
I do not.
That's Frank from the video
Frank
game
Cifaldi.
History Foundation.
Yeah, Frank Cifaldi.
Yeah. So we were talking about that before heading out to this year's Portland Retro Gaming Expo.
Well,
he was like,
cool.
"Oh yeah, that's mine. That's my unit."
So, well, thank you for that. We got a super chat from a Botan who says, "Happy birthday, Adam. Here's to another great year." Thank you very much. Much appreciated.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been fun. So
it has been.
Yeah, it's already 9:30 here, guys. So I might go until like 10, and that might be my cutoff, I think, because that'll be another 8-hour stream at that point.
Yeah, not bad.
Yeah, if anybody wants to hang.
Not bad for a long stream.
No. So, yeah, I'll just throw this out there. So if you're just joining us somehow, this is the my 37th birthday. So we're doing a live stream, live Q&A. And I appreciate it. We just hang out, we chit chat. If you guys want to donate, which is completely optional, you can do super chats, you can do PayPal, you can do Venmo if you want to, or just do nothing and just watch the show. I appreciate it. But yeah, there's not a whole lot of show component. I basically just chat and answer your questions, and we just talk. Occasionally I get some call-ins, like we got Jesse here who's telling his lovely Jollibee stories.
Yeah, Jollibee.
Yeah, and you guys missed
Chicken Joy, man.
You missed your Mrs. Koralik cameo from earlier, but that was nice.
Oh. Yeah, I had to get some food.
No. I'm just talking about in general to anybody. Let's see here. I'm just going to read some random comments we got. You just joined. Where's Adam? He's right here in front of you, dude. Frank has some crazy... I'm just reading the comments. Do I collect for PS1 and PS2? Yeah, I do, just not nearly as extensively. I would say my PS2 collection is decent. My PS1 collection is not something I would call impressive.
Yeah, my collection is not as impressive either.
Yeah.
I just have really crazy stuff.
Yeah, he really does. He's got a lot of obscure stuff.
Yeah, you were talking earlier about the original Magnavox Odyssey.
Yeah.
Which I also have.
Yeah, I got one too. I still need to do a video on it, but it's kind of like, if I'm going to do that, then I'm going to do like the whole generation. But then that's the problem, is a first generation system. It's like, it's that and then a million Pong clones. And it's just like, oh, we'll do a whole video about one game, basically. What's your favorite piece in your collection outside of anything Sega related? That is a good question. Man, I'd have to actually think about that. Probably one of those, if we're talking about as far as collectability and not like cool factor, because obviously a lot of the modded systems are really cool, but as far as collectability, maybe something like the Panasonic GameCube. I have that with the custom Game Boy player that they made for it. I think that's really neat. As far as like Xbox hardware, maybe my Blue Bell Canadian Xbox. Sony hardware, I have the PSX, and when I say PSX, I don't mean the PS1. I mean the Japanese PS2 DVR thing, but it's
the DVR,
yeah, that piece of junk that never works. that one's cool, I guess. I don't know. I'd have to sit there and really like look through the consoles, because like some of them are neat, but like you never really use them. Like the Apple Pippin or the Amiga CD32. Like those are cool as hell, but they're totally, I'm never really gonna play those. Rarest PS2 game. I have Kuon and yeah, I think probably Kuon. Yeah.
That's the one that we saw at Savers, or not Savers, at the Half Price Books.
I don't recall that.
Oh no, we passed on that one.
I think you're thinking of God Hand.
Oh, that's right. It was God Hand.
I think the reason we passed
We
on
should
it,
have got that one.
I think it was because it didn't have a manual.
Still should have got it.
Well, you should have.
Yeah.
Is my Panasonic GameCube modified to be region free? Sort of. It will play the American and Japanese stuff. It does not play the PAL stuff. You need to import a PSX at some point. Trust me when I say they're junk, dude, and they don't work for crap. They're also really easy to get over there. You can get them in hard off for like $10. They're not at all worth what they're priced for online. You're mostly paying for the shipping. Would I make a video on archiving video games? I kind of did that already, where I mostly talked about disc-based consoles and how you do that for the most part, on which ones you can do it to relatively easily. Beyond that, I don't know what else there would be to say. What was that video called? It was like, why I rip all my discs or something like that. Steve says, when has that stopped him? It's a valid point. Do you have all these Sega published games on the OG Xbox? I think so. But honestly, I'm not 100% sure of that. Don't the DVD players...
Did you transfer...
Go ahead.
Did you transfer those Chihiro things over to the...
I was able to get some of them. Actually, that video will come out tomorrow. So for those who don't know, the Sega, what was it called? The Chihiro?
Yeah, Sega Chihiro.
So,
something like that.
Fun little story, I guess. Sega Chihiro was an arcade machine that Sega made in Japan only, that actually was just original Xbox hardware with 128 megabyte RAM alteration. And so if you have a modified original Xbox with the RAM increase, you can actually run those games on it. They didn't make that many games. Yeah, Virtual Cop 3 is probably the most infamous one. There's that, and there's a couple of others. Yes, they do work. And they work with Project Stellar. There's actually a specific boot protocol in it for those games. So that's actually pretty cool. Yeah, you got to watch that video tomorrow, Jesse. I think you're really going to enjoy that.
Yeah. I mean, I already had it on mine.
No. I mean the Project Stellar chip specifically.
So yeah, I'm kind of jelly about that, actually.
Good.
Yeah, and I talked to the guy. I exchanged a couple of chats with him through text.
Yeah.
And then he just ghosted me.
Oh no, Dustin doesn't ghost people. He just kind of falls asleep. He'll get back to you if you ping him again.
Yeah. But at least I got his info.
Yep. Speaking of disc media, can you prevent disc rot at all? Disc rot is actually pretty rare. Usually it happens because you keep your discs in poor condition, usually excessive moisture or temperature conditions. It's not from like normal average use. As long as you're not exposing it to too much light, too much moisture, or too much heat or cold, you likely will never really run into that in your lifetime. But yeah, if you're storing it in some like damp, dingy swamp like, cellar, then yeah, that's where stuff starts to go bad. We got a $2
I don't
super.
think I've ever experienced it.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever experienced disc rot except for maybe some laser discs.
Yeah, that's a possibility. But then again, laser discs are so big, people tend to store them in like big, dingy basements.
That's right.
I've run into like a couple discs over time, but it's pretty rare. People act like it's an absolute that it's going to happen, and like theoretically yes, but it could be like decades. I mean, there's still discs from the 1970s that work just fine, specifically laser discs. So it's not as overblown as of a thing as people like to pretend. Super chat from Cax, who says, okay, what the actual reason you refuse a Q vid? Are you referring to the Panasonic Q? I have no reason for not making the video. I just never got around to it. It's not opposed. It's on my list. That's all it really is. Sometimes the rare variants videos that get prioritized are just the stuff I got more recently because it's like around and it's like, oh, I'll do it while I think of it. Whereas the Panasonic Q I've had since 2004, so I've had it for 19 years, and I'm just like, it's there, it's not going anywhere. So I guess we are getting into final call area because I'm probably going to go in like 15 minutes or so-ish. So anybody wants to do any super chats or PayPal or Venmo or any of that kind of thing, now's the time. I appreciate the support. If not, we'll just continue to hang out during that time. Hang on one second. Jesse, you still there?
Oh yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Sega CD discs are prone to rot. I've run into a few of them. I've heard of that a little bit, but I've heard that with like any platform. Like people always say there are some examples of that. And there's always going to be some, but it's not like this overall plague that just keeps happening.
Yeah, I've never really run into it myself.
Yeah. Sega should ask Microsoft for Dreamcast support on Xbox Game Pass. I'm sorry, what? That's Lodmod. I'm pretty sure he's drunk.
Yeah.
Do I like pumpkin pie? Yes, I do.
Delicious.
When did you first realize that digital content was BS? Like, what was the very first streaming download service that showed you this? Man, I would have to really go back into the recesses of my brain because I have actually been talking about this for like 15 years. If I have to, I'm trying to think. I think it might have actually been... Oh, I remember now. So the Xbox 360, I don't know if anybody remembers this, but Microsoft for a time, maybe they still do this, I don't really know, but for a time on the 360 in like 2006, 2007, you could go on and like buy episodes of a show. And so they had this thing where they had, at the time, they had exclusivity to the high definition versions of South Park, as weird as that might sound. And they were like, go ahead and buy an episode of South Park. It's all like super discounted. And I was like, man, South Park in high definition? That's so weird. Like, I was always just curious what that would even look like because I was so used to seeing it on the DVDs. So the episode I got was, I think it's the season 8 premiere, which is like Good Times with Weapons. If anybody remembers that episode, it's the one where they kind of, have, ironically enough, a whole bunch of like anime versions of the South Park characters. And I remember getting that and thinking, wow, this looks great. This is really cool. I'm enjoying this, blah, blah, blah. How convenient. And it wasn't long after that where I had to delete the episode to like make some space because at the time you were dealing with like a 20 gigabyte hard drive and that episode was like a gigabyte. So I was like, you don't really need all of this, but whatever. And then I think like a year later, I was doing a South Park marathon, right? And I wanted to watch all the episodes, but I was like, aha, I know I have that episode. I have a high definition copy of it. I should watch that version when I get to that episode. So I went back to the system to like preemptively download it, and it was just gone. They're like, no, we pulled all that archive, all that footage, all that stuff, those episodes, that deal's over. So this stuff is no longer available to you. And I was like, but I bought it. And it's like, no, you didn't really buy it. It's completely at the mercy of their servers. And I was like, wow, this is bull, man. Like, wow, this is bull. And so that really opened my eyes to that whole situation. And then it would get worse because I used to download a bunch of 360 like free DLC, free, admittedly, free content. And I did the same with the PS3. And I remember going from the Fat 360 to like the Elite 360 or whatever the second one was. I'm spacing on the name, the S, sorry. And so I went to go back and download a whole bunch of my stuff. And like there were so many things that said this cannot be re-downloaded, this cannot be re-downloaded, but it also wouldn't tell you what you were missing because the whole point is that it was gone. And I was like, okay, this wasn't free. I mean, it was free, so I can't be that mad. But at the same time, it's like, wow, the idea that this company just said, this is just gone forever, I just thought was ridiculous. And the idea that you would pay money for that, baffling. So I was like, yeah, this is in its infancy. It's only going to get worse. So like, no. That's where I kind of learned that lesson. We got a couple of super chats here. Let me get to them real quick. From Nikki Scott says, are you big into the Evercade systems? I am not. I don't even actually have one. I would be curious to check it out, but I've only done like briefly where I like held it at a convention and played for a minute. Like beyond that, I've never really used it much. So if I was ever like sent a review unit or something, I would be happy to check it out. But like beyond that, it's probably because it's mostly like a handheld thing. And like that just drives my interest a lot less than a console. Bat Conquer super chats. Hey, thanks for the stream. I always enjoy these. You are welcome. Thank you so much for the support and continuing to be a Patreon backer. I really appreciate that. Jack Simple super chats. Happy birthday. Don't die anytime soon, you old geezer. I don't plan to. I think I'll be all right. But thank you very much for the super chat. And Lodmot super chats and says, last question tonight. Why were PS1 games black on the underside? I don't know if I've ever gotten the confirmation of why that was. There was a story that it had something to do with disc like copy protection, but I don't think that there's any real truth to that because the wobble in the disc was actually the copy protection. Maybe it hid the wobble from being visible to the human eye, but aside from that, do you know the reason?
It's just a dye. It was just a dye in the plastic.
Yeah, but like
it had no purple.
So they chose it for no reason?
No, because later on, when they re-released the games in the with the green label, the PlayStation or the re-releases,
the greatest hits, yeah.
Those are actually just actually regular CDs. There's no color on them.
I don't think that's true.
There's a few of them that are like that.
That
are regular discs.
If anybody has confirmation of that, I've never heard that, so I'd love to know if that's true. I've never heard that. But hey,
no, the black part is not part of the copy protection.
People are disagreeing with you on that one.
All right, well, they could disagree.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never heard that. I've never heard of a PS1 disc that wasn't black on the bottom. But I don't know. Yes, I'm still going. Thank you. Although we're going to wrap up here in like a few minutes. We got another super chat from Botan. I'll be honest, I was an avid physical media collector myself, but got lazy and bought about 20 digital games. Thanks for reminding us again of the perils of digital leasing. Good choice of the word leasing, and thank you for the super chat. Yeah, no problem. It's not that I'm not trying to scare the hell out of people and be like, yeah. It's just all I'm saying is I want you to understand what your rights are, and if you know those rights and are okay with it, that's different. I just don't like the idea of being told I bought something and then it can be revoked by some third party that says, oh, by the way, that's the end of that. So, yeah. Checking the phone real quick. All right. Yeah, let's, so we'll do our final round of questions here. People are saying they mostly made it black just to look different. I don't know if that's true. I've heard it had something to do with hiding the wobble, but I guess I don't really know. Really? You're just going to leave after 8 hours? We deserve so much more than this. 8 hours, man. Adam's a fan of Saturn European cases. I am not. Those are really bad cases. Yeah, the reason I'm wrapping up, guys, in addition to being kind of tired, it's been 8 hours. Less and less questions are coming through. And, it's just getting to that time. So if you want me to hang around, you have to show more engagement, I guess. But that's about it. That and I have been doing...
go spend some time with Mrs. Koralik.
What? Yeah, I'd like to go
some
spend
time with Miss Koralik.
Yeah, I'd like to spend time with Mrs. Koralik. That'd be nice too. I don't know if you know this, but Mrs. Korlik's amazing, and I love her.
Yes.
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 So yeah, earlier when I was like trying to chat in between when she was bringing you food and stuff.
Yeah.
And then you said, make sure you get yourself an amazing woman that does this. And I was trying to tell you, like, I already do. I do. You know, and you know this.
Yep.
Because she took care of you.
That is true. His missus is quite nice. Tiff is cool.
And the same thing. As soon as I finish eating some food or whatever, she's right there picking up a plate. And I'm like, hey, slow down.
Yep, there you go. Why does everyone say my last name wrong? I don't know. Jesse, you're my friend. Why do you say my last name wrong?
I don't know.
Actually, you guys want to know a little fun fact? The reason I say my name at the beginning of every single video, like my full name, is exactly to prevent that. It's still, even my best friends do this. I'm not trying to single you out, Jesse. It is just funny.
Yeah, I know.
The replacement chip for your Prologue 21 showed up today. Congrats, Sega Steve. For those who don't know, Sega Steve is the owner of the Sega Prologue 21, which is a gigantic, ridiculous karaoke unit that has a Sega Saturn built into it. I am very envious that he has that. I would love to, but also it is a ridiculously big and cumbersome thing.
Wow.
What's the what is the wrong way that people pronounce your name? I don't know if you heard Jesse. He called me Koralik.
No.
Yeah.
No, I know your name is Koralik.
Then why'd you call me Koralik?
Well, because I was probably thinking about something else when I was making the comment.
Okay.
It was a brain fart.
It happens, man.
It does. Especially when you're working under a microscope and soldering irons and shit like that.
That is true. What people get your last name wrong. Usually, so the thing with my last name is just don't pronounce the A, but naturally a lot of people do. That's why it's Koralik. But if you say Koralik or Koralik or something, that happens a lot. That's always you always know you got a telemarketer or something like that. Like, can we speak to Mr. Koralik? I'm like, yeah, I'm sure we're really good friends. You got the Sega Pluto though, so pretty cool. I don't own the Sega Pluto. Roger Vega owns the Sega Pluto. He was in here earlier briefly. Did I bought any games from Lukey Games or DK Oldies? No, I have not. I would not do that.
Fun fact, the Pluto owner lives 10 minutes from me.
That is true. Roger lives like 10 minutes away from Jesse. How many Sega Plutos are known to exist besides the one I have? Which again, it's not mine. I have custody of it. There were Sega made 6, 4 of which were never functional. They were just white mock-ups. They destroyed 3 of those. One of the only surviving mock-up one is a white unit that was sent to the museum in Frisco, Texas, the National Video Game Museum. And they made 2 operational units. There's the one that Roger has, and then there was one that was slightly more advanced. That's the one that ended up at Heritage Auctions a few years ago. That one actually says Sega Saturn on it. If you actually Google Sega Pluto, most of the time the one that comes up is not the one that Roger and I have custody of. It's the other one. And that's it. It's just really those 2. So, yeah, we've taken it to cons and stuff. If people want to see it, play it, experience it. It's very cool. It's currently over there. It's in the other room. Wishing me a happy birthday. Thank you very much, everybody. We're going to be wrapping this up here in a couple of minutes. So last chance for any sort of questions, super chats, PayPal donations, Venmo, any of that stuff. If you want to do it, completely your choice. We are wrapping up here soon, though, because I am getting very tired. By the way, for anybody who's curious what the biological effect of doing this is for this long, when you're effectively just sitting here and speaking for like 8 hours, your voice starts to hurt. You start to get the symptoms of a cold. You can probably hear it in my nose. It's a little more nasally. And I will guarantee you tomorrow I'm going to be slightly sick.
Yay.
Yeah, no, it's okay. It has to do with you're ingesting way too much oxygen. Like you start to get a little loopy. Like it's from you're getting kind of an oxygen high, and that's what's starting to happen with me. And I've done this enough that I understand this is the time to bail. Otherwise, I'm going to not be doing too well.
Yep.
Why do you think you never heard about the Saturn when you were young? I would have to assume just poor marketing on Sega's part. You got to remember that the guy who was in control of the Saturn in North America, Bernie Stoller, later would admit he really had no faith in the system, and he was just trying to get people to forget about it so they could move forward and eventually do the Dreamcast, which he was half right to do, but at the same time, it was just the actual Saturn got completely shafted by that. Have I talked to MJR lately? Yeah, Jason's a buddy of mine. Actually, it's funny you guys mentioned the Pluto and you mentioned Jason. Jason almost accidentally destroyed the Pluto at PRGE. Do you remember that, Jesse?
No. Wow.
So
I don't think I was there.
Oh, at PRGE, Portland Retro Game Expo this year, I handed the Pluto over to the Saturn Shiro guys so they could just have it at their table and just play stuff off of it, which was totally fine. And I only saw Jason for like all of 10 seconds while we were there because, you know, he only comes to that show for like half a day and then he goes home. And so I was standing there to recollect it because I had to take it over to my panel. And when that was happening, Jason saw me and he walked over and he just like did like almost a bear hug but on my shoulders to me, and I was holding the system and I like almost dropped it, and I was like, you know, he was like, hey, there's my buddy. I'm like, yeah, you won't be my buddy if we end up destroying this thing. And he goes like, that thing goes everywhere, it's gonna be fine. So nothing actually happened. Ultimately it was all fine, but it was just kind of funny. I got a new
retirement.
What?
Roger's retirement.
No. The whole system is totally fine, but it was just kind of funny. As for what's it called? We got a new PC. Yes, actually, Jesse built this PC, the one that we're currently using.
I was just about to say too. Hey, it looks like that computer I built is doing pretty good today.
It's doing well. Mrs. Koralik loves it because she does work on it. She's like, oh my god, this rig is so well done. I do need to open it up and make some slight changes because I have some. Now I have some bigger SSDs that I could put into it and improve it and take the smaller ones out. But that's just like a small thing I should do.
That's the easy part.
Yeah, exactly. There's nothing that challenging about it. It's more so the tedium of actually like disconnecting the cables and actually doing the work. That's the part I hate. Yeah.
Well, at least it's the serial ATA days and not way back in the parallel where you had to connect and disconnect this massive 40-pin connector.
He knows what he's talking about. This dude's been building computers since like the 90s.
Yep. I'm old.
Yep. I'm not as old as Jesse. You're older. How old are you?
I'm exactly 10 years older.
So you're 47?
That's correct.
Well, that sucks.
I'm an old fart.
It's alright, it gets worse.
You're on your way to it.
Cax sent $1 over PayPal. I'm not sure why, because you've been super chatting, but here's what it says. Hey, sorry, I'm just tapped out of money. Anyway, thanks for over a decade of content, hanging out, and just expanding my horizons, both gaming and being out there since. No problem, dude. Thank you very much for the support. And even though you gave me your address for some reason, I promise not to dox you. Get an M2 SSD. There is one in the system, isn't there? Jesse?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, there is.
Yeah, there's an M2 in this PC. That's the primary entity. The other SSDs are just for storage purposes, but I want to swap them out because I now have spare bigger ones to replace them with. You
have another M.2 location, actually. There's two.
Oh, I didn't know that part, but I don't really necessarily need it. All right, guys, last call. We're going to wrap here in like a minute, so last chance. Any sort of super chats or PayPal or Venmo, anything like that, or you just want to say goodbye and good night, this is it. Time to do that. Thank you very much, everybody, for joining me so far on my birthday stream. It has been a wonderful 37th birthday. I want to give a shout-out, obviously, to Jesse here for being on the call. Also, earlier, for my friend Clucky, who was a.k.a. Shrek guy from the original Xbox recap video. And, of course, to Mrs. Koralik, who was cool enough to make a cameo and occasionally chit-chat with you guys. I appreciate that as well. Oh, and Gary, I guess earlier he sent a voice message into the group. So, yep, we're about ready to wrap up here. So last call on everything.
Lodmott. I just farted right when he said an old fart.
Yeah, Lodmott's very drunk. The cameo from Shrek guy made this live stream for the history books. You're welcome, dude. I'm glad you got something out of that.
Yeah, it was pretty fun.
Yeah. Well, it's funny, too, because his name is Cluggy. He is not a public figure in any way. He's been my friend since, like, middle school. And so he's always perplexed that, like, he's like, wait, people, like, watch you just talk about a game or something? He has no idea what I really do. And so when I was like, I just kind of blindsided him. I put him on the phone. I'm like, do you remember that time we played Shrek? Tell him the story. You're on live. What? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was pretty fun.
Yeah, it was fun. All
Yes,
right,
sir.
everybody. I guess that'll do it. So thank you, everybody. Again, if you could, please check all the social media stuff I've got in the description. I've got Twitter, I've got Instagram, I've got Facebook, Discord. Join the Discord. It's a lot of fun. There's a lot of people who chat in there all the time. Spreadshirt if you have any interest in merch whatsoever. Patreon if you want to support and get early access to videos and just kind of regularly keep the channel afloat. I appreciate the support on all of that. But yeah, appreciate it all. There's also that join button. I never promote that. I always forget that's even a thing. You remember that YouTube does that join button thing?
Yeah.
I never pay much attention to that.
Yep.
I probably should. But anyway, all the same, everybody, it's been awesome. Special thank you to all the people who were cool enough to donate tonight. Obviously, Lodmott, I think, because he's the richest person in the universe, probably put the most money down by far. But all the same, thank you very much. I appreciate the support, everybody. Now, if you guys will indulge me, I am going to get some sleep. I know there was a question about a Christmas stream. We will see. Sometimes I do it, sometimes I don't. We'll just see how that happens, if it happens at all. But keep in mind, there will be a lot more videos the rest of this month. We got one coming out tomorrow for sure on the Stellar Xbox mod chip. That'll be a lot of fun, and it'll be great times all around. So yeah, thank you guys very much for watching as always, and I will see you all later.
Good night, everybody.